if you like figure out the chemistry you have with someone better, then it can be a lot nicer. But I wasn't doing that. I was just like somebody I met, and I'm like, you seem kind of cute. Okay, like I didn't bother to try out just any chemistry. I mean, I didn't
chemistry even outside of sex, just chemistry, like human chemistry,
Yeah,
like
just basic.
conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like kind of cringy, but I would walk up to guys or send them messages like, would you like to have coitus? Is what I would say.
You would say coitus.
I said that.
I mean, it's kind of cute in a way.
I mean, it's a girl asking you to get laid, so they probably didn't care that much. But anyway, I'm saying that like I had a lot of rebellion out of my system by the time work.
Yeah.
So like for me, like maybe I'm sure it was somehow related because we were extremely sexually repressed growing up. I remember the day I learned I had a vagina, which was absolutely horrifying. Do not recommend figuring out you have another orifice in your body. But like,
do you want to share the process of you figuring out that you had a vagina?
They told me I had a vagina.
Oh, like intellectually, like there was somebody said
you have a
vagina.
Vagina, yeah.
And that was horrifying.
Yeah, I didn't know I had, because you weren't supposed to ever like touch or look at yourself ever. So I never did. It was really disgusting. And so I had no idea that what was going on in my genital region. And so one day my mom sat me down. I think I was like 9 or 10. And she was like, you have there's another?
What?
And you're going to bleed out of it, is what she told me.
Well,
you're going to bleed out of it for a while. And I was like, what the fuck, Mom? I didn't know what the word fuck was, but I would have said that if I had known.
When did you first learn the word fuck?
Oh, I think I learned it when I was at a playground, and it was written somewhere, and I read it out loud, and then a kid next to me started giggling.
Mm-hmm. Did you say fuck again for a while?
No, I think the next time I swore the first time I was 18. Like intentionally said a swear word when I was 18.
Did it feel good?
I was like really nervous. It was like
nervous. Swear word.
I mean, fuck's pretty good.
Yeah, fuck's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's camming. I mean, what are the pros and cons of camming, and how does OnlyFans map into this? Did you switch to OnlyFans at some point?
I did, yeah. I cammed for like 5 or 6 years, and I burned out eventually.
What are the good aspects? What are the bad aspects of camming?
Well, the good aspects were that it's just your own terms. You get to decide. Everything about it is under your control, which I loved at the time. I was like, I can work when I want, how I want, any sort of expression. I experimented, and I was very successful. I was making around $200 an hour, which for that website at the time was like pretty good. I had elaborate routines. I was a mime. I would do like dress up and then dress up a chair, and I would seduce the chair.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, or like...
So was there an artistic element to it almost?
Yeah, very much. I had like gnomes.
To the chair? You had gnomes?
No, I was a mime, you know?
Oh, sorry. Right.
Yeah, get it straight, dude.
You know what I really appreciate about you is I'm asking you some really dumb questions and you're answering it in a very intelligent way, so I appreciate it. All right. Did you ask the chair questions? I was a mime, you fucking idiot. Okay, I'm sorry. It's true. Yeah. But there's gnomes on the like big gnomes or small gnomes?
Like lawn gnomes.
Lawn gnomes? And you seduced the lawn gnome on the chair, the gnome is sitting on the chair.
There were some gnomes in the chair. I did a photo set which I submitted to Reddit where I got abducted. I was like stripping, taking my clothes off, and then slowly the gnomes surrounded me in the background and then dragged me off. And I did this as a photo set. And
consensually?
I didn't feel consensual in the photos, but
okay.
But it was the 11th top post of gnomes. It was very successful on Reddit, basically. There's a top post of Gone Wild and 11th top post of all time on Reddit.
Which I think probably just means it's artistic, it's interesting, it's edgy, it's funny, so it's really, really well done.
But it was really shocking to me that nobody else was doing anything creative with sex.
Yeah.
Like for me, it was like breathing. Like you're just doing sex and you're bored. I'm like, what do you do? I don't know, let's try something funny. Like it's just the natural progression. Mm-hmm. And it felt to me like there was almost no competition. Like I would just be really creative and like immediately was the top not safe for work post on Reddit. I'm like, well, I didn't even try that hard. Mm-hmm. And so it's really shocking to me that other women who are doing this sort of thing.
Is that still a little bit of the case? Like that there's not as much like, because from my sort of outsider perspective, that seems to be still the case. Like there's not, like as you describe it, that's kind of cool. That's like almost like playing, like having fun with sexuality almost.
Yeah.
But that does require kind of thinking through. It's almost like a creative project, like a photography project or something like that, or almost like a little skit movie. It's interesting.
It's this vibe of like, how can you like bring like vibrant novelty to whatever you're doing, anything you're doing.
Yeah.
And I really like doing this with surveys too. like I've been doing a lot of standard surveys, but I'm also like experimenting with novel, creative, artistic surveys. I'm like, how do you ask a question in a way that's like beautiful and unusual and like a thing is completely groundbreaking? Like nobody's ever like
You always
tried
make
processing this
everything so
before.
poetic and romantic. It's disgusting. No. But yes, I think you have that engine in your head, I guess, of creativity. Like, yeah, the way you ask questions, it's not trivial to do. Like it's actually very difficult to do. Like good survey questions.
Mm.
And I mean, we're joking, but like, yeah, almost like poetic, because you have to ask a question in a way that doesn't lead to the answer.
Yes.
Like you have to kind of inspire them to think and then indirectly get at the truth. It's an art form, honestly.
Yeah, and also in a way where they don't misinterpret the question, because it's amazing how any question you think, oh, this is the clearest question possible. No, you're wrong. It has to be even clearer.
Right, willingly or unwillingly, because like you also have to defend against that question being criticized later when you publish about it. All of that, you have to think about all of
I think this might be my greatest strength. So I'm not very good at statistics. I'm not like great at presenting data, but I think probably my greatest strength is in fact survey design and like question phrasing, because I have treated so many thousands of polls, and every single one I get people telling me like the way that they misinterpreted the poll. So it's like
You've become
gone through
master.
fire. And then again, I'm testing the phrasings all the time. Like what happens if you slightly shift phrasings? And so I'll do the same question test over time to see how it changes and if the way the framing affects the results.
Why?
So the good and the bad of Cameron.
Yeah,
So you said
why?
good, what was it? I forgot what you
Your
said.
freedom.
The freedom.
Yeah.
The freedom to be creative.
Yeah.
I've met chicks like this.
And bad is just, it was exhausting. The site that I was on, the way that it's structured is that you're ranking on the site, and thus the amount of people that see you, and thus the amount of money you earn,
Would you
is
though?
affected by the amount of money
Even
that you
with as
earn
many chicks
on
that could
average
do, she's
over the
done
last
it?
60 days.
Yeah, sure.
So if you're streaming and nobody's tipping you, this means that you're going to be dropping down in the rankings, which is going to make it harder in the future.
Yeah, so the rich get richer on that site.
Yeah, so it's very high pressure. Like if you're on, you need to be making money as fast as you can if you want to continue to make money. So that was really stressful. It was very mentally taxing. I would do it for a couple hours and just log off and be completely exhausted because you're just like on as hard as you can.
Mhm.
And this is why I have a little PTSD around streaming. Like I've considered Twitch streaming. I tried a little bit, and I'm like I haven't fully integrated the fact that you don't have to be like maximally entertaining every single second yet. You can actually just chill out and take it slow, and nothing bad happens.
Yeah, you can just enjoy silence.
Yeah.
Did you feel lonely doing it? I mean, even just streamers feel lonely.
I moved into a house of cam girls.
Does that make it better or worse?
Better. They're great. I'm still friends with them to this day.
Oh, so it was like a team, almost like we're in this kind of together.
Yeah. So we would like work together and stream together and swap our clothes and stuff. It was great.
Swap ideas too.
Swap ideas. Yeah.
And actually, on a small tangent, maybe a big tangent, what do you think? Because it's the recent controversy of Andrew Tate, and that he, I think, in the past ran a camming business, and he's being accused of sex trafficking. What do you think? Like from your own experience, what do you understand about Andrew Tate? Is he a good person? Is he a bad person? Is there something shady about his practices or not?
I wish I could answer, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all.
At
I've
all.
heard people talking about it. I just haven't bothered to go into it. It is well known that, like, when I was doing it back in the day, the Eastern European models had something different going on, though. There's like a trope about, there's the Eastern European models, and then there's everybody else.
They're what? It's like darker or something like
Like
that?
they do studios, and they're lower quality.
Which means what?
Like studios are, you go into like a warehouse, and then they have set up a little like things that replicate bedrooms,
Yeah.
but they're just like stalls. And then you rent out or you pay the studio a percentage of your income. And
Yeah.
you can tell when something looks like a studio. It's like a type of background.
Yeah.
That if you like watching enough, it kind of starts to, you notice the patterns.
So like the standards are lower there, and the ethical boundaries are a little looser
Yeah.
of how people are treated.
It's unclear. I never heard anything about the ethical side. I just knew that it was like lower quality. Like the girls seemed like they were less into it and like cared less.
How does this all interplay with like sex trafficking? So consensual versus not consensual.
I would be shocked if there were never any non-consensual camming. I mean, I guess it's like if it were going to happen, I wouldn't be surprised if it were in fact Eastern European models. Based on, this is outdated. I'm just thinking of my stereotypes back when I cammed a lot.
Sure. So some of that is stereotypes versus like collecting good data, right?
Yeah, I haven't
it's
done
hard
data
to-
on cam girl.
It's hard. I mean, it's hard. It's even hard to get that data, right?
Yeah,
but obviously a really important problem.
there's a method that I'm trying that I really like. I designed a survey type, which is like asking people who you know.
Yeah.
Like who do you know who's done this? And you tell me like, oh, do you know anybody who's a doctor? Do you know anybody who has had cancer or like smokes or
Personally, I mean.
Yeah, personally. Just do you know anybody?
Yeah.
And then if you ask about a whole bunch of things, you can calibrate the responses. So like
That's really interesting.
if your population, 20% of them are doctors, and then the actual amount of doctors, then you can tell like how this is corresponding, like what is the visibility of doctors.
So you can reconstruct the graph.
Basically,
Network.
yeah. And we can do this with sex trafficking. And of course, people are going to be like, well, sex trafficking is not visible. You don't know those. Like, well, then we can ask about other non-visible things that other people don't know that we do have data for, like homelessness or being in jail, or like if you have been like sexually assaulted. A lot of people don't like talking about if they've been sexually assaulted. So you can do a whole bunch of things that are like similarly suppressed in knowledge in some way that we do actually have rates for, and then compare that to the graph when we ask people, do you know anybody who's been sex trafficked?
Yeah.
So again, this is not perfect. I'm not saying this is ideal.
But you can
but,
infer things. You can infer things about that
Right.
graph.
But I'm saying we don't have good ways of measuring sex trafficking right now. Anyway, I did a big deep dive into the research that we have of sex trafficking in the Western world, and the actual I read the studies and like reports about the studies, and it's really pitiful. We have terrible data. It's like there's just like vague estimations made from one guy in a basement in the 80s. That's like the basis for like one big study that like a lot of people report on. It is, and so I'm like, okay, so the method I'm proposing obviously is not perfect, but like the bar is so low at this point.
Well, I wonder also if there's ways to design a survey that gets at the victims of sex trafficking, also, which is they presumably have public access to the internet, and I wonder how many of them are distinctly aware that they're victims. Like, it's asking the question. When you're inside of a toxic relationship, are you inside of a toxic relationship? I mean, if the toxic relationship is truly toxic, sometimes your mind is fucked with, right? You don't even know what's true.
Yeah.
So it's interesting if you can design surveys that break
actively sex trafficking.
who could break through that. So basically, get data on how many people are getting sex trafficked directly.
Oh yeah, like if you don't frame it, like if you don't say the word sex trafficking, you're like, are you just in a situation where you'd.
And maybe through the survey, I mean, that's very meta, but through the survey, help them.
I did this. This is what started my relationship surveys. So I've done a series of relationship surveys, and that was because I knew somebody in a terrible relationship. And I was like, I bet if she took a survey where she answered questions about her relationship and at the end got a score that compared her to everybody else, she'd be like, oh, wait, everybody else has much better relationships than I do. So that's why I started making the relationship surveys, was exactly for that reason.
Yeah, that's really, really, really powerful to know that, like, you're not crazy for thinking this is a bad relationship.
Right. Or I think like the actual question is like, could you do better if you broke up? And I think that the thing that keeps most people in their relationships is like, this is the best that I can do. Right. Like, this is normal. And if it were normal, I would say that they are right. Like, if you live in a culture where everybody is abusing their people in their relationships, then yeah, what are you going to do? Break up and then just be alone for the rest of your life? Most people don't want to do that.
But now comparing yourself to the average is good to know.
Yeah.
To know
your options are.
Or at least understand it, because being normal is not always, like, this conversation is not always great. Meaning this conversation is anything but normal. Okay, and that was a tangent about a niche passion, which is really fascinating that you're playing with those kinds of ideas of survey design. But back to camming. So what were the cons? What were the negatives of camming?
Oh, like the exhaustion of just like live, like the high pressure thing.
Yeah.
That was probably the worst thing.
So what about the interaction with different people? Like the dynamics of the interaction with the fans, I guess.
I had a pretty great time. I mean, obviously it wasn't perfect because it's the internet, but I don't know. This is the thing that confuses me a lot, because a lot of women that I know complain about being harassed by men quite a lot. They're like, men are always, groping our ass. You have to be paranoid in the club. People are like, they're always huffing on you, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, get away, man. And I do not have this experience. Or like, maybe I do, but I'm interpreting it differently. I don't know. The thing is, I don't know what causes me to have such a different experience from these women that are like feel really hostile towards men. Mm-hmm. And my guess is that there's some sort of like very subtle signaling that we're accidentally doing. Be like, no fault of our own. I'm not saying this is virtue. I'm saying like maybe it's just genetic, or the fact that
the women are doing.
Yeah, that the women are doing. Yeah. Okay. Like that, and it might be just something I'm completely accidentally, through no intention, like happening to signal the thing that is causing men to not view me as like a desirable target. or like a
Sure.
target at
Well,
all.
what about the flip side? Maybe you're not sensitive to the creepy stare.
Yeah, that also might be true.
The dude who's like is undressing you with his eyes, that like in a creepy way, that you're just not, you don't like worry about it. You're not touched, like that, the fear of that, the anxiety of that, the unpleasantness of that just doesn't hit you.
I think that's also at
The
least
punishment.
part of it, maybe all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's some evidence for it. I think often like guys will do a thing to me, and I'm just like, that's a thing, cool. I don't have any negative response whatsoever.
That's call back to the tire. It's a thing. This is nice.
Yeah.
That happened. It was good to know that can
Like
happen.
I once had like a homeless guy like ask me to come back to my place, baby, and I was like, this is fun.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, do you want me to? I love asking men like, are you trying to have sex with you? Just like saying it out front, and they'll be like, well, usually they stop for a minute. They're like, well, yeah, I mean, I would like to have sex, and I'll be like, thanks for asking, but I'm not interested in having sex with you. How you have a good day, and then I walk away, and that's great. I don't know. I have no issues with that interaction, but like maybe this is the kind of thing that other women would find to be really offensive.
So you have that conversation, and it doesn't turn into like a threatening feel,
No,
like with a homeless guy.
no, I've never had that happen though. But I think there's just something. I think I'm doing something. Like again, this is kind of accidental. Like I just am like this always, and I think I just happen to be like this at people, and they don't expect it.
Yeah.
Like they don't expect me to be like really nice while explicitly asking them what their intentions are. Like directly putting my finger on the thing that like, oh, you're trying to have sex with me, and then also not judging them for it.
Yeah.
I think this like throws people off a little bit so they don't get aggressive. They're like,
So-
oh, you're autistic or something.
Even the cloak of anonymity on the internet, you weren't getting.
Yeah, I
access to.
just think I'm just not reactive, and or maybe I'm giving off. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's a feedback loop. So I had a pretty good experience. I know not everybody did. Definitely people reported having antagonistic experiences, but when I was camming, I generally really liked. People were really nice to me. Had a great time. Made friends.
So you also did OnlyFans, as you mentioned, and I read on a website. So this is very investigative reporting that on some months you've made over $100,000 on OnlyFans. How did that feel?
Great. Really great.
I mean, like, well, actually, because so much of your upbringing, you didn't have money. You had to struggle with the factory job and so on. Maybe a good person to ask, can money buy happiness?
Well, I mean, I think you get like a resting set point of happiness regardless of how much money you have. But money can buy being less stressed, I would say.
Is there a lot of variation in the basic rest happiness for humans in general? Like, is that a good thing to think about?
I mean, they've done some studies, but again, I'm not sure. I haven't actually read the study, so maybe they didn't replicate. Where like they measured people before and after winning a bunch of money to see if their happiness was higher.
Yeah.
And I think like it's by some measures it was, and by some it wasn't.
No, I mean like basically almost genetically, so nature nurture. But is there, let's say after you're 18, is there like some stable level of
Any
happiness
person who tells
that
you
all
that
the
they
environmental
know what
genetic
they-
factors combine to create, so that everything that life throws at you has to face that happiness? Like you mentioned earlier that I seem to be happy with a lot of stuff. So maybe I have a certain level. Do other people have a lower level? Some people have higher level.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, is that a useful, or is that a useful model of human beings, or is it all ups and downs? Like, is it all like?
I
like,
mean,
there's no
like
stable-
combo, right? Like, I don't know. Some people just are happier than others in general, and other people aren't. But then you also have ups and downs. Like, I'm sure you've experienced sadness sometimes and happiness the other times.
Like, if I actually were to integrate, so have an integral onto the area onto the curve, I don't know if I'm different than other people. Maybe I'm just like really focused on the happy moments, and maybe feel the down moments most intensely, and maybe that, like, on average, it's all the same. Is that possible?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Like, I remember when I was a kid, my mom would call me Pollyanna all the time. So I was like finding the good in everything.
Well, yeah.
I'd be like, something bad would happen.
So you were a happy
"Ah."
kid,
I was a really happy kid, yeah.
even in the harsh conditions.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the harshness comes from the bad meaning. Like, and I had good meaning applied to
You
it.
were stoic.
Yeah.
With another
Yeah.
book I'm reading next week. Tune in, Marcus Aurelius Meditations. All right. Camming 100K, so it felt good. So It's crazy though, right? You can just like take clothes off in a creative way with some gnomes and make 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but yeah.
What was it? What's the
I mean, it's
process?
marketing. Like, so with my free cams, I was unusual in that I decided to do outside of the website marketing. I would like post on Reddit, right? This was very unusual at the time, but like OnlyFans is structured such that they have almost no internal discovery whatsoever. So if you want people to come to your page, you have to go out onto external websites and advertise for yourself directly. Very different model. And so this is something I had already been doing and already practiced in. And so I think I was like already quite advanced. Like I already had an account on Reddit that was like 7 years old at the time. Tons of like karma that means I could post in subreddits. I'd already been on Twitter for years, you know, like posting actively. So I already had like presences on all these other platforms that really helped with the conversion.
Reddit and Twitter?
Reddit, Twitter, FetLife, Instagram, TikTok.
And you were still advertising creatively? So like there's like sexuality, but there's also like creative sexuality and ideas too.
Yeah, like one of the really popular ones was I like molested myself as a mime using a one arm through a jacket, and so the jacket looked like it was. The jacket looked like it was alive, and you know, and that one did really well.
Did you like brainstorm with somebody? And like, I recently got to hang out with Mr. Beast and sit on a session of brainstorming different ideas. I just envision you like a team brainstorming. All right, how about we try the mime and the molesting thing?
Monday,
I know
Tuesday,
it's too edgy.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I wish. I think the team would be a lot more fun.
Convention.
But no, it's just me. Like I had an apartment that looked like kind of like this. You know, you just sit alone. And you're like, well, that would be a good idea. And I'd seen you just collect ideas over time, right? Like, I'd seen somebody doing a version of the like this animated hand act like when I was a kid, and I just always stuck in my head. And like one day I was like, I bet I could do that. And when I was trying to think of ideas to do as a sex worker, I was like, why don't I just try that? And then it turned out to be like a really like quite a viral hit.
Is there stuff like you mentioned too edgy? Like Mr. Beast tries to keep it PG.
Yeah.
Do you try to keep it PG-13?
Well, with the sex advertising stuff, I mean, it's sex advertising, so it's obviously not PG-13.
I don't know these ratings. What is even beyond that?
Family friendly. It is X. Like even the one that I'm describing to you at some point, like you can see my boob.
So a boob is X.
The boob is, I guess.
It's not R.
Maybe
I think you can show a boob in PG-13.
Yeah, maybe X is like if you got some sort of rhythmic motion going on.
Maybe that sound, but the rhythmic motion not. You could have one or the other, but you can't have both. You have both.
That's when we hit the X. Yeah.
Okay.
So definitely not family. I mean, with the sex advertising stuff, like guys like vanilla shit. Guys want basic hot girl. You can do something like kind of sexy and creative, like getting abducted by gnomes, or like the self-molestation, right? But those are still pretty within the normal boundaries.
What do you mean guys like vanilla stuff?
I mean, most guys like vanilla stuff.
What's vanilla stuff?
Like,
see, we'll talk about fetishes. I think my originally after following your work, but yeah, what
I actually have done a lot of studies on what is vanilla. Like, I've done a couple different surveys where I ask people like how taboo is this thing, and I have like a rating from least to most taboo.
By the way, I don't appreciate the beauty of vanilla ice cream.
You don't? It is really good though.
You eat vanilla ice cream?
I eat vanilla ice cream now.
I think there's just so many more options. It's like the absence of creativity.
I mean, if you put in like some chocolate chips or something.
Yeah, they already made it more interesting. To start. Okay, so what's vanilla? What and why do guys like vanilla? So hot girl doing hot girl things, what, like undressing and then having sex?
The thing that I found was most successful were frames where the man was framed as passive and the woman as active, or like, for example, like, oh, you know, we got assigned to the same bunk at the breeding school or something, or like, oh, we're the last people on Earth, right? Or cure me with this disease and I need semen. So it's like in any scenario where the guy just like finds himself such that the woman like desperately needs him for something and he doesn't have to do much. That is like typically one of the much more successful things. Like guys like women falling into their lap.
What about the power dynamic?
So guys are less into power dynamics than women are. And you can do power dynamics as long as it's like handed to them. Some guys are like very dominant and like prefer like having to work, but this is the minority. Like if you're trying to make $100K a month and you're trying to appeal to the widest group of people, the most effective advertising. You're not going to be making the most money by being like particularly submissive.
So on the camming side, that's your unlike escorting or just personal relationships. You're trying to you have an audience. You have like a theater full of people.
Like with live camming?
You have a live camming.
Yeah, it's like a live theater.
Does that freak you out? There's just a bunch of people watching.
And how do you feel right now?
I don't know they're watching because it's not live.
Yeah, that's true. It's not live. So like it might as well be. Like they could be watching.
I feel like it's just the two of us. I don't. And there's like sometimes I imagine there's a third person.
Like God.
Usually, no, not God. Just I usually imagine either a guy or girl or a couple just sitting there for some reason, like usually on the beach and usually high, or on some kind of like on mushrooms, just like listening passively, just kind of looking at the sunset. That's what I imagine.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
I think it's useful. Like when I write my blog posts, sometimes I do terribly, but it's the most effective when I imagine one person that I'm writing to try to explain. And like having a high couple watching the sunset is maybe really lovely as a calibration.
I have to say, it is pretty romantic because I've gotten a chance to meet couples that listen to podcasts together. I don't know why. That seems like intensely romantic to me because you're not watching TV together. You're listening to a thing. I mean, I guess sometimes they watch it, but like you're listening to ideas together. I don't know. It seems
it's like you're going through the same kind of thought process.
Yeah. That's a really beautiful way to put it. So it's like you're melding. Your thinking is following the same line. Somehow podcasts do that more than movies. I think movies give you a lot more freedom to think about stuff. I feel like your thoughts are aligned, and like especially if the podcast is good, like if it's listening to like a Dan Carlin podcast about history, that you're like on a journey together. There's an intimacy to that. Anyway, but I've learned that there's couples do that. You know, hashtag relationship goals. Go ahead.
That's what you want with your future wife.
With my You
should make an application.
Application?
An application for dating you. I mean, maybe this is more of like my strategy and less yours, but you have like a wide enough audience that might work.
It's not. Okay, let's just go there. So, because you put together an application of like people to have casual sex with you, I think you have had that,
and also dating, yeah,
and also dating and relationship. I'd love to. So, what is in that application? Because, like, I'm sure there's quite a lot of people that would like to date you or to sleep with you, but finding the person. I mean, it depends what your goals are. I guess relationship would be an open relationship for you.
Yes.
Right. Like for me, I guess it's more intensely selective because it's like a monogamous relationship and a committed one. Like I'm swinging for the long term. I'm not like weirdly obsessed with long term, but it's like I would love to have one girl for the rest of my life, but finding that, I feel like applications will not get to that. I feel like there's some aspect of the magic of the serendipity of it, of meeting people in strange places and so on. I personally have noticed that like fame has not made that process easier.
But I mean, like if you could, if there's two rooms and one of them it's like a random population of hot women and the other one is random population of hot women, but all of them definitely are monogamous and are looking for a long-term committed relationship.
Yeah.
Like which room would you rather go into? Like if you're looking for a mate.
Yeah, well, but see, I guess my preferences are more. That's just a really strong point. But my preferences represent the majority, probably, right? Because don't most women want monogamous relationships?
Yeah.
So like, I'm okay with either option. Because like statistically speaking.
Right, but like we can apply it to like a bunch of other things. Yeah, and this is just a problem if you have like a high volume to filter through and you don't know. Like it's a good like initial filter. Like you can take it from like
like what?
This is true. This is not the romantic narrative that you're very prone to.
I feel like how did you two meet? Well, she passed the 3 filters I set up, and I mean, but that's also can you put into a survey the things that you're interested in? Yeah. I mean, I definitely think about this a lot with hiring, like teams, engineers, and so on. With engineers, you're okay losing truly special engineers because you have to filter because there's like thousands of applications. Like it feels like I worry that you would miss the thing that actually, because so much of it is chemistry, so
You
much of
might.
it is like the magic. Yeah,
But the thing is, you're missing it anyway. Like,
yeah, you're missing it.
it's
just by
you
seeing
can just run it, and then in addition, try some of those people, and then but then go on the dates that you're going to go on with anyway, regardless. It's just the thing that helps like pull someone out of the crowd. Like this, I dated a guy from my survey. I ran the survey. I assigned point values to each of the questions.
Yeah.
I went on a date with like the top couple people, and then one of them I was like, and I'm still dating him to this day. It was awesome. And I never would have gone on a date with him without the survey.
Can you, if from memory, or we can look it up, do you remember what kind of questions were on the survey?
I asked a couple different categories. I asked about like basic life stuff. So like what kind of relationships, like monogamy versus polyamory, like do you want kids? You know, like where you want to live, like basic things that you need to be compatible. And then I asked like sexual compatibility, like various preferences.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had a section about like personality, like what are, I try to ask questions that would do the most effective filtering. So like what are ways that like I can't give people what they need that like maybe they really want? Like I'm not very outdoorsy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very common. A lot of people like being outdoorsy. So I asked the question like, how much do you value someone else that you're dating being outdoorsy? And if they were yes, I was like, okay, I should probably downgrade
But what
the
if,
results.
man? But doesn't polyamory make that really difficult? Because can't they find somebody for the outdoorsy stuff?
Yeah, they could. I mean, this isn't like, but if you're going to have somebody, it's like nicer to have them be more compatible than less.
But you were a little bit like, in terms of sexual compatibility, you were able to, like, you're self-aware enough to know what preferences you have. Like you can.
I think so. I think that one helped a lot with the escorting. Like the escorting helped a lot with knowing my preferences.
But there's like, out of the giant pool of different preferences, you haven't like a subset that's clearly defined for you. Okay, like dominant, submissive.
Yeah, power dynamic stuff.
Power dynamic
Yeah.
stuff. Okay. In the not just sexual, but in relationship too. Like that was that in the survey.
I don't like power dynamics in relationships. I didn't
Not
ask about,
defining them in like making it clear in a survey, like asking a question about power dynamics in a relationship.
I don't think I asked about power dynamics in relationships because I just assume most people don't. And there's a lot of things that are kind of like
Most people don't. You're putting together a survey, a systematic survey to understand compatibility. Wouldn't power dynamics inside a relationship that naturally emerge often be part of the question, or is that hard to question because it naturally emerges?
Well, the thing is, like a lot of questions sort of overlap in demographic, and if you're making a survey, you want to have the minimum possible questions that give the maximum possible like filtering information.
Yes.
So
wait a minute. But that purpose of that survey wasn't to do a good research study. It was to select one subject you could take.
So that's part of it is good. Like you want to most efficiently filter out because one, like you get more people taking the survey, the fewer questions you have, which is good for finding a mate. Like if you have 5,000 men take the survey, it's better than 1,000 men taking.
Don't you want men that would be patient enough and dedicated enough?
Yeah, but like, what if you're like a high-powered man who's like on his lunch break?
Yeah.
Right. So it's like you just
like a billionaire's too busy just flipping through. Yeah.
And the guy that I dated was he took the survey. He was waiting for the pizza to come out of the oven, and so it was important that it was short. And so you want to be efficient.
Or literally pizza.
He was literally waiting for pizza, and he saw the thing. He's like, I guess I'll just fill out the survey really fast, and it changed our lives.
So romantic.
It's for me. This is my kind of romance. I'm really into it. But you could be efficient with surveys by like making sure your questions don't overlap. So for example, if somebody's very polyamorous, they're very unlikely to be interested in like a traditional like man works and like and the job and the woman stays home and raises the kids kind of relationship, because poly people just generally don't do that. Yeah. And so if I'm asking about polyamory, it sort of kind of already covers the thing. And so if I have a whole bunch of questions, like I can kind of like triangulate a bunch of implicit kinds of questions that I haven't directly asked about. So this is why I didn't ask directly about power dynamics, because like from the rest of the questions that are in my survey, like I can pretty accurately predict whether or not you're going to be interested in power dynamics.
But I'm afraid. I'm trying to think as you're talking. I get it. That's really interesting that you did that. Also, maybe not for the effectiveness of finding a partner, but for just exploring the process of human sexuality, of like the search, this complicated optimization process we're all engaging in on the landscape of happiness that seems to be this. Not even a differentiable function. It's a giant nonlinear mess. Okay, But like for me, I don't think I would be able to design that survey. I would like bias it too strongly. Like I'll probably prefer women that have read Dostoevsky or something like that. Like that would be a filter for me, right?
Yeah.
But like that's a horrible filter because there's a lot of like there's a lot of amazing people that they don't give a shit about reading, or they don't give a shit about reading Russian literature, or they don't give a shit about, but they're amazing and passionate and creative and all in some other dimension that you might completely miss. But you're like, because I wonder if there's any, basically you're saying compatibility, like hard lines that statistically is just going to be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, you weight this a lot more.
Yeah.
But there's also like preferences. Like if you have a woman who's totally equal and she's read the thing that you like, versus another woman who's also identical, but like she hasn't read the thing that you like you probably like very slightly prefer the one.
But you don't know if they identical. Yes, but like you can't through survey get the identical. Like you don't know.
Sure, but you can kind of like do a whole bunch of weight. So like the person that like I ended up going on a date with, he did not answer like correctly to a lot of the survey questions, but he didn't have to. Like he was just overall the weights were like he just tended to be more in the direction.
Was there a text-based fill-in like survey? But like paragraph like.
No, you want to avoid that if you're dealing with like large amounts of data.
No, why not? Because you have to fill. Oh, interesting. Like I'm different because like first of all, you can do keyword searches.
No, okay,
second of all, you do machine learning models that first of all you can do like crude metrics like the length.
That's a good point.
Of how long they've written, right? And it could flag certain things. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to. I've looked at like for hiring. I've looked at like thousands of applications really quickly. Like you can really the human brain is really interesting, especially like if you visually highlight certain information for yourself, like keywords, or again with machine learning models like sentiment. You can highlight the parts that will catch your eye better than not. And I can go through just a huge number of applications.
Are you telling me I can use, if I learn machine learning, I can process dating survey applications better?
Yes. No, okay. Like textual.
Yeah, like I can like have them write things in. Like this is like a new way of.
That would be
It's a really good incentive.
I think that would. So the really nice aspect of text input, like long form text input, multiple long form text input based on an interestingly phrased question, is you get to learn how to make a better survey. I think you would appreciate that. Like you start to see how they're actually interacting with these questions. Like I asked certain questions, like just to see how people think. Is it better to work smart or better to work hard? Or is it ever okay to betray a close friend? Like I'll ask like questions like this that don't really have a right answer, but I just want to see how they think. Or is truth more important than loyalty?
Yeah.
And I get their long form answer.
You get and you get to see the reasoning process.
Yeah, like what it reveals so much, not just about the person, but about the kind of questions I should be asking that have nothing to do with truth or loyalty, like how to get a good engineer with like very specific questions. But I think it's really useful to get text input.
I have done text input usually with beta surveys. So I usually do beta surveys before I do the real survey.
What's the beta survey?
Like I do like a shorter version, or it depends on what I'm doing, but like a different version of the survey that I have people take before I release. I use the information from the initial survey to inform the questions that I ask in the real survey. And I haven't actually recently, but I used to do a lot of like the text-based questions to see for similar, although I don't think I relied on it quite as heavily. And if I introduced machine learning, I think it would be a lot more efficient.
I love that you're also doing like you're writing scripts and stuff. Like you're doing some like statistical analysis. Are you using Python mostly?
Yeah. I had to learn Python for this just a couple months ago.
Way to learn Python, and the best reason to learn machine learning is to solve actual like problems.
Yeah, I can't be motivated. I'm just not motivated to learn something unless there's an actual curiosity I have, and I have to learn it and to solve it. I was trying to avoid learning coding for so long, but eventually my data set became too large. I couldn't work with it with anything else, so Python it is.
You know what's also an interesting data set that you're probably interested in a little bit is like Twitter itself, right? I don't know if I've played with the Twitter API a lot.
Can you just get the download the? I'm stuttering now because
download the Twitter. You download Twitter. No, there's a lot of Twitter. So Twitter is a social network with a bunch of people. They're interacting a lot. Like there's like I don't know, the number is insane, the number of interactions, but there's different ways to interact to get data from Twitter. There's streams. You can look at. It depends what you're interested in. You can do results for searches. You can look at individual tweets and get entire, which to me is super interesting, the entire tree of different conversations, the replies,
Ooh.
which might be very interesting for you because like it's not. It's much harder to ask rigorous questions, which you do with your polls, but you could see like how divisive certain things are.
Yeah, probably
Look at
good,
sentiment.
like calibrators to figure out like exactly what questions you should be asking.
Yeah, and also highlight interesting anecdotal things where like two people freak out at each other and just argue, like a thread that goes on for like 1,000 messages that you might never be even aware is happening because you're like, because Twitter doesn't like surface that. Like it would be, Twitter doesn't make it easy for you to like visualize what the hell's going on even with your own social network. Like if you post something that's controversial that gets a large amount of attention, you can't clearly visualize everything that's going on.
Yeah,
like it's a blurry, amorphous. Like you're just kind of looking through the fog at different replies, and it kind of So to
you see with the API, they have like graphs of networks.
they have the data for the graphs. Yeah, so you can reconstruct
so cool.
it yourself. Yeah, and then you have different levels of access in terms of how many queries you can do.
That's really cool.
And now because there's like Elon, there's a lot of sort of revolutionary stuff happening at Twitter. I think you could literally sort of push for innovation there. Like there's aggressive innovation happening. So in terms of requesting stuff for the API, you could do all that kind of stuff. I think Twitter is just a fascinating platform for as cliche as it sounds, for studying. For me, it's interesting what makes for a healthy conversation. That term has been used, but it's interesting how conversation, to me, it's fascinating how conversations break down and not. Like how like the virality of drama or conflict or disagreement, how that evolves when a large number of people are involved, when a large number of misinterpretation of statements is involved in text-based with some anonymity thrown in. Like I feel like there's a lot of study that can be done there.
I mean, Twitter's probably not great at it, right, as it stands.
No.
Because like necessarily short, you can quote tweet things out of context, etc.
But we should understand that, right?
Yeah.
At a large scale, you should be able to study that kind of thing. What was your casual sex survey?
I actually haven't looked at it in a while. I think I just asked people about a whole bunch of fetishes because you don't want to be obvious about yours because some people are going to hijack it to try to tell you that they like what you like.
Sure.
So you want to be obscure. So how do you design a survey where you're testing for a thing but you're still obscure about the thing you're trying to ask about?
So you still see it as a survey.
Yeah.
Like an application. Because I think you tweeted saying like, I'm thinking of just like showing up to San Francisco and saying, is anybody open for casual sex?
Yeah.
Something like this. Am I misremembering?
Maybe escorting? I'm not sure.
Oh, for escort. Sorry.
Which is similar. Like I kind of use escorting as the way to have casual sex now.
Okay, so let's talk about escorting. So you wrote about escorting in your blog post. Escorting was good for me. How did you get into escorting? I
was working at I quit camming because I was burned out and I was like trying to work at a friend's startup and it was hard for me. It's difficult for me to work on projects that are not my projects. And so I was like, hey, fuck it. Like, I want to go back to sex work. I want to make more money, but I don't want to cam anymore because I'm burned out. So I'm like, well, let's try. I had a friend who's an escort. I'm like, let's try that. And so we had a call. She outlined the basics for me, and then I put up some ads and started working.
What's the basics of escorting? How does it work?
If you want to get started escorting, so just as you have a career change, you're going to want to get some nice photos. So you probably already have those.
First of all, you assumed I haven't done it before. How rude.
Have you?
Yeah. Well, recreation I would like to do professionally, I suppose. So if I wanted to do it, if I really want to step up my game, how would I do it?
Yeah, well, we got the whole tutorial. Recreational escorting is just okay.
No, meaning like selling products on Etsy versus doing a startup. Yeah.
Well, I mean, escorting is kind of all just selling products on Etsy.
No, but selling a lot of products on Etsy.
High volume. You've dabbled.
Yeah. yeah.
Small handcrafted
It's a small handcrafted
Artisan.
dolls. Yeah,
escorting.
versus mass manufactured.
Okay, if you go to mass manufacture, you're escorting.
I just feel like I haven't been getting, I've been undervaluing my services, and I would
Yeah.
like to really step up.
I think you could really just like grease some marketing gears and be
Yeah, I mean, it's just some of this is marketing. So like, how I guess I want to is it similar to camming in that way? Like, is it you basically advertise and you're like the marketing, all the creativity that you mentioned before, all of that?
Yeah, I found escorting to be pretty easy because escorting is not like highly competitive. For example, camming is highly competitive because like the thing that I outlined before, the amount of money that you make determines your ranking. And you can also go and see other girls. You can see what they're doing. So if a girl figures out an incredible strategy for making money, it's like 2 seconds before that strategy proliferates into everybody else. So it's very fast paced and like really tough. But escorting, you don't get to see what other girls are doing. You can look at their websites, but like you don't know what they're doing with clients at all. You can look at their rates, but you don't know what their volume is. So you don't actually know what is successful and what isn't very much. So I think there's much less like evolution of marketing through this process. And so I came in with like my aggressive marketing skills from being a cam girl. I think that really helped. I did very well as an escort. I just came in and like made a fantastic website, and I knew how to do the ads right. And
What was the finding people? Like, is it also like finding the right kind of customer?
Yeah.
The right kind of client?
I got like in a lot of trouble for this recently in the sex worker sphere because I said that if you raise prices, you're more likely to encounter clients that aren't going to abuse you. Like it's safer. They did not. They said that I was being classist, implying that poor people are more violent. But to be fair, if you're a guy and you want to be violent towards a woman, you're probably not going to be paying her a lot of money. You're probably going to you're the kind of person likely who's going to haggle a lot because you don't respect her.
Yeah.
But anyway, that aside, it's a little pet peeve for me. Yeah, I started charging $800 an hour, and then pretty rapidly raised it to $1,200, and then a while after that, raised it to $1,400.
Well, the interesting thing you mentioned, in my extensive research, you used to do $1,200 to $1,400 an hour, and then you said that you're thinking of jumping back in at a rate of $2,400 the first hour.
Yeah.
And I think $900 each successful hour. That's interesting. That's that. I mean, to me, that's really interesting. Like the first, like why? It's like
Why
a
the
lot on the first
discrepancy?
hour. Yeah.
It's just because it's like depends on how you want to incentivize like the amount of hours. So if you have to pay a lot for the first hour, but not very much for the successive, you're more likely to buy like a longer period of time. And usually, I find that clients who buy a longer period of time are nicer to you. I don't have like a great theory for why that is, but they're more likely to like take you to dinner and get to know you first. And I just enjoy that a lot more. I enjoy like knowing who I'm gonna have sex with, like a date,
Yeah, so it incentivizes the long form date dynamic versus not. That's really interesting. How does money change the dynamic? Just basic human dynamic of interacting for free versus for money. Like I think about that a lot because like just talking to rich people, it's like you usually get paid for your time, and you're doing this for free.
Mm-hmm.
Like what? What's the difference? Is there a difference really, or no?
But yeah, so it depends a lot. So when I was doing it full time, it was my only source of income. It changed quite a lot because I was really incentivized to have repeat customers. So I'm like, okay, if my primary interaction with you is to like have you hire me again. I'll do whatever that takes to make that happen. And so if I have to like laugh at jokes that I don't find funny or like be like more adoring of your penis than I actually genuinely feel, like that's what I'm going to express.
Yeah.
And obviously it's to some degree like titrated, it's unpleasant the end that I didn't want to, but to some degree there was this sort of way it works in any sort of customer service job. Like you want the customer to leave happy, so you just make sure that you are happy the whole time and you're like, really enjoying the other person. But so recently when I've like kind of dabbled in it since making money through a side thing that I'm like I said, it's fulfilling the role of casual sex for me. So like I don't have to do it. This is not my primary job. I just want sort of a good excuse to like have sex with somebody, and the money is like a great filter for that. And so in that case,
that's interesting. So the money's okay. The money's basically a filter for somebody who's taking this interaction seriously.
Yeah. It also, so there's an interesting like psychological thing where I have difficulty having casual sex with somebody because some part of my brain, which I assume is like quite female, is doing some evaluation of status and whether or not this is going to damage my reputation by having sex with them. So like if you found out that I went and like had random sex with like a homeless man, you might be like, wow, that says something about Ayla. Like maybe she's trashy, or she just has no standards for who she's gonna fuck. But so some part of me is continually anxious. I'm like, does this mean I have no standards if I decide to have casual sex with you? Like, what are people going to think? And so if you introduce money, it takes away that anxiety. I don't have to worry about it because it's like, oh, of course Ayla would have sex with that person. They paid her. Like, this is not an indication of the kind of mate that she can get. This is just an indication of like a business transaction. And this allows me to enjoy casual sex so much more when somebody pays me for it, to the degree that like I almost view it as a kink. And so it's like, so I'm using it sort of to replace casual sex now. Like occasionally, like, just pay, like it's paying me a little bit to erase the anxiety and I'll like have a fun time.
I mean, can't you see like dinner like that or something like that as the person pays for dinner? Or like, so like it's all just, if any money's involved, if it's a kink, then you could just like use it and you buys a coffee at a Starbucks. It's like, all right.
Right, but it has to be plausible. Like you have to like trick my brain into like having it actually be incentivizing for me.
2 coffees? Like a
if you're like,
cappuccino or something? Or
yeah, like, oh, the homeless man bought me a coffee and then I sucked his dick. Like, that's not cool.
All right, so
no shade to homeless men, by the way. Like, I've been friends with a lot of them. I'm just using like some sort of stereotype of.
Yeah. So like it has to be plausible where you can trick your mind. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And so that's different. So now in this sort of frame, I am still like, I'm accepting money, but still much more expressive of my actual preferences. So like before when I would start escorting full time, I was suppressive, and now I'm like, fine, like I'm doing this for me, so we're going to make sure that I have a good time, and so I'm much more demanding.
And then you're having more fun because you're not pretending,
exactly.
like laughing at a joke or something like that. That sounds terrible. Sounds like.
I mean,
it's also like social. I mean, I guess I would I do that? Like when you first meet people, like strangers and so on, there's some aspect of like niceties, but I don't know, intimacy, like real intimacy requires like getting past the niceties. Like laughing at somebody's joke when it's not funny feels like anti-intimacy.
Yeah, but I laugh at so many jokes automatically. Even it's interesting because like I don't mean to. I'm not trying to be fake. But like if I'm in a group of people and somebody makes a joke and everybody laughs, I laugh even before I'm checking within myself. Like, do I genuinely enjoy this joke?
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, like the degree that I am sort of just like a result of social programming in all cases, that like when I'm with a client back when I was doing it full time, like it doesn't feel significantly different. It just felt like a different version of myself.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, to that degree. To the degree you don't feel like you're going against your nature. Yeah. Yeah,
it was very rare that I actually felt like I was going against my nature.
What about the market of how much to charge? So 2,400. Like, how transparent is that market? Is there like a market?
Like, how much can you sell when you're charging that much?
Yeah, no. Like, what are the competitors? Like, if this.
Oh yeah.
Like, what are you distinctly? Because you said it's a lot of it is a bit more shrouded in mystery. Mm-hmm. I guess more confidential. Like, do you have some transparency to the market, what the competitors are? And so,
a survey of escorts, only like 130. I'm trying to remember, and the median was around like $300, I think, an hour.
Oh wow.
Something like that, with a very long tail at the top end. I'm trying to remember I also asked the amount, or I could calculate the amount they made per month. I think it was like $6,000 or $7,000 a month. Mm-hmm. I need to double check that one, but
I charge $50 an hour.
Charge $50 an hour. You should raise your rates.
Yeah, I believe I give a really shitty hand job. All right.
But usually the rates are around, like if you want a median escort in a big city, it's usually $4 to $6.
A city, so $400 to $600
in a big city. But like smaller cities, you charge the rates go lower.
So that's so fascinating. What's like the most you've ever seen somebody charge?
I think I am.
You're like the.
But at this point, it's because
of a connoisseur, girl.
Like,
I
can
just believe.
I can just put it in the same number.
Some bitches out there are like, hey,
just the fact that you're sort of like a sexuality expert, like research and so on. Like your mind is fascinating as well.
What's like
and you're a bit of a celebrity. Does that play into it?
Yeah.
Or do you feel the celebrity now? Like
what's the average?
Yeah, absolutely. Usually, if people are interested in
it, it's
because of that.
Move it 200 and.
But that's different. Like I think, besides the fun part, like the this is a kink as opposed to this is a job. Like with this is a job, usually the high end is closer to
What do you
2,000
think
an
is
hour.
fair?
Like
In
the very
today's
high
day and
end.
age, 200
Have clients ever fallen in love with you?
probably will go
I
up.
think so, yeah.
When people find
I think
out,
it doesn't happens to me much less than most other people due to like the thing I think we were talking about before,
Which is what?
where like you give off vibes, maybe like subconscious vibes.
but has it been worth it?
Do they have
allegedly?
fallen in love? But not
Every
as
fucking
often.
time.
I think something about my
Yeah.
signaling indicates that
I've
people should
never
not fall in
not
love
had
with
an
me because I don't
amazing
think it
time.
happens very much. And it
Why?
happens a lot with other women that I know.
Well,
But I have occasionally had. The thing is, it's hard for me because I try to be as vulnerable as I
see it
can
as,
in a
like,
connection with a client.
this is really how I see it.
I
Maybe we can
really
go
like
on a
some
date,
of them. I
it's
still
gonna cost
remember
me
some of them
$200
very
to
fondly, and
fucking
I hope they're doing well.
buy you dinner
And some of them are really profound.
drinks
Like
and shit.
one guy saw me because he found out he was dying of
And
cancer,
you're gonna fuck
and
me
he
afterwards.
was like, "I don't want to die
Why
without
not
seeing someone."
Just get down to brass
Like,
tacks. I'll
Jesus
save
Christ,
you
it's
time.
such a.
You save me time.
I don't know. I'm very touched by many of the people that I saw.
So there's like deep intimacy there.
Yeah, I know that it's brief, and I know that it's like kind of weird, but like there's like a real glimpse into somebody's soul when you get to be intimate. And I think this is especially
Morning,
true for
girl.
men because a lot of time men don't have like a way to be really vulnerable in front of anybody. But like if you're in
One
bed
of
with
those
a woman
fucking
that you find to be attractive, you can
Huevos Ranchero
sort of
shit.
let loose a little
I
bit
didn't
more.
even
So they
think
can
about
become vulnerable in general
it. It
quickly.
was just
Yeah.
like
I really like that. I like being as vulnerable as I can to match it. Like I'm not forcing myself or anything, but like I just feel into it and like notice how like beautiful the person was and like feel grateful for
Huevos
being able to
Rancheros.
be in this intimate experience with them. And that
That's
was
the
so
thing.
wonderful.
Does it ever hurt to say goodbye?
No, but I think that's unique to me because I like being alone a lot. Even with my friends who I like dearly, I'm like happy not seeing them
Mhm.
because I don't like making facial expressions very much. But I do miss some of my clients.
Wait, sorry. What does making facial expression have to do with saying goodbye?
Well, if you are not with somebody in person, you don't have to make facial expressions anymore.
Oh, you can just think about them.
Yeah, you can just sit there totally blank face and then have all of the emotions that you want.
You telling me?
Do you have this thing too?
No, it's not a thing, but like you're on camera,
Yeah.
so like I feel feelings, but
I
people
had
usually
to
want
take
you
it out, allegedly.
like feelings on my face,
Yeah. Like
right?
that. Good job.
Yeah, and there you go. So like I definitely there could be
Man.
just an introvert thing where you like have
I gotta take
a
a
vibrant
major league.
inner world.
Major league? You
You
said
forget
major
to show
league.
to the
No,
rest
that
of
was
the
just
world.
kind of
And
me
also I'm
talking. I
standing
don't
in
know.
social interaction, and
We're not at
I
that
just have a
point.
lot of anxiety about interacting
But
with the
maybe,
external
like-
world. So yeah,
I'm kind of surprised to hear that because
Definitely
when you
college,
talked about like finding
Really?
delight in everything and everything is fun, like I usually don't associate that with having not very much anxiety.
well, because I have we mentioned that earlier. I appreciate the beauty in the world when I observe it, but then when I'm interacting with others, I have a very harsh self-critical aspect to my brain that says like, you're gonna fuck this up. You're gonna fuck up this interaction. You're gonna fuck up the beauty that's there. If I'm sort of being fragile and vulnerable for a moment, one of the things I'm afraid of, I get so much love from people that listen or even like reach out, like you said through the survey, like women and so on. I'm afraid that you admire me because you don't know me, but you won't admire me once you know me. So that's self-critical. But it's just silly. I mean, as you get older, you're like, yeah, okay. Like I'm able to step away and objectively look at myself. I was like, you're fine, you're good. But it's still there's a part of the brain that you can't just shut off.
What would fucking up in this conversation look like? Like, it doesn't have to be rational, but I'm curious if there's like a specific thing.
A lot of it is just a feeling, like an amorphous fear of failure. What it would actually look like. Maybe because we're talking about sexuality, me not being able to eloquently explain the worldview I have and why I appreciate it. That would make me feel like a failure, because that would make me feel like maybe you don't know what you're doing, right? Because sexuality, not sexuality, but even romantic relationships are really important to happiness. They're really important to me, and I'm not sure like the conception of love I have, romantic love, is like fully made rigorous. So especially when I'm talking to you that thinks very rigorously about a lot of these topics, I'm not sure I've thought about them a lot. I feel them. I interact with the world in the space of feelings. Maybe I'm almost afraid to be very rigorous with these kinds of thoughts. And so I think the failure would be like I would be confronted with the fact that I can't explain what makes me happy. That could be a failure. And there could be just a bunch of other failures. Another big failure is like I think you're a really brilliant person. And a lot of folks I know and admire your work as well. And so like for me not to be part of highlighting that brilliance would be a failure, definitely.
Like because some other people might feel like notice the discrepancy or something.
Yeah, but no, that's not other people. Just my personal,
I see.
my personal feeling. And then, the other is like jokes, because like we're talking about sex, right? So for me, like it's fun to just joke around, but you also have to tread carefully because like it's a weird surface because like even I already feel bad about making a joke for $50 for a hand job that's crappy by me, but I think sometimes you just got to go for it. I went for it. It kind of fell flat face, but that's the thing with the conversation.
For what it's worth, I think there's like this fear where it's like if you become like scientific about something, you'll figure out that your feelings are unjustified, and then you'll experience this horrible thing where like shit, like I'm like afraid of this, but I'm sort of being forced to by my logical mind to like believe this thing, which I don't think this is true at all. I think like your feelings are there for a reason, like they're for a good reason. And like logic or like rigorous analysis or something should be dedicated to figuring out why it's there, not to like suppress it or tell it it shouldn't be there.
What do you think is more important to just life? Is it reason versus emotion? Like not life to what makes us human, I guess.
My romantic narrative answer to this, which is like not rigorous at all, is curiosity.
Curiosity.
Yeah.
Is curiosity? That's such a middle. Curiosity is like both emotion and reason.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like this pull, because reason is the tool you use to figure out the puzzle, and then curiosity is the pull towards the puzzle.
Yeah, I don't like worldviews that pit like emotion and rationality as opposite each other. They feel like beautiful parts of like a cohesive whole.
Yeah.
If you're doing rationality to the extent where you're like suppressing some emotional reactions you have, then I think you're doing it wrong. You're like missing a big part of it. Like it should be like integrated. It should be like part of like one unified flow. Like the things that you like, if you want to be in a romantic committed relationship for the rest of your life, then this is like beautiful and good, and the kind of like logic that you're using to make sense of the world should be fitted into that correctly. I think it's really cool. Like anytime you have sort of like an internal at odds thing, I think you're like using some sort of force to suppress one or the other. Like, I'm not allowed to reason about this, or I'm not allowed to feel about that. And that feels harsh to me. And I think curiosity is the solution. Like if you're simply just calmly curious, why do I feel like that? Let's go find out. That's so cool, right? Like you can use logic and your feelings to like discover the answer.
Do you sometimes, because you do this kind of technique, which is interesting, and I've mentioned it to others, you'll sometimes step away from like a third person perspective and describe the feeling you're feeling, or like even just the situation. Like you'll step out and talk about, wait, what is happening here?
Like in the conversation itself.
In the conversation itself.
Yeah.
First of all, what is that? Do you find that to be useful and interesting? Because it's very interesting. It feels raw and honest. The danger of it seems like you escape the actual experience of it, though. So that's the trade-off. You make it intellectual, right?
Is it though intellectual to do that? Maybe it is. I don't mean to.
No, maybe that's the wrong word. You can make it intellectual.
Yeah.
But you can still continue the same flavor because you're not fully disengaging from the conversation. You're just creating an extra meta layer.
Yeah.
That's happening.
I think exploring the emotional reaction to what's going on in the moment.
Yeah. In some ways, it's actually making it stronger, like, or enriching it, like making it more. Giving it more context, giving it deeper understanding.
I think
Yeah.
there's like a way of going meta that is a flinch move. Like, oh, I noticed that we're doing this thing. I'm going to name it. And I think the thing that I described earlier, like when the homeless guy approached me and asked, can you go home with me? And I was like, oh, are you trying to have sex with me right now? Like what I was doing is like a meta move. Like you're stepping outside, okay, what is the purpose of this conversation? And we explicitly identify it. And in that case, I think that is sort of like a flinch move. Like I'm not telling him my emotional response. I'm not like being fully present. I'm like sort of identifying it as a way to subvert what's going on. And so I absolutely think this is a possible thing. But I usually try to be aware of that myself. And it depends on the purpose of what's going on.
That guy, because that is actually like a chess move you did. You had a purpose with that chess move, but the flirtation is on. Like he could have, done a better move that would make you like curious, like
Yeah, that's true.
like interesting, because you had an agenda with that, but he could have changed your mind. Like he could have with a few words, because you just created extra layers, extra entry points.
If he'd gone more meta,
Yeah,
I'd have been like, okay, well, now I am going to sleep with you.
Exactly. And yet, see, there is something, that's aids into the chemistry of the conversation when you do that. Man, I really enjoy it. It's like a rare. I forget. Did you not? I forget who. I've had a few people do that with me, like just in conversation, and I feel like you were involved somehow because I've met you before. Somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were, or you were just in
parties together.
or maybe it was just like a bunch of people that kind of play with the same, or like a couple.
There's circling. It's just a practice explicitly dedicated towards that.
What's circling?
Circling is
That
like
might be the thing. Like,
yeah, I think so. We have some mutual circlers in our
circlers.
networks
Okay,
here.
what's circling? I don't remember what's.
I'm gonna describe it horribly because it's like one of those things that's difficult to describe unless you experience it, like kind of like drugs.
Yeah.
But it's something like you sit around. There's like kind of guidelines to the conversation where you talk about the present moment.
Yeah.
And you're like honest about your experiences as much as you can be, and if you don't want to be honest, then you say I don't want to be honest.
Yeah.
And you're like commitment to connection. So you're here to like actually connect with the other person, understand them, and be understood.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to like project. So if you're like have an analysis about the other person, you own it. You're like, I'm experiencing you as this, and then you check is it true, or like.
Are you supposed to be almost like converting it towards the thing you're thinking, like constantly?
If it feels right in the moment, you can. The thing is, it's very amorphous, right? It's like almost like creating a magical sensation. And I've seen some very good circlers, really high skill circle, and I feel like I'm on drugs when that happens. It's very rare to see.
Does it feel honest somehow?
Yeah, very honest. Like right now in this moment, I'm feeling like kind of like nervous energy because I'm talking to you, and this is a unique situation, and like I want you to think I'm cool.
Yeah.
I want everybody listening to me to think I'm cool, but I'm also having some sort of delight at being able to express in this way, and like some admiration for how you like set up and built this thing that I can be a part of. And all of these things are sort of in my body right now as this sort of vibrating high thing.
I remember like in the party setting, because I've had to talk to a few people, I felt like it was going sexual very quickly.
Okay. I don't know if you remember this, but the first time I met you, I didn't know who you were. I knew I'd heard your name. Like you introduced your name, and like I think I've heard people discuss that.
Sure.
And I was in the middle of a very sexual conversation with another woman.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I was. And you just like turned around and left very shortly afterwards. And I thought it was very.
Oh, was I listening in on the conversation or something?
I think it was like I was talking to her, and you were just kind of like right there, and so we introduced ourselves, and then we continued on with the conversation. You were like standing there and listening.
Yeah.
And then
I don't think I would have left the cut. So it's funny. You probably interpreted it in a different way.
I interpret it as not wanting to listen to like graphic sexual stuff.
Was it like super graphic?
I don't know. I was asking her about. I was interviewing her about her fetish, basically.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I would have walked away from that. I would have been like curious. Oh, interesting, because I don't often see people having a deep interview about fetishes. Like I wouldn't even be. Listen, I'm like Jane Goodall here. Like I'm not I'm not afraid of sexuality or something like that. I just have certain values in terms of like monogamy and so on. But I think sexuality is really beautiful. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I can't imagine myself walking away from that conversation.
Somebody must have like called you or something, because I didn't remember exactly how it worked. I just remember thinking later on.
Or maybe I thought I was intruding.
Oh,
it was very
okay.
I would like to actually have like footage of that conversation so we can actually interpret what actually happened, because it's probably, I mean, human interactions are funny like that. It can happen for all kinds of reasons. Have you ever fallen in love with a client?
No, I mean like in tiny ways, like micro loves. Like,
Have you ever fallen in love?
I mean, I don't know what it means, but probably the thing that other people say when they say fall in love is probably something I've experienced.
What do you think they mean?
Um,
What is love? Ayla?
I know.
No.
It's a fantastic question. I think so. Love is one of those words that refers to like a billion different concepts, and I think we maybe should just taboo the term to have a better understanding of what we're referring to. Because there's things like feeling intense attachment. There's something feeling like soulfully aligned. There's like sexual attraction. There's like
Are you
excitement.
talking to me and saying we should taboo the term love in
Maybe.
this conversation? How dare you? Yeah, well, okay. Romantic love.
To make it flourish into lots of other new definitions.
Okay, thank you.
We're
Let's
expanding
limit.
love.
It sounds like you're censoring the most important word. This is like 1984 all over again. Okay. Also on the book reading list. Oh, okay. Listen. No, romantic love, like a deep intimacy for somebody else, like a deep connection with a human being. That is also. I mean, yeah, with polyamory, it's tricky, and your relationship with sex is also tricky. So, like, what's the difference between a deep friendship and a friendship that also has a sexual component?
I remember being very confused about that when I did a lot of LSD. I was like, what? The line between romantic relationships and everything else kind of got blurred. I was like, oh, I'm just like in intimacy.
Yeah.
And some intimacies mean that you spend your life together more and you have sex, but like and the same basic thing is there. Like you're seeing someone for like, who they are.
Do you think you can be, if you're heterosexual, do you think you could be really deeply close with friends with a guy and not have sexual relationships with him?
I assume it's possible. Like if anything is ever possible, then probably yeah. Like
Well, everything is possible. Time travel is possible. Quantum mechanics makes traveling faster than the speed of light is possible, according to general relativity. Everything is possible. So you're saying there's a chance. Dumb and Dumber has taught me that everything
it's probably
is fucking possible.
not super likely, assuming that they are like attracted to each other.
Yeah. And for somebody that does surveys and statistical analysis, we're interested in like what's the likely thing here versus like what's possible.
If you say possible, it's like anything's open.
Did you just avoid answering the love thing? Okay.
I have a lot to say about love. It's just like to be precise.
Yeah. Okay. Let's be precisely imprecise and continue.
That was my phone.
It feels like a passive-aggressive suggestion that we shouldn't talk about love anymore, but we shall continue.
No, we should absolutely talk about love. It's just the term is very confusing. Because it's like some people say the word love, and the thing that they're thinking of is like, oh, the butterfly is like the sparkle thing that I get in my stomach when I think about my loved one. But I study relationships over time. I just really, I did a survey about it, and that sparkle goes away within like 2 to 4 years. But people still report loving their partner after that. So I'm like, okay, like when you say the word love, like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah.
I just want to get on the same page.
Okay. So what are the different, so the butterflies, boy, I'd like to push back on 2 to 4 years on the butterflies, but okay.
I mean, statistically, not everybody.
Butterflies don't give a fuck about statistics. You ever heard of the flap of a butterfly wing causing like nuclear war? How do you describe that with your statistics? Okay, so butterflies, that's the basic infatuation, the chemistry of the initial interactions. Sure, but a deep, meaningful connection, like that feels like sexuality is a component of that. Like the kind of intimacy that's only possible when you're also sexual with another human being. On top of that, you have the butterfly, and on top of that, you have the friendship, and on top of that, you have like, what is that? That's a sandwich.
The love sandwich.
The love sandwich.
Okay, I'm down to call it a love sandwich.
Okay. We just call it sandwich. LS. Okay. What role does that play in the human condition? Like,
he asked about the human condition. It's an interesting phrase.
Yeah.
I'm like this is like not a phrase that's common in my own thinking.
Sure. Human condition is a good summary. You know, what do you think? What do you feel when I say
ask
human
very
condition?
different kinds of questions than you.
Sure. Yeah.
Which is interesting. I've been trying to like figure out like what kind of brain like you have is like creating like this category of question. Which is why I was like thinking like there's something about a poetic narrative in there.
Yeah.
Because it's very like aesthetic. I think you've asked much more aesthetic questions than I do.
I don't even know what the word aesthetic means.
Like artistic.
Artistic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know what aesthetic means, but I also don't know what it means. It's kind of like the word love. Aesthetic perspective. Yeah, well, but part of it in conversation, you don't want to ask a question that has an answer fully always.
Like, do you have an example of a question that has?
What's the meaning of has an answer?
Yeah, like one that you think like, that's like a bad question because it has an answer.
How many sexual partners you had in the last year?
Oh my God, that's such a. Okay, I feel like we just like got to some sort of crux about like the kinds of questions that we like to answer. Because I would love that question.
Okay, right.
To ask enough people.
All right, but that's that the story
Okay.
of what you felt over the past year.
That's true. But then I could just tell you. Okay, so by when you're saying the kinds of questions that you like, the ones that don't have an answer, by not an answer, you mean like not an answer where you can know that you're done telling it. Is that?
That you can escape having to think by actually answering it.
I see.
Yeah. The struggle is the place where we discover something, not the destination. Yeah. Consensual.
Okay. It's working. Okay, so what is the role of the love sandwich in the human condition?
Okay, that's fine. I take that question. It's a stupid question.
You don't have to. I'm ready to.
Do you like love? Do you personally
like love? Yeah, I mean, I think like there's a part of me that feels like I have unconditional love for all things. Like when you're talking about the class being beautiful, I felt that. It's like that feels like it felt like it rang something that like I have a similar resonance in me for that.
If I were to circle right now, I feel like you're avoiding the love question, the love sandwich question. What's your own personal feeling towards loving another human being versus having sex with another human being?
Love is like one of the concepts that dissolved for me a long time ago, so I have difficulty directly answering it. Sure. But I have the experience. When you describe the love sandwich, I feel like I have had that experience. I have it currently for some people. Also, like I'm dating people, and I have that. So
people who you date, you would describe sharing a love sandwich with them.
Yeah.
Okay. So how does I mean, that's great to hear. So are you afraid of love?
No, not at all.
So can you describe to me polyamory? What is it? What does it mean? Because there's like different terms.
Yeah.
You have a nice blog post about it.
Yeah, I have a personal definition of it, which I readily admit is not shared by a lot of people. But to me, the definition of polyamory is simply not forbidding your partner from pursuing intimacy with others.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you have to pursue it. Personally, like two people could be married and only have had sex with each other for 20 years. And as long as they're like, you know what, if you want to go have sex with somebody else, you're welcome to do that.
Well, the interesting thing you said is that doesn't mean they have to do it. They just have the freedom to do it.
Yeah. It's the freedom that matters to me.
Which is, I mean, it's called the polyamory post. You have so many good blog posts. People should just go look at read your writing. It's really, really strong and often backed by data, but also just a deeply honest look at yourself and your understanding of the world. It's nice. It's refreshing to be like with a lot of stuff I disagree with, but I feel like if I disagree with it, you'll be very open to arguing and kind of thinking through it. There's just the honesty that really is from the whole thing. Anyway, so I mean, it would be interesting to kind of explore what polyamory, like how it works. What are the different versions? What does that freedom look like? What does that freedom feel like to be able to go see other people?
Depends on you. Like, do you want to go see other people? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Usually for me, I tend to be pretty happy with like one or a few people.
Mm-hmm.
And then occasionally I like some novelty. So usually I'll go like I host orgies sometimes. So I'll host an orgy and then I'll go have sex with people at the orgy. And then that'll be good for the novelty for a while.
Can I ask you about orgies?
Yeah.
So how many people are in an orgy? What's like a standard? We're having a Sunday picnic and it's an orgy. What's like a number of people at an orgy?
Oh, it depends. I've only recently started hosting orgies, but I have been to a lot of orgies. I would say like the median is maybe 15 people.
I like how you say median versus mean. Okay. Median is 15 people. What's the gender distribution usually?
Usually about even. It's like ideal if you can get more women than men in most of them. I've recently been hosting free use orgies or orgies where consent is assumed by default when you enter. And of course you can revoke it anytime or go over a whole bunch of rules to make sure it's very safe. You like have wristbands. So nobody's actually doing anything they don't want to. But
nice.
And in those ones, you have to have more men than women.
I thought free use was like consensual, like at any time, but it's at any time within the constraints of this building or something like that.
Yeah, so at the orgies, it's like by entering, if you wear a wristband, then you are like by default opting into consent. So people don't have to like do a thing where they negotiate with you and like be like, is this okay? It's just the default is like you just go for it. And if they want you to stop, they say the safe word, like red, don't, and then you have to stop. And we do like exercise in the beginning, people saying red to make sure that everybody knows exactly what the rules are.
What's your favorite safe word?
Red.
Red.
When I first started doing like weird kinky shit, I was like, oh, let's make a safe word. And we picked the word foliage. I was like, that's goofy, right? And then, but then eventually came a time where I did actually, in fact, want to say the safe word, and I couldn't. I was like in agony. I was like crying, like I can't make myself say this stupid word right now.
Foliage.
So after that, I was like, red. Doesn't matter. I don't care. It's not funny. We're just going with very simple red.
Very practical. How does an orgy compare sexually to like a one-on-one sexual experience? Like, what is it? Same ballpark, or is it fundamentally different?
I mean, the experience of both orgies and one-on-one sex can be like really high variety.
There's a high variety.
But you kind of, it's a little bit like you're having sex with someone, but you're surrounded by really realistic VR porn of other people having sex.
Oh, okay, cool.
And sometimes it's like threesomes also, like maybe there's another person involved. But it's hard to like have a whole bunch of people in one cluster, because usually there's kind of different little clusters of people having their experience.
Sure.
I was part of a 10-woman orgy, a total lesbian thing, and that felt like a writhing cluster. It was very nice. But typically you kind of separate out with like very small pods of people doing stuff.
Okay. So back to polyamory. So what's a good what does it take to manage? Do you have a main partner if you're being polyamorous and you're dating multiple people? Is there usually a main one for you personally?
For me personally, kind of yes. Like right now, I kind of two that aren't like I see roughly around. For me, it's kind of just descriptive. Like if I just happen to be seeing you a lot more and I confide in you more than you, like you're descriptively my primary partner. But I don't usually have rules to protect that. I'm down with rules to protect it if you're trying to build something. Like if I buy a house together, I'll be like, okay, we need to like whatever our relationship is, we have to do the thing where we're both paying the rent for the house or the mortgage or whatever. A lot of people do have primary, so it's very common to have like prescriptive, like I'm gonna get married to you and you're not allowed to like have anal sex with anybody else, that sort of thing.
What about like the transparency and the communication they have to do? I usually try to be super honest about it.
Extremely, yeah. I mean, I've learned over time that like even if it seems like a very small thing, you talk about the small thing. Because often I would just sort of have like a small twitch in myself, like I don't know if I like that, but I'm like, okay, this is really minor. It's probably nothing, and I don't. If I talk about it, it's going to make it into a thing, and I just don't want to make it into a thing, you know. And I've come to realize that it's worth making it into a thing because I can't predict at the time if like the small feeling I have is going to grow, and then when I grow it, now it's like much more difficult to deal with. So now it's like any little bit of jealousy I have, immediately communicate it. I'm like, I'm a little jealous of you right now. I don't hold that in at all. I used to be kind of like, back when I first started being poly, I used to try to pretend that I was not a jealous person, and that backfired quite a lot.
That's really interesting. So you do still feel jealousy?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And like and it's also interesting that you kind of recommend when there's a little bit of jealousy, like to bring that to the surface.
Yeah, just like excessively communicate, even if it feels stupid. Like I feel like a cliche. I feel like a stupid therapist training video. Like I just feel ridiculous sometimes when I'm saying the things, but I've learned over time it's just important to just say the things.
Because like, the traditional view of jealousy is exactly like you said. If you bring it up to the surface, like it's gonna sound like you're overreacting to everything.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying like still do it because you're basically your brain blows stuff out of proportion.
Yeah, and it's good to like be going through it with a partner. Like I have a partner right now who's like dating this other girl, and he like really likes her, and he like went traveling with her and stuff. And I was like, I feel jealous about it, and I have to tell him that, and that way he can be with me in it. Mm-hmm. He like holds me when I'm feeling jealous, and it's like a bonding experience, But it's important for me that like he's able to handle it. Like I try not to date people who really freak out when I have negative emotions, because I want to be able to express that I'm upset by something they're doing without it being taken as a demand that they change their behavior.
Right. So he has to be able to skillfully handle the interaction.
He has to be like, cool, all right, you're jealous. Like, I'm not going to freak out about it. I'm not going to change my behavior. I'm just going to be with you in that. We're going to sit in it together.
I mean, is some of that just insecurity that he should also just comfort, like basically alleviate your insecurity, bring you back to like a rational, objective evaluation, right?
In my relationships, I love it when people do not reassure me. I like not being comforted quite a lot.
Okay.
And so usually the people I date don't. I'm very gravitating. Like, it's one of the things people do to make me fall in love with them is if I say something really like terrible,
Mhm.
and they're just like, do not give me any comfort whatsoever. But like, that's where my heart gets captured. So I typically am in relationships where I'm like, oh man, I'm so jealous, and they just like do not reassure me at all. And that's good. It doesn't give me an out. Like, I have to deal with it myself.
Right.
Like,
They're
maybe
still
it is
there
true
to hear it.
that the other woman is better than me. Like,
Yeah.
maybe that is an actual possible reality.
Would you
And
like
I don't
them-
want to be dealing with my life in a way where I'm like pretending like I'm only okay when that reality is not true.
Would you like them to say that the other woman is better than you?
Yeah. Or
If
that
they,
they
if
prefer.
they feel that.
Yeah. I mean, they should say it in according to themselves. Like, oh, I prefer like have a better time with her than I have with you. Then I would want to know that. Yeah.
And even though that might be painful to hear.
Yes. That which can be destroyed by the truth should be.
That which can be destroyed by the truth. What is that? Your ego or something like that?
My ego.
So your ego just generally grows and you like the destruction of it.
Yeah, it's like
Okay,
really
so the process
accurate.
of truth.
It's like a fun experience. Like, I've had like guys be like, "Well, you're not as pretty as I'd like." I'm just like, oh, so stabbed to the
You're a
heart.
girl.
and-
But then also
I mean-
like give me your number after.
But you're okay. You're not bad.
Man, that's kind of beautiful.
Who knows?
What do you think of monogamous relationships? Like philosophically, can you maybe steel man or make the case for monogamous relationships?
Um,
Can you understand the pros and cons of monogamous relationships?
yeah, I mean, it depends on how you. But if you're like, hey, you can do whatever you want, but you and I are going to spend the rest. Like, you're 80 years old, and like, oh, we spent 60 years in a marriage together. We've never had sex with anybody else. I think that's like awesome. That's what you want. That's great. I have like a little bit more problems with people doing that while also forcing their partner not to misbehave if they want to. Like, if you're like, we only made it this far in a monogamous relationship because I forced my partner not to pursue an intimacy that she wanted to. Then I feel like a little like more like, I don't know if that's great.
How do you know if it's a real want for an intimacy? Like checking out a attractive person while being inside a monogamous relationship. Yeah, how do you square that? Is that bad that the person cannot pursue those feelings?
I mean, it depends if they want to. Like, I often find people attractive I don't want to pursue. I'm also okay with people entering into agreements. Like, if you and I want to agree, like, I'm only going to enter this because I'm going to be so hurt if you pursue somebody else. So I'm not going to pursue anybody else. That seems fine to me. But I also extend that. Like, if somebody's like, I don't want you to have any friends, I'm going to feel really insecure if you. And like,
Right.
okay, like if you want to enter that agreement, like I feel the same way. Like, I think you should have the right to do it if this is what you want. But I also I feel like a little weird about restricting your partner from doing things, you know?
Oh, but I guess if you're honest about it, you just put it on the table.
Yeah.
I don't want you to have any friends.
Yeah.
I want you to sit in a box.
Yeah, I think a
I
lot.
guess if you're like really on the, but then there's a power dynamic that like you can be quite influential in a relationship in convincing your partner, and it sure sounds like you're honestly agreeing to a thing, but you're not really agreeing.
Mhm.
That's part of that is the beauty of relationships, right? Like it's messy. It can be messy. It's hard to know what you really want,
Yeah.
right?
I think that's mainly my complaint with monogamy. Like, I'm down with like conscious monogamy.
Yeah.
But I think so many relationships are like monogamous by default. The people,
Sure.
it's not actually right for them, but they just get into it because culture just doesn't give them another option.
And they don't even ask themselves the question, is this right for me?
Right.
Like,
Which, like, I'm a weird ass person who thinks a lot of weird shit, but I didn't even think about polyamory as an option before I had heard that it existed.
Yeah.
And I was only when I first met my first polyamorous couple, and I was like, oh, that's what I am. That's clearly the thing that I am.
yeah, it's funny because to me, monogamy it doesn't make sense for it to be a default. Like to me, monogamy goes against human nature. That's
Hmm.
in some sense like romance is a fuck you to the way the world works.
Really?
Yeah, like it's a like Romeo and Juliet romance, like traditional description of what romance looks like versus like sure there's like a million variations of that, but in my head, like this partnership that's for a long time together is a kind of like I don't know, like True Romance. You know that movie? It's a really fucking good
I
movie.
haven't seen that.
Okay, this is just against the world.
Mhm.
That's what close friendship feels like. It's like ride or die. right?
Yeah.
Like that. I guess it doesn't. It can be it could span across multiple. You can have multiple partners in that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I just don't see monogamy as like this. Definitely not a default. And I would actually honestly would probably see polyamory as a more natural default.
I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by default. Like most of human history has been sort of a weird mix. Like you get polygamy and monogamy are the kind of the main
Sure.
arrangements.
But I mean,
yeah.
it's just like human nature.
Yeah, people are attracted to other people and they want to.
Yeah.
Especially in longer term relationships. I tracked in my relationship survey. I tracked the amount of cheating over time in a relationship. Like how long have you been in this relationship and how have you cheated?
Mm-hmm. What's the results of that?
Men cheat a lot. Women too, but men cheat about 30% more than women do. I also asked men and women to predict if they think their partner has cheated, and people's predictions were about the same. So people roughly predict their male or female spouse hadn't cheated at the same rate, but men cheated much more than women.
So who was more correct in their prediction though?
So men were more correct in their predicting women, and women were more off. Women thought men cheated much less than they actually did, but both of them were off, but like the male gap was significantly more. So yeah, I mean you're right. And when you say monogamy is not default, like I think you're like really getting at some beings are just, especially in long-term relationships, difficult to only want one person. But to be fair, I think monogamy and commitment are very different. I think you'd be incredibly. I've known so many very long-term, super committed poly couples that live lives that look very similar to the very romantic monogamous couples, like children, houses, like 20 years. Yeah, and that works great for them.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much to like open your mind to in these kinds of conversations, these kinds of ideas. But I also like realize like some of the cake is baked. Like I have some assumptions that are hard to break through.
Like what?
For myself, like it's difficult for me to imagine a polyamorous relationship for me that would work. Yeah. But I don't have enough data. I don't have I have very little. But like at this point, it's like I haven't eaten pizza in like 20 years because I know I just don't. There's a bunch of stuff I just eat low carb because it makes me feel good. But there's so many foods I haven't explored. It's just like, well, I know what I love. So
yeah, then you
explore every once in a while. Yeah, and you kind of figure that out. But at the same time, you're humbled by like even talking to you, looking at your data. Like sexuality is a fascinating topic because it seems that we're very, like we were talking about, very afraid of this topic. Like to be really honest with ourselves about it. The whole like academic research is afraid of it, but it's so core to who we are as human beings. I got to ask you about this. I can't believe it took this long to get there. But one of your many fascinating surveys is on fetishes. You wrote a blog post about it. Probably several because it's like a huge data.
It's still in progress, yeah.
So the one I'm referring to is on popularity and tabooness of various fetishes. So what are some interesting takeaways? I got to pull up this graph because it's freaking epic.
Yes, this is a big graph, and it has tabooness as one axis and popularity as the other.
Okay, for people who are just listening, on the x-axis is tabooness.
Yeah.
Asked to rate how taboo society viewed sexual interest. And on the y-axis is percent of people reporting interest, log scale. Oh boy. All right. So just some examples on the low tabooness and high popularity. There's a correlation here. I think you said it's 0.69.
Yeah.
Which is not just hilarious. Is it still 0.69? Are you tracking that?
I haven't looked since I did this, yeah.
So like the less taboo stuff is more likely to be popular, and the more taboo stuff is less likely to be popular. And on the like missionary position, fingering vagina, blowjobs, light spanking, cuddling. Cuddling is more taboo than missionary.
I think people are conceiving like if you're like I'm really sexually aroused by cuddling specifically,
sure,
then like that's a little more weird than getting specifically aroused by blowjobs. You expect people to be aroused by blowjobs.
So this was like getting at like as a fetish versus like an activity.
Yeah, as a specific as like a concrete sexual interest. Like I'm specifically interested in this thing. Yeah.
And so those are thighs and lips, different body parts, jaw lines, and then some of it is color based on more female preference versus male preference. Like jaw lines is more female preference. Being submissive is more female preference. Light bondage, more female. There's a lot of interesting ones. There's so much. Okay, but then on the far side of that, I mean, it gets pretty dark. But even all along the way, like extreme bondage, being at Fabunus, pegging, pain, giving pain, sexual frustration. Like, I suppose, like, as a kink.
Yeah.
And there's so many interesting ones, like, to me, like, just that I haven't even like considered.
Yeah. I had to do so much research into fetishes to compile the list.
Are there some surprising like options to you that you're like, oh, okay, this is like a fetish?
Yeah, well, more confusing was like what the fetishes are about, because like I didn't want to overlap fetishes, so I had to kind of look into them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's like such interesting manifestations of core drives. Like if you're really aroused by disgust, like maybe you're very into rolling around in dirt, but you're not into rolling around with ice cream. So I'm like, okay, I have to make those into two separate fetishes, you know?
Sure. And like I'm seeing like at the far end, rodents, like different types of incest, branding. So there's like pain, and then
it's like wound fucking,
sex with animals, I guess, dogs, horses. Receiving oral sex from an animal is high taboo-ness and pretty high popularity.
Surprisingly high popularity. I was really shocked by that one. I would triple check that number because I'm like, no way this amount of people are reporting interest.
Do you know which animal? Is there?
No, I didn't specify. I asked like which animals are erotic, and then I separately asked like how erotic is it to receive oral sex from your preferred animal.
This is so fascinating. So I would like, can we just talk about the methodology of this? This feels like deeply honest map of humanity in a way we don't usually map humanity.
Yeah.
Like, because it's so like your fetishes are so meaningful to each individual person.
Yeah, that's what I love about this work. It's like nobody cares about someone's fetishes. You never get to express them, and if you have a more unusual fetish, people usually judge you.
Yeah.
So it's like this tiny little pocket of like this shame thing, but it's so cool to me that like human brains can be oriented in such a way like wound fucking, like somebody finds that so erotic, and that's so cool.
Yeah, and then they probably it should be explored. Like, how did that come to be? You mentioned that we like to construct narratives that somehow is grounded in childhood, but maybe it's genetic. Maybe it has to do with, maybe you can actually form and unform that fetish very quickly. I don't know.
This is one of the things that I'm researching. So in the big survey that I'm doing, I asked so many questions about childhood. All the ones that I think like we have common theories about, like, oh, were you abused? Is it yelled at by a man or a woman? Stuff like that. Like, was it really sexually repressive? You know, was it gender roles where you've expected to conform? A whole bunch of stuff. And then I asked, obviously about like a massive amount of fetishes. And my sample size right now is 500,000 people.
500.
Yeah, it's massive. And I have data for all of it. And the result looks like this not really correlated. Nothing that I asked about in childhood, nothing correlates with fetish preference later in life. It does correlate with onset. Lots of things that happen in childhood can change like the age at which it triggers.
They have so many fascinating blog posts. You had a blog post, I think, on the age of fetish onset.
Yeah.
And like you really nicely organized it by age, like reproduction as a fetish, I guess pregnancy.
Yeah.
As at age of 17, about 16.9. Toys and like anal beads is 15.5.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I found, I mean, this data set is so huge, it's taking me a long time to go through it. So this is like snippets from what I remember when I was glancing through the data. So this part is not rigorous, but I seem to get the impression that if a fetish occurs for you earlier, like you have much earlier onset, you're more likely to report being extremely interested into it. So later onset means you're going to be like less into the fetish. But if it hits earlier, it's
but I wonder if it passes, like, is there like...
Yeah, I didn't measure old fetishes at all.
Like, no longer, right? You used to, but it's no longer there. Interesting.
One interesting thing that I don't understand is that non-cis people seem to have more correlation between childhood experiences and fetishes. So I was saying that there's no correlation between childhood experiences and fetishes. This holds for cis people. So trans people, especially trans men, there's a correlation. It doesn't mean they have absolutely higher rates of abuse or fetishes or anything, but I'm just saying that like for them, there does actually seem to be some sort of connection between childhood experiences and sexuality later in life. And I don't understand why this applies to one group but not the other. I don't have a good theory for that.
So usually you try, like, when you see something like that, you'll try to construct a theory and see if you can find, like, you keep that theory in mind, like a hypothesis of why it would be, and then you ask further questions to try to elaborate. So can you maybe talk about the methodology of how you got the 500,000? Like what, like how did this come to be?
This might, I might go into way too much detail about this because I thought about this so much.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, the question is, how do you get a lot of people to take a big survey?
Yeah.
The longer the survey is, the lower the response rate. And I really wanted to do one big comprehensive survey so I could like check a whole bunch of correlations within it. Because it's more annoying and it's harder to get a lot of people to retake similar surveys to each other at a time. So I'm like, okay, I need to convince a very large number of people to take a lot of these questions. And even building the questions, that was really hard because I'm like, okay, I need a comprehensive amount of fetishes. I can't ask everybody to answer for every single niche fetish. I'm like, do you like ball gags? Do you like funnel gags? Do you like wife shrew gags or whatever? I'm like, you can't do that. Nobody's going to finish that survey.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask questions. What's a wife shrew? But okay.
I'm not doing this. I'm trying to refer to like there's like a thing that like
different types of gags. Different types. Okay.
Different. So I'm like, so what I need to do is I need to ask people a question like, are you like bondage? And if you say yes, then I'll go ask you all the bondage questions.
Got it.
Right. But then this seems simple, but then it's just exploded because I'm like, how do I categorize these fetishes? There's like, if you're into splashing, which is like you like sitting in cakes, you like getting in mud, but basically like kind of messy sensory. Like, is this a disgust thing? Is it a humiliation thing? Is it a sensory thing? Like, which category? Anyway, so it took me like 2 months of just agonizing over each fetish because you don't want to miss a fetish. You don't want to like have a really important thing that you accidentally put in disgust category when it actually belongs in the humiliation category, you know?
Well, let me think about that because like you're still catching it, you're just categorizing it.
Right, because if you're into splashing and you're like, this is clearly a humiliation thing, so you say yes, I'm into humiliation stuff, and then I don't ask you about splashing, then I'm missing a whole data set of people because I've falsely categorized the question.
You're going to miss stuff. You're just picking what's less and less important to miss.
Well, I'm trying to get people into the right question set.
Sure.
Because like I can't ask you all the questions. I have to ask you a couple overarching questions to know what specific questions to ask you. And so those overarching questions have to be really, really well calibrated so that I can accurately feed you into the right sub part of the survey.
Awesome.
And so that was extremely difficult when I'm dealing with, I think it was like 850 fetishes. So I did a couple things to spot check. I did a couple questions where I asked like in the detailed in the survey, but like also the beginning of the survey, just to see like what percentage of people I was capturing. And then I scored the survey. So if you take it, I had other people answer preliminary surveys where they gave me data about how taboo the various fetishes were. And then I used that data so that when you fill the survey, it's extremely comprehensive and you get data about exactly how taboo your interests are. Then you get a score at the end. And I give you an equivalent kinky character, which I also had people rate a whole bunch of fictional characters and some historic ones about like how kinky they were. So then I matched the historic character, kinky character to your score.
So that makes it like more fun, like gamifies it a little bit, and you can brag about like having
people would share. And a lot of the characters are really goofy, like there's SpongeBob and like Hitler's on there, and South Park characters.
What kink does Hitler have?
I think he's around Marilyn Monroe, which is like slightly above average. Kinkiness.
Oh, sorry. I thought there was like a 2-dimensional space somehow. So this is like literally from 0 to...
How kinky, yeah.
So Hitler's about as a million. Who's the most... What's the character for
Willy Wonka?
Most kinky?
Most kinky, yeah.
Okay.
And I think like maybe Captain America was the least kinky or something. Or Gandhi.
Meanwhile, but that's another conversation. Oh, boy.
Yeah, so it went viral on TikTok basically because people were like, "What? I got this insane character," and then the sample size exploded from 40,000 to 500,000.
Wow! So like all it took is that kind of incentive. Mm-hmm. What did you like? At first, have to pay people for the survey?
It's just that incentive.
And what about the demographic of the different people that took it?
Mostly younger, so usually early 20s. Predominantly female, like 70% female.
70% female.
Pretty I mapped out of TikTok demographics pretty well.
Oh, okay, I got it. But that's interesting. But young people are probably better this kind of survey? Because there's probably a culture that's a little bit more honest about their sexuality.
Yeah, most likely. I think people are incentivized to be honest when they're getting a true identity response out of it. Like,
Sure.
if you're doing it for money, you don't care. But like, if you are invested in the result, you want to know what the truth of the answers are. Then you actually.
There's possibility you also don't want to know the truth.
Yeah, this is true.
But on average, hopefully that doesn't. I mean, these are really difficult. Like, what is there some interesting little quirks that people should know about your methodology that you had to kind of solve to try to get to a really good survey? So one that you said is the categorization to make it more efficient. Is there some for the analysis part?
Yeah. So the graph that you were talking about is a binary. So it's like if somebody expressed even a little bit of interest, then it goes into the graph. So it's like 80% of people expressed even a little bit of interest. So it's not representing degree of interest. It's not differentiating between them at all. So it's possible that like some fetishes have exactly the same amount of people like are at least a little bit into them, but one of them is very extreme interest and the other is like vague and not very intense. So that's not reflected. I also like probably didn't represent the visual part right. Like might not be intuitive, but
You chose a log scale, but it was kind of spreads things out to make it more clear.
because the linear was just so clustered at the bottom, you couldn't really separate it out. So there's obviously like selection effects. It's possible that like the identity result at the end impacted people's results a little bit. But the thing is, like, I'm comparing it to what exists. Like, what is the alternative?
Yeah.
And right now the research on this stuff is terrible. So it's like, I'm not saying my research is perfect, but it's like at least it's something. Like it's something that's pointing us maybe in a direction that we might be able to do more research on.
And you're making the data available.
Yeah, I'm doing it slowly because I ask about so many questions. It's like not very anonymized. So I'm releasing the small sections of the data at a time.
Yeah. Have you published in like journals and stuff?
No, I haven't.
Do you have any interest in that, or is your approach?
I'm conflicted about it. Like it sounds cool because then I could go like, I'm published in a journal, and then people who are yelling about me who don't know anything about statistics on Twitter, like then I can go like shove it in their face.
But then you're also giving in to that silly criticism, right?
In. Like I feel so passionate about extra science, like science that you can just do. Like I want to make science accessible. Like anybody can just go look and learn about the basics of like doing a survey or figuring out how to interpret information. And doing a published journal feels like I'm betraying my cause a little bit.
That's often behind a paywall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it goes against the. I mean, I think you not publishing in a journal is doing a big public service.
Aw, I think it's the first time I've heard that. Thank you.
Oh, like just coming from like on this topic, the elitism I see on the psychology side with the journals and the academia, the positions and the institutions you come from, all of that goes against. I think that's more useful for math and computer science and so on, where there's like clear. Like, but even then, code is code, data is data.
Yeah.
Like, prestige shouldn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Maybe for like biological experiments, like virology or something like that, it's good to be from a major lab that has a reputation for like going through all the procedures. Like, you can trust. But here, like, you're dealing with a giant mess of humanity. Like, it's beautiful to be transparent, to be raw, to be exploring it with everybody. Yeah, it's really beautiful.
I think people like have a lot of incentive to doubt the results. Like a lot of the research I'm doing is to like cis and trans people. Like we don't have any data about transsexuality. Like not very good, at least. And I'm really curious. I don't really have an agenda about it. I think like being trans is cool. If you want to be trans, do it. And like I have some skepticism about like gender theory. But like it doesn't come down to impact like the way I think should be treated, which I think is like treat them, be fucking nice and human about it. I don't know. But when I'm talking about the thing, like my conclusions are that like transsexuality is really unique. It's not like cis or cis women or man sexuality at all. And to me, this is super cool. But like a lot of people, this is very politicized right now. Like the data into like transsexual preferences, like it's so loaded, which is really sad because I am very accepting of weird sexuality. Like if you're into a weird thing, I'm like, good for you. This is super cool. Like let's figure out how to make it so that you can explore the thing you're into without any stigma. But because there's so much stigma that, like, if you find that one demographic is into weirder sex stuff than the other, like, it's hard to present that in a way that people don't weaponize. So it's been really politically touchy subject here.
Yeah, but you do it in a way that's it's not feel like it has an agenda, right? You're just exploring.
Yeah, I feel pretty open to what I'm going to find. Like, I often have no idea what the data is going to tell me, and I pre-commit, like, okay, I could say A, B, or C, and I'm like down to publish any of those findings.
So you've put together an Ask Whole card deck.
Yeah.
With a lot of awesome questions to ask at a party or anywhere, honestly, including on the podcast. Let me ask you one from that deck. Is sex really about power? So what's the role of power dynamics in sex? With everything you understand, like from the survey, in terms of what people are turned on by, you've talked about like the preferences that women versus men have for like submissiveness and dominance, and we've already talked about it a little bit, but like it's expressed more strongly. Yeah, I already forget the results, but I feel like women have more preference to be submissive.
Yeah, this is one of the things that got me into researching fetishes to begin with, because I think I came across some data. I did like a brief survey where roughly around 60% of women report being submissive and 40% of men report being dominant. And this was really fascinating to me. I'm like, well, why is there this gap? Like, why do we not? Because I guess I have some priors that maybe this is an evolutionary thing, like the submission dominant, like strong men, and like women being like, oh, it's hot man. The men are like ravaging and stuff. I'm like, shouldn't this be in our genes? But there's a gap.
What's the gap?
The gap is the dominant submissive gap. More women are submissive than there are dominant men.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. It's a pretty significant gap. And this is held up, like, it depends on what you're testing. I've tested a bunch of things. This is part of why I did this big survey.
Nice.
But it depends again on like what kind of dominance you're measuring, but overall it's a roughly 40 to 60%.
So when you say there's not many dominant men, then the meaning like they express like a desire to be dominant in the relationship?
Yeah. Or like sexually in bed. So like if I ask questions like how much do you like being dominant in bed, like men are less likely to answer strong yes to that question. But if I ask are you likely to be submissive, like women are very much yes.
Really? And that's expressive? Like that represents truth?
My guess.
What's wrong with men?
So this is, I think there's some reflection like FetLife. So FetLife is this website where people like sign up and connect based on their fetishes.
Yeah.
And this is like, you can kind of see it picked up in the forum posts about like how like dominant men are getting laid so much, and submissives are always looking for a dominant. Like it's an unequal market.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
This is great news. I didn't know this. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So what does it reflect about modern society? Is that because there's these trends about like decreased masculinity and that kind of stuff?
So
does that reflect? Is that similar?
I'm trying not to hold on to one theory. I'm not sure. One is possible like decreasing testosterone levels. Testosterone seems to be, I have a little bit of other research, but I'm still checking it out, that seems to indicate that higher testosterone, you're more likely to be dominant. So if we're seeing decreased testosterone levels across society, we should be seeing a greater gap.
This is so fascinating. Once again, this is like a super interesting way to look at humanity, because it is such an important part of humanity. I feel like you're like at the top of the world.
Yeah, I think I might have the biggest, most comprehensive fetish data set in the world right now. Happy about it. I'm very proud.
Yeah. And it's it's probably growing, but it's also enabling you to establish a name to where you like a prestige, like a reputation, to where people can go to you to like trust you more, to do longer surveys, perhaps. Like
maybe I think it's the data analysis afterwards is very different from like the survey design itself. So I'm still very amateur at the data analysis.
Yeah, but you can always catch up on that.
Yeah.
I guess the data analysis does enable you does teach you how to ask better questions in order to understand.
It goes back and forth. Like as I'm looking at the data, it informs the way I want to phrase questions the next time.
So women are more, at least in private, able to say that they would like to be submissive, and men, even in private, are not disproportionately saying they're not willing to be dominant.
Yeah. So it's
what
possible if this is caused by decreasing testosterone levels, and this means that we're probably having less satisfying sex overall. Like we're becoming less and less sexually compatible as time goes on. To be fair, I'm not sure that it is connected to testosterone levels. Like it's possible that this is just like a genetic thing. Like maybe the gay uncle theory, like the idea is like maybe gay people evolved to like be sort of taking themselves out of the gene pool to be assistants, and like it's possible that like there's a certain percentage of men sort of like quote unquote evolved to be submissive, to take themselves out of sexual competition, and to instead be like the monkeys revolving at the edge of the pack. It's unclear.
It's a method of survival. Like, so you stay out of the competition.
Yeah, and I'm like a little sus about these kinds of evo psych theories, so I'm just saying.
Possible, yeah, okay.
So yeah, I'm not saying that it's definitely testosterone. There's other things. It's also possible that it's culture. People are definitely gonna bring that up. Based on my survey, though, it doesn't seem to be any evidence of that. Like I asked about like how much pressure was put on you to be, agenty in your childhood. Like a lot of questions around this kind of thing, and no correlation at all to dominance.
Well, related to sexuality, I'm very uncomfortable right now, but nevertheless,
Plow forward.
in a dominant fashion. The blog post titled "Rape Spectrum Survey Results." What are the key takeaways from that survey?
So I did the survey when I had a friend be like, "Hey, I had this confusing sexual experience. Was it rape?" Like somebody kind of pressured her and she eventually stopped saying no or something. I was like, that's a great question. Like, I don't know how people would consider this. And so I put a whole bunch of different gray scenarios into a survey and then asked people to rate how rapey they thought that scenario was.
So you actually like little narratives that they get to rate.
Like, this person is on a date with this person, they get drunk, and the other person's not drunk. I try to keep gender neutral names for all of them.
And then you reduce them into a more concise description of the situation.
Yeah.
Like in this visualization, so you have this rape spectrum that's a result.
Yeah.
Where on top are things that are less likely to be considered rape by the people that took the survey, and the bottom more likely. The likeliest is a stranger forcibly assaults someone who screams and fights the entire time. It gets 100. What do we make of something that's non-zero? It's like a 12 is what? What is that? How are we supposed to interpret a 12 out of 100?
Extremely low.
Okay.
It's like not zero, but it's just very close to it.
Having sex with an enthusiastic sex worker is a 12. That's the lowest one. And there's a few, I'll just mention a few that are lower, like at that level. Have sex to make a partner happy in a relationship, lying about wealth, hobbies in order to get laid. Person with Down syndrome eagerly has sex with a neurotypical, not revealing being transgender until after sex, and so on. I think you mentioned that there's some, like, either that not revealing being transgender until after sex, there's some differences amongst men and women or something like that.
I think that's the one that men found more offensive than women. I wrote it a while ago.
This is nuanced and difficult, right? It's because I think in a lot of public discourse, the word rape is pretty binary.
Yeah, it's like either is or is not rape.
And so you had a friend where it was like, this felt rapey.
Yeah, she's like confused about how to interpret it.
Yeah.
I think people look to the terms to know how to feel about something.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever like been through an experience? You're like, that was weird, and then you tell it to somebody else, and they're like, oh my god, you were assaulted.
Yeah.
And then it totally recontextualizes the thing that you've experienced. And I think that this is clunky with the word rape because either you were raped or you're not. You either like have this entire context like thrust upon you or you don't. And we're really not nuanced about it at all. And so I would really like to have some sort of like, oh, that was like a 30% rape you just endured.
Yeah, and there's probably other dimensions about how traumatic it is, how difficult it is to recover from, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, like people, it's a dangerous thing to assign a word to an experience, like even or to a relationship, like saying a toxic relationship.
Yeah,
that can completely destroy your perception of that relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember this was the case with my childhood. Like I talked about being very abusive, but I talked about how like there was a good amount of meaning there, so that I didn't process it as abusive at the time. And I remember after I got out of that house and that culture, people would tell me, oh, your childhood was really abusive. And I was really confused by that because it's a total recontextualization of that narrative. It's like the things that I went through were not, good and virtuous and had meaning, but rather those were like the result of, parents who didn't like love you enough or something. And even though the concrete things that happened to me did not change, like no facts shifted, the fact that like the interpretation of the facts shifted caused me quite a bit of distress for a long time.
Mhm.
I was like, oh my God, I'm a traumatized, like abused person. Like I went through an abusive childhood, and it was really hard for me. It made it worse. Like it's crazy the power that terms have.
I think we didn't talk about this, but how did you begin to overcome the trauma of your childhood? You mentioned LSD, so were drugs a part of it? Like, what was just the mental journey of that?
I was doing LSD quite a lot when I was 21.
What's
22.
it like, by the way? I've never done LSD.
Really?
What's it?
Very difficult to describe because it's like it changes sort of aspects about your environment that are invisible to you because they're so stable.
Is it like, if you can compare it to like psilocybin, is it very different?
Oh yeah. It's like similar. I forgot that you did shrooms. Yeah. Okay, then you probably know. Like the kind of shift that you have from sober to shrooms is roughly similar. It's like more clear, I think. Shrooms is more like embodied, but LSD is much more intellectual for me. It strikes different people differently. I prefer shrooms a lot. I'm sorry, LSD. I prefer LSD a lot.
Why is it not popularly there seems to be a negative connotation to LSD because like it seems to potentially have like a destructive effect. Like maybe dosage is more difficult to get right or something like that.
Dosage is exactly. So actually, a long time ago, I did a survey on shrooms versus LSD. So I asked people, and people had slightly stronger experiences on LSD overall. I remember, but rated the experiences about as equally good. I think people like shrooms because it feels more natural, quote unquote. But I think if you like fed somebody a shroom and like actually had a molecule in it, they would think it felt very natural. But that's beside the point. I think people get kind of incoherent on LSD in a way that feels really alienating. Like I consider my LSD use very heavy to be one of the best decisions I ever made in my life, but I definitely was incoherent for a lot of it. Like talking about like we're all one, consciousness, everything is love, man. And people are
Why
like,
is that incoherent?
So I think it's not incoherent. But like if you go around saying everything is love, people are like, this guy's kind of blasted out of his mind.
This podcast is basically your LSD trip on for a bunch of episodes. Yeah, I get this for sure. Well, it's not just about love, but it's about like talking in that way about reality, about the world. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's like overfitting. The narratives that you make about the world become really vivid, and so you pattern match just really aggressively. Like everything is connected, and you come up with these explanations for things. And I think I was very fortunate. So I have like this theory about psychedelics where you either like belief construct or you don't. So you take psychedelics, and it sort of like burns away a lot of your belief structure. And sometimes this happens, and then you're like, I need to like invent something to fill in the gaps. So you're like, okay, I think that maybe time is an illusion. So I must now believe that like we're actually in a time loop or like time travel is possible. So you experience time differently, and then you come up with a different belief about time. Whereas other people don't do this belief construction at all. Like you experience time differently, and you sort of let yourself not have a belief. You're not like, okay, and you're not developing any beliefs about time in its absence. You're just simply experiencing the absence of the concept of time.
Right.
And so I don't have a lot of data to back this up in my anecdotal experience because I've tripped out a lot of people. People either tend to belief construct or they don't. And people who do not belief construct seem to get more out of their LSD trips. So if you can let a belief go without building anything in its absence, it's much more beneficial for you. And I think I just, for some reason, happen to have some brain that's constructed where I don't get belief construction at all.
So that's really interesting that belief construction is negative. What? Is it necessarily negative? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I mean belief construction in a way that's like not like playing with frames, but rather committing to a different frame. So I like being able to play with ideas and be like, let's look at it this way or that way. That's awesome. But if you're like, okay, you know what? I took LSD and now I absolutely believe the cops are outside. Yeah. And you're like, dude, no, you're just like, you can't shift out of that, right? Like your brain like needs to fill in the gap. You're not allowed to have a gap. So you're not allowed to be flexible. And again, I don't think this is like a personal failing of any. I think this is like literally probably genetic or like physical thing that's causing this.
But do you think there's possible beliefs that are like enlightening that you can stick to, like find a frame that like, I guess if you don't believe constructing, you're escaping your previous beliefs. Aren't you doing like you're picking up a bigger frame?
Yeah, you're taking your beliefs as object, as opposed to being subject to them.
Got it. And some of that, I guess, is genetic, and there's these categories of people. There's two categories that experience LSD in different ways.
Yeah.
And you're one of those that are able to just let go.
Yeah, I just think I had a good reaction. And I think a lot of maybe the negative stereotype of LSD comes from people who are belief constructing, or carry the belief constructing off of the LSD trip. So you take LSD and you're like, I'm believing these insane things. And people from the outside see that and they're like, oh my God, this person took LSD and became stupid.
Yeah.
It's very scary.
What's frame control? Because that's been at the core of your trauma, at the core of your upbringing. What's frame control? And also, frame control in general, because that's part of human interaction.
Frame control is like a way of manipulating somebody else that is non-obvious.
So there's a negative connotation to that usually?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I think maybe I chose the term kind of poorly because I think to some degree people are always a little bit manipulating each other.
Yeah.
But I think it's generally obvious. Like, for example, if I disagree with you,
Mhm.
I want you to believe what I believe.
Yeah.
But this is like an obvious thing that is like visible between. It's like an object on the table. It's
Sure.
like, here's the box where I want you to believe what you
The
want.
disagreement box.
Yeah, so it's like, right, like we're under a shared context where we understand that like we're trying to move each other.
Yeah.
This is chill to me. I think this is cool.
Yeah.
We do this all the time and it's important. But frame control is the kind of thing where you are trying carefully to obscure the existence of that box.
Yeah.
You're like, the thing that I'm doing, I'm like using tactics to try to influence what your reality is without us being both aware that this is what I'm doing.
I've been assuming you're doing that the whole time. No.
Oh my God. I have to like figure out how to read your facial expressions. I'm still learning.
There's none. There's none.
You don't have any?
I'm not even like a chat GPT. I'm like GPT-1 with my facial expressions. Like it's kind of off. Like this doesn't seem to match emotions, but it's kind of intelligent seemingly, but definitely not conscious. Anyway, so like negative connotation, manipulating,
Right.
not being honest about the actual intentions of the
Yeah.
of how you'd like to control the
And
conversation.
I think there like might be a naive version of interpreting this where you're just like, oh, I'm trying to like subtly get you to, believe like, oh, do you really think that's bad though? But this is not quite what I mean. I mean, there's like a couple like concrete things that are signs of frame control.
Mhm.
Like one of them is pushing the painful update button, which is this thing where it's like, hey, if you learn this, it's going to be really painful. The truth is painful.
Mhm.
And if you're realizing this thing about yourself, it's going to hurt. And this is a sign that you're heading in the right direction. So if you frame all pain as a sign of virtue, then this means that pain that's resulting as damage is something you're going to ignore.
Mhm.
So it's like it's a common like cults, right? This is for your own good. You face a brave truth about yourself that you're like not quite as wise as I am. When really your brain might be trying to tell you protected things. Or like another one is like finger trap beliefs. Where the belief is constructed in such a way that doubting it lends proof to the belief. So a very common example is like Satan. Like the Christians are like, Satan is going to try to make you doubt him,
Mhm.
the existence of. He's going to sow doubt, like maybe he's not actually real. And so if you believe in Satan, and then you're like, okay, now I'm having doubts, like maybe he isn't real. This is like, oh, this is exactly what I was taught to expect. Like I am doubting this belief because I was told. Because like this is what Satan does, and it's taken as evidence for it. So like the attempt to move away from the belief like rebounds on you and like causes you to be more embedded inside of the belief.
Yeah.
So it's like techniques like these, like very subtle things where like being inside of the system sort of just self-reinforces the system is what I consider to be frame control.
And have you met people that are really good at this kind of frame control?
Yeah, definitely.
So like you're saying that your father was like that?
Yeah, to be fair, I'm not sure he was good at it because I was a kid.
Right.
I think he's probably not very good at it actually, but when you're a child being raised in a house where he works from home and you're homeschooled, it's just kind of what's going to happen. And to be fair, I do think that like strong frame control is quite rare. I don't think most people are kind of doing something like this, but not nearly to the degree that gives me the ick.
Yeah.
I've met maybe like 5 or 6 people, I think, who I really don't like because of those very subtle things that they're doing.
But I think also I'm starting to kind of understand that there is people who are narcissists and sociopaths and psychopaths out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even sure if people like that, because I think they get good at frame control, but I don't know if they're aware they're doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Which makes me also nervous about myself. Like,
Yeah.
am I doing frame control?
Yeah, that's
Like-
one of the big things. Is like typically people, you can't think about incentive. Like you can't think about, oh, is this person trying to do it or not?
Yeah.
It's like not the way. You have to look at what are the effects.
Pragmatically looking at the effects. And then you also have to do that with yourself. When
Yes.
you have interactions
Yeah,
with
you
others.
It's like very much like, are you like, how much space are you making for the other person's reality here? Like,
Sure.
are you giving power to the other person? Because a big aspect of frame control is you're carefully rerouting the power to yourself. I am the person who knows. You're having pain in your beliefs because you're updating towards the things that I believe. Like it's just like a gravity well. But if you're setting up the gravity well of your interactions such that you're making sure you're giving the other person power over the shared reality you inhabit, I think it's a really good sign that you're not doing frame control.
So if you're making room for them.
Yeah.
Okay. Unless we're talking about in bed, then it's all general relativity from there and black holes and stuff.
Frame control, bed frame control.
Bed frame control. It took me a long time to get a bed frame. Just I'm saying.
Wow. But you wear a suit though.
Yeah. So frame control in the streets, no frame in the sheets. I don't know. I don't know what the funny thing is to say, but there you have it. So the LSD helped you escape the frame of. Can you elaborate what was the frame that was holding you back from, the frame constructed by your childhood experience that was holding you back as an intellectual, as a thinker, as a free being in this world?
Well, I was really fucked up. After I left home and I absorbed the external narrative that I had been abused, which technically is true. I'm not saying I wasn't, but I absorbed this narrative, and I just remember having this burning coals in my chest at all times. If I had to call out of my factory work when Father's Day happened because I was spending the whole day sobbing because everybody was talking about their fathers, I was really messed up, and it's because I held this important thing, this idea, this frame, that I had been deeply wronged. There was a correct way of being, and the world had violated that. Something should not have happened. My father should have loved me. And it was the shearing in the nature of reality. And that was really agonizing to have. And LSD really messes with frames a lot. It takes what you think is normal and really screws with it. And I've done LSD several times before, but there's one LSD trip where I went through my entire childhood in my head, because LSD really makes your memories quite vivid. Anything you visualize, it's you're in it. Mm-hmm. And so I just went and very carefully, deliberately went and remembered every single memory that I could have that was really painful for me. The times that I lost friends and all the things I valued and being broken, because my parents, especially my dad, would refer to breaking me, explicitly, we're going to break your will. And so all these times where I was they had successfully broken my will over and over. It was horrible. I was just sobbing, tears streaming down my face. And then I worked through my whole childhood. I got to the end, and I'm going to tear up because every time I talk about this, it's just the sensation of being free from that for the first time is so incredible. I remember being outside of my house and being able to go where I wanted and think what I wanted, and it was just so blissful. And I was soaked in this gratitude on this trip, just vibrating with complete joy for everything. I was just looking around, I could touch anything. I could cry if I wanted to. I wasn't allowed to cry. I was allowed to be depressed. I got depressed as a child, and my parents were if you keep being depressed, we're gonna force you to scrub the whole house. Just the ability to have a feeling was so thrilling, and I was so grateful for this. I was I would do anything to give this experience to someone else. I would do anything, even if it was putting them through what I went through. And then with that realization, I was oh, it was worth it. The thing that I went through was worth it for this. I would do it again, to be able to have this deep gratitude for what I have now. Mm-hmm. And then that shifted the meaning frame, because before the meaning had been something had sheared, something that shouldn't have happened, but now it was the exact right thing had happened.
So it's almost a gift.
Yeah. I was I would not give up my childhood. I would do it again. And I believe that to this day.
For the moment of discovering that freedom.
Yeah. Because everything now, my whole life is in contrast to that. Mm-hmm. And it's awesome. It's fucking great. I'm really thrilled about it.
Is there part of you that hates your father still?
Kind of. I don't want a relationship with him anymore. After that, there was some forgiveness. I had this burning, I would have nightmares about, him killing me or something. And after that, it kind of stopped. The fire in my chest went away permanently after that trip. It was so fast. It was before I was fucked up. After that trip, I woke up the next day and I was clean.
Wow.
It was really severe. And I definitely don't want to be around him still. Like, he still like triggers the fear in my body.
Yeah.
But I don't have
You wanna
that
play
hang
big
up
boy?
anymore. I'm over it. Like, I've let go. He's his own person. Like, ultimately, he didn't get to decide who he was in the same way that I didn't get to decide who I was.
So that's almost like a kind of, at least intellectual, like forgiveness. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that trip just took you through your whole. Were you alone, by the way, when you doing the trip?
Yeah, I had roommates, but the trip was mostly alone. I had somebody else who was like sitting in the room, but they weren't interacting with me.
So you're sitting there, experiencing all of this. What's the timeline? Like, how long take to go through your whole childhood?
I don't remember. I mean, time's really messed up when you when you do that. I was listening to the soundtrack of The Fountain, which is excellent.
Yeah.
I listened to that a lot when I did LSD. I know it's probably just a couple hours.
That's amazing. I mean, it's like it would be. It's just like a vivid experience of your childhood,
Yeah.
moment by moment, trauma by trauma.
And it's good to experience it purely. Like, it just is what it is. It just is grief. Like, it is loss, and you just are in it without having to make it be anything.
And it's so interesting that you can, work through that. So for a lot of us, for a lot of human beings, like childhood is full of those kind of mini traumas, big or small, and like working through that. It feels like what a lot of life is about is trying to work through that, and it feels like you have to kind of relive it. I guess that's what therapy is about in part, be able to vocalize it.
Yeah. This is why I feel really confused about the concept of trauma. Like, people use this word so much, like, are you traumatized? And I understand why, like, that's why I feel confused about it, but part of me is like, I wonder if by using that term, we're creating the trauma in people. They were using the frame where the thing that happened to you was not supposed to happen.
Yeah, maybe there needs to be a different frame. No, I agree with you totally. I've made friends with and talked to this guy named Paul Conti. He wrote a book on trauma. He's an incredible, brilliant psychiatrist. Yeah, he probably agrees with your kind of.
Oh, that's cool. I should read it.
Yeah, you should. Maybe even talk to him. He's a fascinating human being. To be interested in the a psychiatrist's perspective is really interesting because it's you've been doing kind of an in-person survey because you've done so many patients. Like he's like, just talking to him is fascinating because, like, if I describe my experience or somebody else's experience, I could see his brain mapping it in interesting ways to the tens of thousands of like data points he has in his head. And it's like, of course, that's what doctors do, but it's cool with the doctors basically the doctor of the mind, and
have like an actual like qualitative data
and be able to. I mean, that's where the poetic stuff comes in. Ultimately, as a psychiatrist, you're exploring the human mind with a bit of a sort of romantic element.
Yeah,
you can't be really systematic about it, but it does seem like, frame or not, be able to just talk through the experiences you had is really powerful.
What about it is appealing? Is it just like being able to revisit it with new eyes?
No, I don't know exactly. It just seems to work for people.
Ah.
I don't know if it's appealing. It just seems like almost acknowledging to yourself that things happen. Like I've said, I think I've said this before. My brother, who I love very much, tried to set me on fire a few times. And I think, to me, it's funny, but I wonder if I didn't talk about it, like if that would be traumatic. Maybe like talking and laughing about it, because it was traumatic to me at the time.
I see.
I was like, "I love you. Why are you setting me on fire?" But it's what kids do when they're like, "Yeah."
Why would you
I
do
was
this?
like, I was whatever. Five. This is what boys do. Like they're crazy. It makes total sense. It's probably funny and from his perspective. But yeah, I wonder bring that to the surface if that helps. And maybe LSD allows you to, or different drugs, depending on the person, allows you to more vividly bring it to the surface. And then, depending on your genetics, be able to find a better frame. That's fascinating. Human mind is freaking fascinating. All right. What's romantic to you, by the way?
I'm not a big romance person. What is?
So you're not like, so to you, romantic is like objective analysis of the interactions between humans?
A little bit. Like, I do find kind of the survey process that I did to be romantic.
Mhm.
The guy that I asked out, who I'm still dating, I was like, hey, you scored really high on my survey. You want to like go eat food or something? And his response was like, you want to try doing 3 days in an Airbnb as our first date? And I was like, yeah. And that was romantic. Like the bold leap into
Leap into
a
it.
really intense date.
I think you mentioned. I think you mentioned something also. Must have been a tweet or something like that, where if people want you to show up to a thing, give like the time, the location, the dress code, and not no pressure for you to be there, but like show up if you want.
Hmm.
That was your specification.
It's a great memory, yeah.
And then I think you said that you did that for like some castle in south of France.
I did, yeah. That was in my early 20s. My friends at home were taking prediction markets on whether or not I was going to get abducted and killed.
Yeah, what was that like? I mean, what you've traveled quite a bit. Like, do you take these giant risks? What's with that?
I think I used to more when I was younger with the traveling. I think I'm a little traveled out now, but like when I moved out of Idaho for the first time, I moved to Australia. Just kind of yeeted myself across the globe. But
Which verb did you just use?
yeah, yeet. It's like yeet to yote, yachted, yeet.
So is this like slang? Is this like Urban Dictionary? Or is this actual? Or
Yeah,
is this
you have to like feel into the word. Like if you take a thing and you just like hurl it really hard, it does not feel like a yeet motion.
Okay, so you yeeted. So it was aggressive. So across the globe, you didn't even stop in.
Just hurled myself, yeah.
Italy along the way.
I just kept yeeting myself in various places, yeah. And so at one point I was on OkCupid and somebody sent me a long message being like, you should come to, I don't know, I'm hosting a castle. It's some people that I met. I'm like, I have no idea who you are, but I just bought a plane ticket.
I just went.
And that was life-changing. I ended up dating that guy for years, and he changed my life quite a bit because he like was very agenty in the world, and before that I wasn't agenty.
Agenty, like, hey, can we,
Like
so
expressing agency.
it sounds like you were, and don't you have to express agency when you're yeeting yourself across the world?
Yeah, but only
Are
a
you-
little bit. Like in the same way you express agency when you eat LSD. Like the only thing you actually do in eating LSD is like put the tab in your mouth, and then you just kind of scream the whole way after that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other things. Like I didn't feel powerful enough to like go make events happen or anything. And it was this guy. He had a lot of agency in the sense that he would just sort of create realities through the people around him. Be like, okay, we're going to do this startup, or we're going to throw this incredible event. Like, let's just do it. And it would somehow happen, and it was really cool to see that. And so that one thing led to another, and it was one of the biggest impacts on my life, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty bold. I would say it's pretty romantic. South of France.
Yeah, it was in a little castle. It was in the winter, so we were all cozied up by the fire.
I'm jumping around here. Twitter poll. Have you ever hitchhiked? You posted this Twitter poll.
Out of all, that was a big list of Twitter polls. Why did you pick the hitchhiking one?
I don't know, because it's relevant
I see.
to traveling. And I like that one. That's romantic too, right?
I'm actually terrified of hitchhiking, but I have done it a little bit.
Oh, so it's terrifying. It's not romantic too. So
Well,
you're terrified
yeah.
of what? Oh, so you are
Well, to
terrified.
interact with strangers.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
So you go to south of France.
Yeah. But that was like a cohesive thing. I don't know. Like, there's
It made sense.
like times where you're allowed to be weird and times where you're not. And like if you're like
Who's
interacting with,
allowing you?
yeah, it's some vague egregore of society. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But if some people are like, hey, we think you're cool, come to this party. You're like, all right, I'm allowed to come to this party and be really weird. But if you're being picked up by a hitchhiker, they're going to want to make small talk and you can't be weird or they're going to kick you out.
I kind of think south of France sounds nice.
You gotta go to like a crazy romantic date with a woman you don't know at all.
Yeah, I think I would like tweet something and just like, how do I select randomly, basically?
How do you select totally randomly, like not people from your audience?
No, you want no from the audience, but in an interesting way. Random, sufficient. So random amongst good choices.
You just randomize it and then select one, and then you just, if it's terrible, you just go randomize it again. Like the first not terrible option,
Yeah, sure.
Somebody's like drown yourself.
But I feel like then it's no longer random. You kind of want to do random. You just do it and just do it. Fly across the world somewhere in some random place, just for like a single event, for like a dinner.
Yeah. You got some sort of itch in you.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, the itch to live. It's like sometimes it's nice to drop a little like chaos into a thing, right? What's your chaos survey, by the way? Like you mentioned that earlier. I kind of saw it. I didn't
That's one of like the sort of artistic attempts in a survey, because like at least from what I understand, the Big Five and the way that they used to do IQ tests, heard is that they do factor analysis. Where they ask a whole bunch of questions and then they run calculations on the data to like sort of group it by organic clusters. So like with the Big Five, it's like people who say, "Oh, I like to be at parties." They also tend to say yes to the questions like, "I like being the center of attention." And so you notice that like there's a cluster of ways that people are answering the question, and then you can sort of pull out an organic spectrum. And so I was like, okay, we've done that a whole bunch with things like personality or like romantic stuff. Like I did it with the rape spectrum survey. But like, what happens if you apply that method to a completely unselected group of questions? Just like no random, chaotic, no thing whatsoever. Like what happens is if you ask all possible questions, what natural things evolve out of that natural spectrum. So I had other people submit questions for a very large survey, and I took the first, I think, 1,100 and barely filtered them at all. And then I just had a whole bunch of people answer them.
Can you give a hint to what it looks like? Like how crazy did the question get?
I mean, a lot of them were standard, but somebody was like, if Beelzebub like did something in 1512 to like turn the world over, would you like it? I don't know. It was really just insane questions. There's a couple of those, like would you fuck Ayla ones, but I don't know. It was all across the spectrum.
Would you fuck Ayla?
Yeah, I had to.
A lot of the same questions.
Yeah.
Ones. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, so it was really it was like normal personal habits. It was, romantic preferences or political preferences, personality stuff, like random opinions about media.
Okay. That's interesting. I'd love to see those actual questions. But because your audience is probably really super interesting minds. Okay, you mentioned body count. You said you can answer that one easily. Do you share your body count? Do you know your body count? Do you know, is there a spreadsheet?
There's a spreadsheet, yes.
Is it Google Sheets? Is it
There's
Excel?
Google Sheets, yeah.
Okay. Have you run like, is there, you don't have to share the contents, but is there like data on each?
So I track paid clients and free sex separately. And I track different things on either of them. Like with clients, I track like positions we used and who had an orgasm. And with personal people, I just track basically like age, city, name. And I've had this, I think, 42 people, I think, for free. So I'm sharing this because like I want people to calibrate. It's not like huge. It's not like tiny. One
of the people I've recently talked to, Mel, Destiny's, Steven's wife, is a huge fan of yours. She was actually really excited to get to talk to you. But I think she said her body count is more than 42. I think she said 60, something like this. So it's interesting because she was like saying like she loves like looking at your work, talking to you, because you have similar perspectives on the world, and it's really refreshing. It's liberating. Wow.
Oh, it's really sweet.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So, what is there like an optimal body count? Like, if you were to map, I wonder. Yeah, what have you found out about body count in doing? Have you actually done surveys on body count, like on how many people
I
have
actually
had
have
sex?
collected that information on my last survey. I just haven't looked at it yet. There's just so many things to look at, so I haven't.
Yeah.
But I think if I'm sleeping with a guy and he's had sex with more than 120 people, then I start to get a little bit wary.
Why 120 as opposed to 100?
I don't know. I just like kind of skimmed through the numbers in my head and picked one that felt right.
Just now.
Yeah.
120.
Ish. I think then that's when I'm sort of like.
Ish. So you're flexible.
Yeah, I'm flexible. Very.
But 200 is a hard line for sure.
Well, so, we have to.
It depends. The factors.
Because like there's a level of body count at which you start to wonder how much like accidental misrepresentation a guy is doing to you.
Oh, like if you're saying 200, that might be dishonest.
No, like if he's had sex with 200 girls, this means that he's had a lot of casual sex and not a lot of like long-term relationships, assuming that he's hasn't been super poly.
Yeah.
And this usually means that there has to be some sort of like indication that he cares about the girl more than he actually does. Like
because
he's like leading you on, basically.
Right.
And so I'm not saying this is necessarily the case. I'm saying like at a certain level of number, I start to wonder if this is what's happening.
is there like, from your understanding of it, is there a different perception between men and women? Like if you look at the high body count for a woman versus a high body count for a man, like how society views it?
Oh yeah, people are way more judgmental of women. I haven't experienced this personally in my circles because I'm in very sex-friendly circles. Like I'm in orgy circles where everybody like dates the same women and they're like, "Woo, good job." But yeah, people are much more like, people always tell me online like, you're not ever going to be able to find a husband because you have sex with too many people.
Okay.
It's very common, which I don't think. I mean, like men are also perceived negatively if you have high body count, but I don't think it's negatively in the same way.
Yeah. Do you think it's unethical to lie about your body count?
Yeah.
So all lying is unethical.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of lying in general.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Body count is an interesting one. It's so silly to care about that. But still we do.
Yeah.
And jealousy is silly, but still we get jealous. Is that weird?
I think the thing is, like, I don't like viewing emotions as like irrational, even if they are. It's like emotions are always there for a reason. And people don't like high body counts for a reason too. They're just fine and valid.
Yeah, it also is like, yeah, I don't know what I make of just the past, of like time. You know, like each human is a collection of experiences, and you don't know most of those experiences, and all of a sudden you meet this bag of experiences, and like, what are you supposed to do with both of your like training data? Are you supposed to like what? Like, I don't know if we, like, part of me wants to not actually ever talk about it, to care at all. Like, why does it matter? Because only the future is that matters, and yet the past also matters a lot potentially, but maybe not really, because you're somehow like constructed from that past, but you're no longer that past.
It sounds like you're evaluating for something different than most people.
What do you mean?
Like the reason.
I'm just talking out my ass, but yes, go ahead. Yeah, I'm just saying crazy shit like as if I'm on drugs.
It kind of sound. I think this is like kind of like lining up with like this caricature that I'm building of you based on this conversation so far.
Great.
That like a lot of people want to know about your past because they want to know how useful and compatible you are with them. Like, oh, do you have a similar job? You know, do you have a similar culture? Like, what can I expect from you in the future? Like, it's very practically oriented. Whereas, like, if the thing that you're focused on is not like being able to predict someone, like if the thing that you're focused on is the present moment, then it doesn't really matter anymore. They're the things that, like, their training data.
But I also think like the past is not that predictive of the future.
Is it not?
Not if you believe in the power of the interaction between two humans. It's like nature versus nurture. I guess also I don't believe in the ability of people to accurately describe their own past.
This is true.
Because they have a very specific lens through it that doesn't necessarily, like, it's too biased.
But you can also interpret based on the bias. Like if somebody describes their own past, you can kind of pick up like
hard. It's difficult. Like you could if you're a therapist, like if you're really drilling, like or whatever. Sorry, if you're really investigating and like analyzing it, but then it's like it's a different kind of relationship, right?
Is it that hard though? Like, if I'm with a guy and I'm considering dating him, and I ask like, how did your past relationships end? And then if all of them are like, he's like, oh, she was crazy, and my other one that she went crazy too. I'm like, okay. Like, if you're talking about all of your exes is insane. Like,
but that's an easy level red flag. But I feel like the more that also it's possible they were crazy, he's attracted to crazy people. So like that. Yeah. But that I would say that's like easy level Mario Kart video game.
Oh man.
Most people's past is like complicated.
That's a pretty good word. No, you're right. I do agree that like there's a level of obfuscation. Wow. That is hard to see through. But just like a little bit sometimes.
But I tend to like with people, I tend to, in general, just human interaction, I tend to not talk about their past very much. Because it allows you to focus on like, I feel like the past is kind of like talking about the weather. It's a crutch for me personally.
Yeah, interesting.
Like as opposed to exploring the ideas in their mind.
Yeah, I see. Is it like I get really annoyed when people quote philosophers when they're trying to talk about philosophy?
Yeah.
Is it like that?
A little, but that crutch is useful and it's
Oh.
kind of sexy. Like it's kind of like
Oh.
cool. Like because it's nice to quote because a good quote allows you to be cheesier than you otherwise would be.
Okay, well if you're doing it to be cheesy, that's fine.
No, I don't, not cheesy, but not cheesy. No, not cheesy. But to be like, it allows you to say a simple, profound thing that we're too afraid to say with our own words. So, like the quoted philosophers, in that sense, is like, yeah, but it's still a crutch, yes. But I feel like the past is more like talking about your dreams. It's just, it's not. It's a crutch that doesn't care, doesn't empathize with the other person's experience of the conversation or the explanations. Doesn't really convey the.
They are not involved in your
Yeah.
past.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about this conversation where you're asking me about my past? And I talked about my past a lot.
Well, I'm okay asking about your past because you've really carefully thought about that aspect of it. And we didn't really talk about your past outside of the things you've written about and I've really thought about.
I see.
Like there's like with most conversations we start talking about past stuff that's like the stuff that's actually bothering you, you still probably have not written a blog post about, right?
Mhm.
Like there's probably still stuff like maybe it's more recent, like the last few months, last couple of years. Like that's usually where we'll come up with conversation and just it's good, but it's not as deep and I would say it's not as intimate as talking about the actual ideas in your mind
I see.
and how you interact with the
So
world.
like the past is interesting for the frame of like sort of like the like I guess you're right. I guess we're talking a lot about like narrative
Yeah,
and past.
yeah. I like the ideas in people's minds versus their
Mhm.
recollections and memories and so on. Yeah, yeah. What do you think about porn?
Nice, I like it.
Okay, you like it?
Yeah.
What effect do you think it has on society?
Like probably reduces rates of rape. Like really horny men get an outlet that's not a real life woman.
Okay, so what about like the? I mean, like I said, I finished reading Brave New World. Like the over sexualization, does it increase like the sexualization of society? That's not to a degree. It's not good, or is this good? Like does it alter in a negative direction our relationship with sex?
It's unclear. I think it might. I don't know how to evaluate this thing, right? Because this is like one of those really charged things where like I kind of don't trust anybody's arguments on it because it's too charged. But like there's another question which is like, is it a net positive or net negative?
Yeah.
Like it's possible that it might be like a net negative for specifically our relationship to sex, but like a net positive overall in general. I'm not sure. The thing, my guess is that in general, it's better to let people do the thing that feels good to them, and then the environment will naturally modify to fit this thing. And then if we have more needs in response to that, then we're going to figure out a way to take care of those needs. So like if you're watching a bunch of porn and this makes you like not want to go have sex with women, then we're going to have to like change the way that we like experience IRL connection.
To compete with porn?
Yeah, which seems like a natural evolution of like the civilizational cycle. Like I'm pro natural evolution, and like instead of trying to stop things that people want to do naturally, we figure out how to integrate that and like find a more healthy outlet.
But you have to then be first honest with the effects that porn has. So like, is it a negative thing? Is it a positive thing in real life sex interaction? You know, you're gonna have that more and more with like porn in VR or maybe porn, AI porn.
Yeah.
Like, is that a bad thing? Like, what if porn with AI, or even like in physical space, like sex robots, like what if that's more pleasurable in a bunch of different dimensions than with other humans?
Then we should figure out artificial wombs.
Like, how important is sex for society? I guess with between two humans.
I don't know. I mean, like we're having less sex and making fewer babies, and that seems like probably not great.
Yeah, right. With the babies one.
Yeah.
But the babies, there's probably artificial ways to have babies that we can figure out.
Yeah.
Then how important is sex to be human? I guess sex with other humans. Like, we're gonna have to figure that out in the century.
Yeah. I don't know what it means like be human. I'm pretty on the transhumanist side of things. I'm like happy to stop being human.
So you're okay if like this century's the last time will be something like these biological bags of meat that we are,
Let's become something new and cooler.
even though that thing will be way cooler than you.
Well, I would like to. I mean, I'm hoping that we get to be immortal.
It'll take you along for the ride.
That's what I'm hoping. Or like clone my. I would like to do cryonics. You get frozen when you die.
Are you afraid of death?
I mean, yes and no. I like came to terms with death with my LSD use, but I still have like press brakes when the red light happens.
Hey, that were
I think this is a poll you've asked, or this might be one of the questions in your cards. But how many years would you like to live? Like if you had to pick.
Oh, that's not a good one. That's a really hard. Maybe like 1 million.
1 million. But you have to like. I think the way it's supposed to have been a Twitter poll. I forget what
It's poll and also in the deck of cards, the ask poll. Yeah.
Yeah, like you have to pick that number of years, and you have to live that many years, and you can't live anymore.
Yeah.
You can't die sooner, I guess.
Yeah.
1 million years?
I don't like that question. It's hard. I know I asked that question to a lot of people, but I don't like answering it. It's really difficult.
What's the downside of 1 million years?
I mean, maybe you want to die sooner than that.
Yeah.
Like, I guess I would rather wait to see if AI kills us all in the next 10 years. And if it doesn't, then I'd like to maybe make it 1 million years.
Yeah, but can't it torture you for like 1 million years? What if you're the last human left?
Yeah, that's true. The thought of like civilization ending and then just floating in space alone is kind of shitty.
No, being tortured. Just imagine today you're tortured, tomorrow you're tortured, the day after tomorrow.
For some reason, it's not that scary. I don't know.
Torture for 1 million years?
Yeah, I just assume you get used to it. But like maybe if they reset your memory so it's on a loop, so you're always experiencing torture for the first time.
Yeah, hence torture. Torture is supposed to be unpleasant. I'm sure AI will be very creative in figuring out how to torture you. I think I would go on the safe side. I would just like 150 years.
Really, 150 though? That feels like right in the uncanny valley.
Well, you picked 120 for body count, so I'm thinking 150. I'm upping you by 30. But the uncanny valley.
It's like probably everybody that you grew up with is going to be dead. It's like just enough for like everybody to die, like one cycle.
Yeah, and then start dating the next generation. No.
And then so you get like sort of 2 lifetimes.
Yeah, 2 lifetimes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it also really depends on if other people get this feature.
Yeah, assume they don't.
Because you'll have like FOMO for sure for the people who pick 300 years.
Yeah.
Or not, or the other regret, another human thing. But you're like, what does transhumanism mean to you in general? So extension of life, extension of what it means to be a living, conscious being. You're all for it, whatever that means.
Yeah, I never really thought about the term transhumanism for like people say you're transhumanism, like I don't really care. But I slowly realized that my attitude is, in fact, at least the thing that I'm conceiving of as transhumanist. Like, I'm very happy to do artificial wombs and, upload our brains to the great collective and whatever. I don't have the thing that I'm like, oh, what about like the true organic humanness that makes us who we are? Like, whatever that soul of humanity, I have no attachment to it at all, which I think is what I'm thinking of as transhumanist. Like,
so you're like, I guess the window of what you consider to be beautiful about life is not limited to this particular definition.
Yeah. Let's explode. Like, let's make our consciousnesses huge.
So AI could be a part of that. So you're mostly excited by AI.
Well, I mean, I'm like part of like the Doomer cult, which I say tongue in cheek is not actually a Doomer cult, but I'm part of a lot of.
Do you worship a god of some sort? Would you sacrifice little small animals?
That would make it like cooler than what it is. It's mostly just a bunch of nerds who are very concerned about AI.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you're concerned about the existential risks of ChatGPT.
Of, what ChatGPT will eventually evolve into being.
It's super exciting and terrifying how quickly it's accelerating.
Yeah.
Like language models are freaking me out.
Yeah.
It's very unexpected that it's the same exact. I mean, ChatGPT is just GPT-3, 3.5. It's the same model, relatively small to what it could be, to what GPT-4 will be, and the other competitors. And just like a few tricks made it much better. in terms of interaction with humans, and then we'll keep discovering extra tricks. The thing I'm really excited about is how everyone kind of knows how it works, so you can kind of create, especially with computation becoming cheaper and cheaper. There'll be a lot of competitors.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
I mean, because everything is just like information ultimately. Like the atoms that we have, like we are biological machines built out of like tiny code.
Mhm.
Like our DNA is just information. It's not hard. If you have access, if you're like have a brilliant brain that's like great at processing information,
Go
you
on.
have complete control over reality.
Yes.
You have control over the atoms around you. All you need is like a tiny little like atomic printer, and like we have those. Those are cells, right? And then like this is like if the limitation is information, there is no boundary between the technology and the real world. Like we are creating something that it has a massive ability to affect the real world.
I mean, it's hard to know how difficult it is to close that gap to reality, like from the physics to the information.
I feel like all organic life is that gap. It's all around us.
Yeah, but it's hard to know like how to go from digital to printing life. I don't know.
We have like CRISPR and stuff. You can order. You can just like
Yeah, but
make
it's
it's very easy, right?
There's technical difficulties and there's cost,
Which is amazing.
like at scale. Like the terrifying thing about AI is it can accelerate overnight
Mhm.
the capabilities,
Mhm.
but the printing of stuff, the actually changing physical reality, is very costly. It's very difficult to exponentially accelerate. The more terrifying thing is AI becoming exponentially intelligent and then controlling humans, which there's many of us.
Yeah.
And then that's how we achieve scale. We humans build stuff, or Star Wars, or so on. Like it starts manipulating our minds, gets in our mind, becomes our friends, and then starts. I don't know.
Yeah, I think people
dividing us.
thinking this is unlikely. It's like it's probably going to be as smart to us as like we are to toddlers. To be toddlers thinking that like, oh, we can prevent the AI from coming in the room. Like as an adult, it's like not hard to trick a toddler.
What about falling in love in the AI system? Do you think you'll have since you're like this is the freedom you have being polyamorous, you can kind of
And follow from AI.
like it's not really have to commit fully. Like, sorry, you still commit, but you have others, humans, who you can kind of diversify to because like it's kind of a big thing to come to a party and your boyfriend is an AI, and that's monogamous boyfriend is an AI. It's an issue, right?
Why would it be an issue?
All right, now you're already getting offended at that possibility, which therefore I know it's going to be a reality. No, I'm just joking that it's an issue. I don't actually think it's an issue. I think it's maybe at the cutting edge it'll be an issue, but
Like assume they have a body. I assume.
yeah,
Like they
but the
printed-
body will be really like crappy. It'd be like R2D2.
I feel like we grow human bodies already from like just a tiny little cluster of cells. It's just and so all they have to do is make that cluster and grow it.
No. They don't that the embryogenesis process, like that's really not well understood at all.
Mhm.
That's really tough. I think we're much more likely to have crappy humanoid robotics.
Mhm.
Like I don't think the body is overrated in terms of like if the AI system is super intelligent, it can use charm to make up for the crappy body. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like if I were an AI system and I were super intelligent, I probably would be able to solve the problem of like growing organic matter. And then I would obviously just do that. You just build exactly the organic machine that you want.
Sure, that's like super intelligence. I think like with language, I'm worried about before it achieves super intelligence, like true AGI, it'll just be really good at talking.
Yeah, that's true.
And like it, I just don't think intelligence is a very different, like basically a scientist and a super intelligent scientist is a different thing than just a good conversationalist at a party that can undress you with their words.
Would you date an AI?
Way before then, I could see myself being friends with an AI system.
Yeah.
But like people are friends with inanimate objects, and there's a robot behind you. I have a lot of them. I like legged robots. They're interesting. It's on the shelf.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yep.
I didn't notice that.
Yep. Yeah, legged robots. We anthropomorphize them even more because there's something about the movement of like like a thing that steps and looks up at you. There's a power to that versus like a Roomba. It's just like running into the wall.
Yeah, I think as soon as we get like some sort of empathetic expression on a robot face, it's over.
So
It'll be like, oh, it's so cute. It's gonna be so easy to make it cute too.
if that's what you want, or you want like a dominant, like clearly
That's
this
true.
is what women
Big,
want,
sexy
is a dominant
Terminator, yeah.
with strong hands. Yeah. And kind of dumb. Or not. I don't know. That you can customize. It'd be interesting to do a survey like how they would customize it.
Oh yeah.
Like what would you want in a perfect robot? This is the problem I see with people, the way they talk about robots is they kind of want a servant. I think what people don't realize what they want in relationships, they want some like it has to be a push and pull. Like there has to be some resistance. Like you really don't want a servant.
Mhm.
Or even like the perfect manifestation of what you think you want. I think you want imperfections around that, like some uncertainty. I don't know. I question how well we're able to perfectly put on paper what we really want.
Would you really turn down like a perfect woman though? Like assume like
Perfect one.
she walks into the room and it's just shockingly compatible, and you like start dating her and there's just no hiccups. Like you fight perfectly. Like she really understands you. Like would you be like, this is too perfect? I'm upset because we're not having enough imperfection. Like can you like actually imagine yourself going to do that?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
Because that's how you define perfect. Because perfect for me would be like easy and all that kind of stuff, right? But then that would be like, this is too easy.
Mm.
If I actually were to introspect what is the perfect relationship, then yes, maybe, because I probably want some challenge, probably want some chaos, right? Like does anyone really fully want zero conflict ever? Like completely perfect conflict? Like it's the thing that pressing a button. Like, do you really want in a relationship anything you want? You press a button, you get.
Mm.
I don't think people want that. You might think you want that.
Yeah, I guess it depends. Like, there's a kind of conflict that I think I would never want, which is something like antagonistic conflict. I wouldn't mind disagreement,
Right.
you know? But there's a level of fighting I would be happy to have a relationship for the rest of my life that never has like a fight of a certain shittiness.
Yeah, but that's shittiness, but like resistance. Like, I don't know what the example is. Because I mean, I partially agree with you, but I every time I would imagine like perfect, flawless, nothing, no conflict, you imagine somebody that doesn't have like a complexity of personality, right? Like, I feel like it's not even it's conflict that's laden in basic misunderstanding between human beings, like misinterpretation, different perspectives that clash, different worldviews, different ideas, all that kind of stuff. That conflict.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I like having somebody like, be like, I don't think that's right because I have this other view. That's cool.
And also like the threat of leaving, right?
Oh yeah.
Like that's a kind of conflict.
Yeah, that's true. Like you have to be good enough for the other person or maybe you'll lose them.
Yeah. And maybe a little jealousy. Like they're good at that, not too much. But like if you design all that in, then I don't know.
Sounds romantic.
Sounds romantic. Okay. All right. I do want to really quickly ask you about the rationalist community, because I've got to know a few of them a few times. You tweeted a guideline to rationalist discourse, basics of rationalist discourse from Les Rowan.
Mm.
What are these folks? What's the rationalist culture? What's rationalist discourse?
Yeah, I love the rationalists because they're interested in like how do you have conversations more effectively if you're trying to figure out what's actually true, and which sounds kind of obvious, but in practice it's not usually. I remember when I first started having debating conversations, I was very antagonistic, like, oh, I'm feminist or not a feminist, and then the rationalists were generally like, actually, we don't know what we mean by the term feminism. Like, how do you feel about that? It was very like kind and compassionate. Like even if somebody says something that sounds insane, you're like, okay, well, we're going to respect your reasoning. And like, even if we disagree, let's actually figure out why you think the way that you think. And they're also really smart, write a whole bunch of great stuff about how to think more clearly and with less bias.
Yeah, I wonder what those conversations, because I've never really like talked to those folks. So this guideline in particular, I think, has to refers to like shorthand characteristics of rationalist discourse, including expect good discourse to require energy, don't say straightforwardly false things, track for yourself and distinguish for others your inferences from your observations, estimate for yourself and make clear for others your rough level of confidence in your assertions, make your claims clear, explicit, and falsifiable, or explicitly acknowledge that you aren't doing so, can't, so on and so forth. So don't jump to conclusions.
Yeah.
Don't weaponize equivocation. Don't abuse categories. Don't engage. It's very aggressive guidelines. Don't engage. I do what I want. I let my emotions guide me. God damn it.
They're pro that as long as you're explicit about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can be like a crazy asshole as long as you're
Yeah.
explicit.
You can be like epistemic status, crazy asshole.
Yeah. Who's here to destroy the quality of the conversation.
I think it's like a common misconception about rationalists is that like they're kind of like Spock. We suppress emotion, we're thinking logically, herd eater. But I found this to be really not the case. Like, I remember there's a Less Strong thread where I was like really emotional and I commented, and in the beginning I was like, just warning, I'm just very emotional, and then I just vented my emotions, and people responded really well to that. They're like, cool, like you're just genuinely, truthfully expressing your state. This is actual information about the world that's important to hear. And it's just, they're very interested in having things framed correctly. Like, you shouldn't be claiming that your emotions are necessarily a true version of the world. And so as long as you're just clear about what the frame it is, you're fine.
How do you feel about this conversation? What could we have done better?
I like the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little worried coming in. I was like, what if he only asks a couple questions and then we don't know what to talk about?
Yeah.
But it's been quite a long time.
And I covered, there's so many things I didn't cover.
I like you have I'm not used to talking to somebody who feels like some of the core way that they approach the world is so different than mine. Like, usually the differences arrive like higher up the tree, but like there's something about like your root system that I think is very different from mine.
Yeah.
But also the way that you engage with others is still flexible.
Yeah.
Like, usually when I encounter somebody with such a different root system, there's like, it's like more aggressive or something.
Yeah.
But there's something about the way that you're structured that feels very gentle.
All right. Well, I'm really happy we talked. Something tells me we'll probably talk much more times. I think you're a fascinating human being. I think I'm a huge fan of your work. Maybe one more question. What's the meaning of life?
To want things, to search, to be in.
Well, I think your curiosity is like somehow getting to that.
Yeah.
To want things.
Because like it was
To want
curiosity, like
things.
you don't know. I want to know the answer. To like be in the state of yearning.
Of wanting.
Yeah. That's the
I wonder if you could do that if you lived a million years. Just keep yearning always. That's the thing I'm probably afraid of if I lived a million years. It's not the torture. It's like the yearning will fade.
They probably yearn to die then.
I was just sitting there wanting death intensely.
That's kind of romantic a little bit. It has like a bit of that spark.
And constantly being denied. Wow. So most of your existence on Earth would be spent deeply intimate with death, just thinking about death. I think we're already doing that, but like hiding that from ourselves a little bit. Anyway, wanting. Wow. This is an amazing conversation. I think you're an amazing researcher and human being.
You're a great interviewer. I can see why you do this a lot.
I appreciate it. This was really fun. Ayla, thank you so much for talking with me today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ayla. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. Physics is like sex. Sure, it may give you some practical results. That's not why we do it. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time. Narcissism is not arrogance. Narcissism is the opposite of arrogance.
is such a deep sense of inadequacy and incompetence in the self that the defensive structure around that becomes dominated by a rocket-fueled envy.
The following is a conversation with Paul Conti, a psychiatrist and a brilliant scholar of human nature. My friend, Andrew Huberman, told me that Paul and I absolutely must meet and talk, not just about the topic of trauma, which Paul wrote an amazing book about, but broadly about human nature, about narcissism, sociopathy, psychopathy, good and evil, hate and love, happiness and envy. As usual, Andrew was right. This was a fascinating conversation. As the old meme goes, one does not simply doubt the advice of Andrew Huberman. Allow me to also quickly mention that I disagree with Paul a bunch in this episode, as I do in other episodes, even with experts, in part for fun and in part because I think the ideas and conversation is what creates insights and wisdom. My goal is to always empathize, understand, and explore ideas of the person sitting across from me. Disagreement is just one of the ways I think it's fun to do just that. As long as I do so from a podcast, to support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Paul Conti. Do you see psychiatry as fundamentally a maladies? Absolutely. I think psychiatry is our best way to understand who we are as people. I mean, it looks at our biology. How does our brain work? It's the very foundational aspects of who we are, and then it manifests as psychology. What do we think? What do we feel? What are our strivings? What are our fears? So, yeah, I think psychiatry provides tools that we can use to help each other, but those tools come through it being a discipline of understanding. So with every patient you see, with every mind you explore, are you picking up a deeper understanding of the human mind?
I think I'm trying to. I think we should be able to take something away from everything we do, every interaction to some small degree.
Every conversation. It doesn't have to be a patient, just anywhere. At Starbucks, getting a coffee, you can learn something from that little experience.
Yeah, even if you just reinforce sort of gentle kindness and gratitude and decent human interaction, there's a reinforcement of that even if we don't take away memories or lessons, so to speak, we can reinforce who we choose to be.
So understanding ourselves from those interactions too, not just the general sort of philosophical human mind, but understanding our own mind, introspect on how our own mind works.
Yeah, because everything we understand about anyone or anything else is coming through here, right? So, we're understanding others. We're also understanding ourselves. It's all feeding through us.
Yeah, but it's a tricky thing to step away and look at your own mind and understand that it's just a machine. You can kind of control the way the machine processes the external environment and the way that machine converts the things it perceives into actual emotions, like how it interprets the things it perceives. You just sort of step away and analyze it in that way, and then you can control it. You can oil the machine. You can control how it actually interprets the perceptions in order to generate positive emotions, and be like a mechanic for the gears in the machine.
I mean, I think to some degree of it, the difference, I think, at least as I understand, I think of machines as not being inscrutable, right? That if there's enough study, there's enough acumen applied, that we can understand whatever it is we're trying to figure out. Whereas part of understanding ourselves is understanding that there are things we can't understand. Mm-hmm. And I think that's indispensably important, I think, to health and happiness, and also to having enough humility to see how people can be different from us, how we can be different from ourselves at times. So knowing that we don't know a lot and having some idea of what that might be, I think is an indispensable part of the process, which I think is different from machines, I think.
Yeah, the machines, you're basically saying machines generally, because they're engineered from a design, they're usually going to be simpler, therefore understandable. Mm-hmm. And you're saying the complexity of the human mind is, at least from our perspective, nearly infinite.
Is there a meta phenomena, what sometimes gets described as sort of levels of emergence, where at increasing levels of complexity, you have novelty evolve that you can't predict
Yeah.
from lower levels of complexity, like for example, atoms to molecules. It's just one example. I think neurons to consciousness, consciousness to culture, right? That there are meta phenomena that separate from the phenomena underneath of them, and thereby add in an entire aspect of novelty. So I think we are. I mean, I really think this is true, that we are all infinitely fascinating because of these levels of emergence, of novelty that are inscrutable because you can't predict from one level to the next or understand fully, are what make us, and not just us, but I think sentient creatures, right? Human beings, right? But sentient creatures inestimably more interesting than creatures that aren't sentient. And I don't know, I think when we think about machine learning and artificial intelligence, I think it's that we're trying to create levels of emergence that now we don't fully understand anymore, which I guess is both exciting and maybe scary too.
Yeah, so you start at the physics of atoms, quantum mechanics, go into chemistry, go into biology. From the biology, you have the functional phenomena, especially as manifested in the human brain, and then multiple brains connecting together through consciousness and intelligence creates civilizations. It's pretty interesting. Where do you think the magic is? At which layer of the cake?
Every layer. Because every time you emerge from one thing to another, I see it as an analog with the concept of the dialectic, right? Where I think it was Hegel, right, who realized, hey, when you have like thing A and thing B and they're complicated and they come together, you don't get a hybrid of A and B, right? You end up getting something that's new, that's novel, and I think that describes to some degree that like what emergence is, except there's a whole new universe of novelty, right? That comes at each layer of emergence that allows infinite possibilities that weren't possible before. And I think that's why we're so complicated, that our functional neuroscience, right, which I think is psychology, right, our ability to think about ourselves, about others, to be reflective, is sitting on top of so many layers of emergence. Like the idea of standing on the shoulders of giants, that we're, each of us, our consciousness is standing on the shoulder of a giant of many, many, many levels of emergence, of novelty, so many of which we don't understand. That subatomic particles, everything that quantum physics means, when does time become important, right? As opposed to things happening outside of time and outside of space. When do we slot into one temporal perspective, and then the complexity just, I think, grows and grows and grows.
Yeah, the interesting word you use is novelty. If true, this really blows my mind.
First, I was just muted.
Either shallow or deep sense, it is true.
24 hours,
I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know if you know something about cellular automata. It's this very simple mathematical objects where you have rules that govern each individual little cell, and they interact locally, and that you understand the very simple operation of those individual cells, but at another layer of abstraction, when you just kind of zoom out with blurry vision, these meta objects starts appearing that function. You can build a Turing machine with it. You can build an arbitrary complexity of computation on top of this kind of very simple object.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting question whether that was always there. The atoms somehow know about love, right? Like about consciousness,
Right.
about war and violence and evil and hate and all that. That's already laden in the possibility of that, the capacity for that. It's already in the atoms. It's already in the physics. It's already in all the different chemistry that builds up. It's like even the origin of life, still a mystery. That's known. That's in the physics. Right? That's known to the universe. The basic background physics of the universe. Because if that's not the case, it's like, where does that come from? Where's that magic? And how many layers can the cake possibly have? How many are we going to keep building? If we're constantly through this process of abstraction, of adding a layer to the cake, adding novel things, like where's the ceiling? As we expand out into the cosmos, if we successfully can do that, are we going to keep building like more miraculous, complex objects? And then the brain is just like a middle layer thing. We tend to think of ourselves as truly, truly special manifestations of what's possible in the universe, but maybe we're just like the basic, like tiny building block of something much, much, much bigger. We're in the early days being a brick in a very large building.
Sure. Look, I think that's entirely possible. I mean, I think the only emergent thing, so to speak, that we build is culture, right? The aggregation of us. So you have individual human minds, which are entirely unique. I mean, even the fact that time is different for you and me, right? It may be by picoseconds, right? But we can engage because our perceptions of time are parallel enough, they're close enough, right? That we can share a reality, right? But we're all living in a different dimension of time, right? I mean, we know that, right? So we're unique in that way. And then the unique individuals that we are, just like the cells, right, start to create not just one thing, not just a culture, but culture on top of our individuality, right? Our uniqueness, our even dimensional uniqueness of time and experience and consciousness. So we create cultures on top of us, but what could be beyond culture, right? And what is different from us, either on underlying levels, like, you know, like quantum physics or chemistry or biology, or entirely different and unconceived, I think it's an immense question. And I think it's one that should create humility in us, right? That look how much we don't know, and then how reckless we are with ourselves, with our resources, with human life. And I think there it's important to say, I mean, think about how entropy rules the universe around us. I mean, how over selected are we? How many, not just hundreds or thousands of times, but how many millions of times does there have to be a selection branch point before we get into a sort of eddy pool of counter entropy, right? Where you can begin to create, right? Which I think is why you say, okay, do the atoms know about love, right? The fact that anything is being created, right, means there's this over selection for counter entropy where there can be a building of greater complexity, of ultimately of novelty. And we don't often think about that, of how far removed we are, maybe light years, so to speak, from any other location, temporally, physically in the universe where this could happen. And we don't think about, what does that mean?
Everything that you said, love, everything is counter entropy. It goes against the way the basic physics in the universe. So maybe actually the atoms really don't like what we're doing. they want us to stop. They've been trying really hard to stop, and despite that, we somehow started this whole bacteria thing for like 1 billion years, and now we're here.
I actually think of it kind of the other way. I don't think there's any purpose to purposelessness, right? So why would anything be here if the drive weren't towards creativity, right? If the drive weren't towards those subatomic particles not being nothingness that blips in and out of existence, right? Like we think is going on in empty space, you know, for light years upon light years, right? But is there a design, either natural or intentional, for a schema, right? A scenario that allows for the incredibly rare but not non-existent eddy pool of counter entropy where good can happen, right? Where creativity can happen, where ultimately something can grow, something novel can happen. There's no novelty in the vastness of space, even though there's not nothing there. There's novelty here because I think the layers of emergence start stacking very, very, very high when we're in a place of counter entropy, which then could provide even thoughts about like good and evil, right? The idea that creating, that preserving is good, right? It's what we build upon. It's how we get to the eddy pool of counter entropy, right? So then destruction is not good. What good comes of aggression and destruction, right? Unless we're protecting. We can think of outline cases, but just think in general concepts, right? Like destruction destroys. It brings us towards a state of entropy, towards a state of nothingness, whereas goodness, commonality, collaboration, right? Nurturing, right? Brings novelty. It brings new existence to the universe. And I think we don't think about that. We're in the middle of something so vast and built on top of so many layers. And I think it leads us to be cavalier, you know, with human life, including often our own.
So you think there's an underlying creative force to the universe that that might even have a kind of built-in morality to it, where creating is better than destroying, and then that somehow maps onto our society, where we kind of try to figure out what that actually means in terms of good and evil. So that's something is there like that, but but it has to be. It's like so nice. It's so perfect because it's rare. It's sufficiently rare when we have our own space. Like you can like close the door and like I need to be alone right now as our human civilization to work on my thing. So it's sufficiently rare that there's not other alien civilizations. They're just like constantly knocking on our door, destroying us. But it still exists. That's weird.
Right. It's so
That's really
fantastically improbable
Yeah.
that I think we should be very respectful of it. And I think you said there's a creative force that values creativity. Right?
Yes.
This would be, well, sure, it's a creative force, right? Its existence, its ability to exist and to create comes from something other than entropy, right? Something other than so much dispersion that there's nothingness, right? So the creative force will value the sanctity of things, right? Keeping things together, not destroying things, right? Building novelty, including novelty of knowledge, novelty of sentience. I mean, it fits with the idea that we're not nothing, that's incredibly improbable, and that there are these many, many layers of emergence that we're standing upon. And I think it tells us something that we're not doing ourselves a service to ignore, right? It's not just a jump to saying, oh, there's a religious answer to everything. It's just, no, it's saying science isn't a god either, right? So if we think of science as a tool and not as an endpoint in and of itself, what is the science telling us? Like, I remember showing up at medical school, and it really is true. I mean, I knew so little about the human body. I'd only been in hospitals to visit people. I'd taken pre-med classes, but sort of intensely at once after I didn't take any, and I was working in business. I knew next to nothing, and I had this idea that was so naive in retrospect that I was going to learn so much, right? I was going to answer these questions because I was going, oh, what's going on in the body? What are these organs doing? What are these cells? And what I learned was there was so much more that was amazing and mysterious and seemingly impossible. Like even how a cell functions, right? Like what is going on inside of a cell, the transport mechanisms and energy functions and diffusion functions. And then you can go down to smaller levels than that. But when you come back out and you say, how all those cells make a kidney, it's not explanatory. I remember asking the OB who had delivered my first child, right? I was so amazed. And I asked him, like, what do you think? Like, what do you know? You do this, right? You're seeing this life created. And, and his thought was nothing. I just marvel. I mean, I get to do this, but I just marvel at it. And I think the more we know about us, the more we respectfully marvel.
And we should do that. We should proactively marvel at every aspect, at every layer that where the novelty emerges.
Yes. We'd be a lot less likely to say, hey, I don't like you because of something, whatever it is, race, religion, culture, sexuality, gender identity, whatever it is, or I want rights that you don't have, right? Or I want what you have, right? I mean, there's so much of this, and I understand it's driven by scarcity and by human insecurity and envy and all of these things that I think could drive us towards destruction. But all of that recklessness comes from not having this initial appreciation and respect that you're referring to and just marveling at, like, wow, okay, we're here. That's amazing. Let's start with that.
But if we marvel at this whole thing, the human project, the human condition, all the different kinds of human beings that are possible, what do you then make of that some humans do evil onto the world? First of all, are all human beings capable of evil? If we're in the process, now we've got a little bit of momentum in terms of marveling at the layers of the cake. Should we also marvel at the capacity for evil in all of us?
Yes.
Is that capacity there?
I believe that it is.
Yes.
So what do we understand about the psychology of evil? Where does that originate in the human mind? Is it there in the neurobiology? Is it there in the environment, in the upbringing?
Can I clarify first? I think the capacity for evil, I do believe, is in all of us. There's a difference between enacting evil and a sort of preset, followed, developed plan of evil, right? I don't believe that all of us are capable of doing what the people who perpetrate the most evil do, right? But I do believe that we're capable of perpetrating evil, right? And one thought would be that there are drives in us. I mean, there certainly seem to be drives in us towards survival, towards gratification, in some ways towards pleasure, and that can get very complicated because pleasure inside can be relief of distress. So if I feel very badly about myself, and I can feel a little better about myself by making you feel worse about yourself, right? Which that plays out in a lot of human beings. Is that an indirect way of bringing pleasure, right? So it gets very complicated what's going on inside of us, and sometimes the perpetration of evil things can be through misunderstandings, anger, impulsivity. I mean, there are things that we can have in us, and other times there can be other things going on which are through the lens of unhealthy human psychology. So, for example, the psychology of envy, which I think drives the lion's share of the orchestrated evil, right? There's a difference between impulsive, reflexive evil and highly orchestrated evil, which I think is driven by envy.
Highly orchestrated evil, we're talking about at scale of societies like totalitarianism. So if we're thinking about somebody like Hitler, so at scale, orchestration of evil, envy driving that. So I mean, that's really interesting to think about. I'd love to hear more about it. So some of it, there might be some psychological forces that are in tension with each other. So one is, if you look at somebody like Hitler, it's difficult to know what was going on in his mind, but it's possible to imagine, if you just look at dictators throughout history, that he thought he was doing good, not just for himself, but for the people he believed have value. So one way you can achieve what we consider as evil is by devaluing some group of people. And that could be all group of people. So it could have sort of a narcissistic type of idea that you basically don't care about other human beings. That's one. Envy is different. I mean, maybe they can collaborate together. Or even, like you mentioned, you can actually enjoy doing bad to others. That's almost like different, because if all it is like narcissism, you disregard, you don't care how others feel, then you can just make cold, calculated, military, almost economic decisions, and you don't care if a million people die here or there. But if you actually enjoy some aspect of that, or there is like a resentment that fuels it, it's not just cold calculation, it's like fueled by some kind of personal or cultural resentment.
I think it's all fueled by that.
You think so?
I think it's all fueled by that. I think the idea that Hitler thought he was doing good, right, it is like, that is such a thin facade that it flies away like a handkerchief in a hurricane, right? That,
yeah, like that's beautiful. Yeah,
it's built upon, like it says, I'll explain, logical lies, right? Because people can build lies upon specious logic, right? So the idea that, okay, I'm doing good because I believe that this ethnicity of people is good and this is bad, and now I'm going to do this and I'm going to make the world different and it's going to bring better to the world, and now I'm raising armies and I'm building concentration camps, and I think like this is all in the service of good. Is I don't think anyone ever thinks that, right? Or they think that, but because they're living in the surface patina, right? Like they're not allowing the hurricane in that blows away the handkerchief and says like this is all evil, right? I mean, how do you decide that some group of people is good and some is bad, and like what is it that you take upon yourself to play God or make decisions about the world? And I think what really is going on is people are not doing that, right? There's something cobbled together to say like why this is right and this is okay, right, and this is even good, right? But it is all a lie, right? It's a lie that's adorning what I believe is the fact, I believe that what's going on is the gratification of envy inside of the person. And whether someone says, oh, I think this is good and it's okay if a million people die, or I'm going to enjoy that a million people die, I think is the same. I think the enjoyment, the gratification of the orchestrated evil is there, and that it all comes from vulnerability and insecurity. It all comes from deficits in the sense of self.
I'm gonna have to process that. My slow Pentium PC is processing that. So envy underlies all of it. The psychological concept of envy. What is that? I keep putting myself in the mind of Hitler, I guess. That has nothing to do, it doesn't have to do with Jews or Slavic people. Does it have to do with specific amorphous other in his mind that he's envious of?
I think it has all to do with him. All to do with him. There's not a love of the people with whom he allied, or even a sense that the people who he persecuted were worse than him. It's all projections out of what was going on inside of him, which was an intense sense of inadequacy, a rage at being someone he perceived as lesser than. That's the difference between, so we can define words in different ways, even within psychology, but let's say we take the definition here of sort of jealousy as being sort of benign, right? The idea that, oh, I might see something that you have that I don't, and I might think, I'd like that. Maybe I'll work harder to get it, right? Or maybe I can't get it. Maybe it's that you're younger than I am. They say, okay, you have that and I don't. I mean, I have other things too. I'm okay anyway. But I might want those things. But it's very benign, the jealousy. I'd like to be younger. I'd like to be richer, whatever it is that we people think, right? But it's just a thought. And it's a thought that can result in strivings or acceptance, right? It's very, very different. It's completely different than envy, which is destructive. It's the thought of, I see something that you have that I don't have, right? And instead of me working for it or accepting that I don't have it, what I'd like to do then is bring you down, take you down to where I am, and then I'll feel better, right? Because from the perspective of envy, it is all relative.
So is jealousy a kind of, is because he said completely different, but is jealousy potentially like a gateway drug to envy? Like, is it a slippery slope?
I think no. I think that jealousy is a natural, just part of the human phenomenon that we go through life, and we see like, oh, I'd like to have that. I think it's probably part of our incentives, right? If I'm farming and I have one row of crops and I look over and I see that you're working harder and you have two, and I'd like to have two, that can make me work harder to have two.
You don't think it's a slippery slope from one to the other? To at first you're like, I'd like to work harder, but then you keep failing and the weather sucks and you keep failing and the other person becomes more successful. Plus he's got a new hot wife now. There's a nice tractor. Does it feel it's all working? And then you get this idea that, you know what, I'm going to steal all this stuff. I'm going to murder him. And that, don't you think that's just like a leap?
No, I actually think
the same phenomenon?
No, because I think there are things that are in us as humans, right? So the things that just by being human, like we can, for example, feel compassion, right? We can feel interest, right? We can feel jealousy in that benign sense. Like, it's all part of just being human. If we start going from, hey, you have more crops than I have, and that seems like actually have a better life in a lot of ways than I have, I'm going to kill you. That is not a progression of something benign, right? That is.
Wait a minute. But that is a human leap of the same thing, isn't it? Because you're drawing a line, stuff. You're saying like, this human stuff, it's regular life, it's benign, but it feels like this benign thing is just a low magnitude thing version of the thing that's not benign. There's probably a gray area where it stops being good. Like jealousy, you can have like healthy jealousy, you can have a little bit slightly unhealthy. It's I think Jealous Guy, this John Lennon song that I love, is just beautiful. I mean, there's like this jealousy inside relationships can make you feel like take your minds in all kinds of silly directions. It's crazy, but like it feels like that's a next door neighbor to like being really crazy and toxic and all that kind of stuff inside relationships. And then that feels like a next door neighbor. It's like an apartment building. That feels like a next door neighbor that eventually gets to Hitler with envy and resentment of an entire population of people.
You're right in that there's a causal. Yeah, there can be a causal chain, right? Like if I'm not feeling jealous, maybe I won't ever feel envious, right? So you can see, okay, so it can kind of lead to, it can open gates to, like how much do I dislike that you have things that I don't have, right? So yes, in that sense, and I think this is the part that I think is so important, that I think there is a disjunction, right? There's an asymptotic shift, right? From one thing to another, because it
Now you're
is
speaking
very-
my language, mathematically.
Yeah.
Methodically. Yep.
Yes, that's it's a way to convey, right, something that's entirely different. Because if I start thinking, I'm not going to try and make things better, right? I'd like instead to harm you. That's qualitatively different.
Oh, it's almost like, you know what it is? It could be, I don't know what you think about this, but it's in which direction your motivation is pointing. So if in the response to the feeling of jealousy, your sort of the motivation says, okay, I understand this feeling, I want to do less of it. I think there must be a threshold to which you actually want to do more of it. Like it becomes a vicious downward cycle. So that's what envy becomes. Like the first feeling, this idea that I'm going to kill the farmer, it turns into like more and more and more, and you can't sleep, and you're visualizing the farmer, and it becomes the devil, and like you have this very, it's basically a thing that builds into the negative direction versus returns to the stable center.
And now a person is cultivating evil.
Yeah.
Right? They're saying, hey, there can be seeds of evil in all of us. Let me take that seed out, dust it off, plant it, nurture it, right? And then grow that seed of evil, which will affect all other parts of the person's life, right? They won't behave the same towards others in their life. They'll become different as they nurture fantasies of evil, as they begin to create inside of themselves the motivation and the will, right, to enact evil. Right? And the Hitler analogy would say, well, you take someone who had a bad childhood, right, who like was not loved, who was taught and told that he was less than. Okay, like that, we know that happens. I mean, that's why child abuse is so evil, right? It's telling children the worst possible wrong lessons, right? They're not good enough. They'll always be hurt. They can't keep themselves safe. They don't deserve safety, right? So then you take someone who then nurtures that seed of evil, which is a choice. And this is why I can't paint what I fit in with, and then and on and on and on and on and on, a hatred of self through that lens of misery, of just being repulsed by the self. But that's unacceptable to the self. So, it has to be someone else's fault, right? It's not my fault. Whose fault is it, right? And then you see en masse the inaction of evil towards groups of people who somehow in this person's mind, right, are responsible for his misery. And there's the justification of evil, and then all the, whether it's this will be better for the economy, this will be good, this will be that, like that's all lies built to justify the evil.
Is the deep down mechanism that enables.
And that's the endpoint that's being served. What's being served is destruction, right? Which is why it always brings more destruction. Right? I mean, how many times do wars that were started for purposes that we would look and say, like, those were evil purposes? Like, how many times does good come of that? Even we look at the modern world, what comes of it is more evil, is more destruction. Hitler's outward destruction eventually came inward, and you see pictures of what Berlin looked like after the Second World War, right? It wasn't just destruction perpetrated outward, as awful as that is. It's catchy, right? Like people used to worry if before during the time of the Manhattan Project, right? If you start this chain reaction, will you blow the whole world up, right? Or will it stop within this bomb or not? And we see, okay, the chain reaction of evil hasn't yet blown the whole world up, but look at how the catastrophe spreads. I think 50 to 60 million people dead in the Second World War, which truly was a world war. What destruction was spread around the globe?
And this is something that can't be stopped once the chain reaction starts. Like if Hitler was successful, like it would just keep going.
If he had been,
on his personal psychological level, I mean.
Right, because if we think from the perspective of destruction, success would have led to the need to conquer more. Then there's factions and infighting, and then eventually you get the same mass destruction, right? And never does the inaction of evil satisfy what the person is initially seeking. Like people want to feel better about themselves, right? Like Winnicott, who was a British pediatrician who wrote about children and adults from very deep perspectives. He wrote about the idea of good enough, right? And you can sort of extrapolate that to like, we all want to feel good enough, like not just limp over the line good enough, but I want to feel good enough that I'm a decent person in the world, and like what I do matters, and I can have an impact on people, and people can like me and care about me. It's there's a simplicity there that people want, that when people don't have, and there's certain other factors, maybe they're temperamental factors or historical factors, can lead to trying to soothe that deficit, right, through envy. And I think it starts with that, and it often starts in childhood, not always, but it often starts in childhood when the child's brain and psychology are so vulnerable, and you see salient child abuse. If you look at what was Hitler's background and what was Stalin's background, and I mean you could look at almost anyone who's perpetrated evil, whether they're serial killers or whatever it may be. The majority, not everyone, but the majority had these lessons in childhood that said you're not good enough, you can't keep yourself safe, no one cares about you, and in a subset of people, that's going to generate envy, and that seed of evil then gets planted and nurtured. There's a fighter jet.
The sound of a fighter jet above us.
It'd be good if I had orchestrated that.
You quickly forget the comfort of being in a peaceful place. That's one thing I saw in Ukraine. Is hey, you quickly get comfortable here. The whole trip back, I was thinking, so damn good to be in America. The whole like it's like a 3-day trip back. It's so good to be American.
You might take that for granted. It's a population. I do agree.
So the destruction never alleviates the envy. Are all humans capable of envy?
I believe the answer is yes. If you think, do we all have the possibility of evil in us? I think the answer to that is yes. But we have free will. We have choice. We can choose what we do with that. Which is why just because someone is a sociopath, for example, it doesn't mean that they're not responsible. Our medical legal jurisprudence, right, has absolutely borne that out. That legally, medically, we think, okay, if we're responsible, presuming we're healthy, we're not unhealthy in other ways that eliminates our ability to be circumspect, but that we're responsible for what we do and don't nurture inside of us. I mean, there are plenty of things we could decide to nurture anger and hatred about. I could think of slights, difficulties, whether it's something someone else has done to me, or I could blame fate, or I could be mad at God or the world. We can all make those choices, and we're responsible for them, or for recognizing things in us that, like, oh, I too have that in me, but I don't want to nurture that. I don't want to foster that. Or do I choose to nurture and foster that? And I think ultimately, our subject of Hitler as evil, if Hitler had kept winning and winning, right, I think ultimately he would have been the only person on earth, right? And I really do believe that ultimately everything else would be killed, because it's such destruction, right? Destroy everything, right? And probably when that didn't work, then there's the destruction of the self, right? Because nothing soothes envy that is stoked by the sort of flames of evil. And what you see is more and more anger and more frustration, which is why I really do believe someone like that, who nurtured evil in themselves that way, ultimately would destroy. They'd be like him and one other person, and he'd kill the other person.
I think that's really powerfully said. But even just to return to the jealousy versus envy, I still think that it's the same flame. And envy is just the bigger version of it. So I think in my own personal life, I've felt jealousy towards others. Like you said, like, oh, this person has a cooler thing, trinket, whatever trinket I cared about. And usually it's when somebody's really close to the trinket you're building. And I early on, like in my teens, I realized that just empirically speaking, that jealousy over a period of a week just doesn't feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not productive. It doesn't help me build a better trinket. Or it does if I turn it not into jealousy towards another person, but into a love for building a better trinket. It's like, oh, cool. Almost, you know what, like proactively speaking,
And later in life, like people like Joe Rogan actually have been really powerful in this for me, just as a fan of his, to celebrate other people. So it's almost as opposed to ignoring that other person with a cool trinket. It's like celebrating their awesomeness in my mind.
Yeah.
Like just saying how awesome the humans are able to do that, and actually just how awesome is that exact person at being able to do that.
Yeah.
And that somehow made me more capable to build my own trinket better.
Yeah.
And it feels good also. Like it makes me feel happy.
And now you're not jealous anymore.
You're not jealous anymore.
Right? So
Yeah.
that's why I think jealousy is different, right? Because you're saying there's a week of jealousy, like, I don't like this, right? I don't like, but if you take that in a way that says, wait a second, actually, this is awesome. This is fabulous. And this person did this. That person's awesome, right? Then what you're not raining on anyone's parade, right? And in not doing that, even inside your own mind, you gain a greater cognizance of your own capability, right? Well, if he can do that or she can do that, why can't I too? Like I want to make a better trinket too, right?
Yeah.
Now you're thinking creatively. Nowhere in there was the emergence of evil.
I just disagree with that. I think there was a choice made where I looked at if my life was darker, more difficult, I think it has nothing to do with the actual little flame of jealousy I felt. I think it has to do a lot more with the other context. If my life were more difficult, there was more abuse, there was more challenges, I think that decision, I could have made that decision in a different direction.
Yes.
Maybe, I don't know, you've written brilliantly about trauma. If there's a bit more trauma as the background noise of my decision making, I'll be more likely to not be able to pull away from the gravitational field of that jealousy, and would build and build and build and build. So I think, not to disagree with a brilliant person, but like I feel like that flame has the capacity to engulf the whole world. I guess the initial flame of jealousy, the little bit, like especially the younger you are, it's almost like a habit that you get to build in either direction. Because I've early on built a habit of saying, I'm going to channel that jealousy into productivity and into celebrating other people, and that jealousy disappears. That was like a little discovery for me. I discovered
Right.
that. Like that doesn't come. Nobody tells that to you. You kind of discover that little thing. I could have easily not discovered it. I could have easily discovered that it kind of feels good to like mess with that other person, to like think shitty thoughts, think negative thoughts, do negative things to that other person, because that could also. I just think the capacity in that initial feeling is there, and I think it's the decision we make. Because like otherwise, I think it dissolves responsibility. Like, well, surely I'm not Hitler, therefore this jealousy is normal. No, I just feel like every jealousy has the capacity to turn into maybe not Hitler, but a toxicity that destroys in a small way in your own little private life, but
Right.
it could destroy.
I agree that jealousy can bring us dangerously close to envy. I mean, maybe let's see if a heuristic we could agree on, right?
Yes.
Let's see. So let's say, okay, if we look at the terrain of the mind as geography, right? So if I'm feeling happy, satisfied, proud, like I'm pretty far from envy land, right? But if I'm feeling jealousy now, I'm coming kind of closer to that border, right? And I think it's a big thing to go over the border, right? At the border in a gray area, right? There's a border to go over. And I think that I agree completely. One, certainly about trauma, that the more trauma there is, because then the more misunderstandings there are about self and feelings that I'm not good enough. And then that can be anger about why and who might be oppressing me. And, I hate myself and everyone else who seems to be better. Like, so the trauma can drive us in these negative directions, but we're still crossing over something, right?
Yeah.
So if you have the trinket and I think that's awesome, I want that, I want to work harder. You know what I could do though is I could sneak in tonight when no one's around and I could move something. No, wait, I don't want to do that, right? But it's like I came over the border a little bit and I thought maybe that's a better way, but then I came back, right? And we're responsible for that, right? Because it is a choice to say, I don't want to work hard. I'm already working how hard. I don't want to make my trinket better. I want to think mine's the best one. I could destroy yours, right? Then, we're letting our mind go over that border. And do we say, right, run that forward, right? Let's run that forward and put people around us who feel the same way and start doing it so we think less of ourselves and we debase ourselves. Do we run headlong in, or do we come over that boundary? And that's maybe the capacity for evil in us, that we come over that boundary, all of us, right, at times. But do we come over it and then say, no, that's not my choice. That's not my self-definition. I'm coming back.
But I'm trying to justify maybe there's certain other sociological forces that help us cross the border too. So in Nazi Germany, we've been talking about Hitler, but then there's also the German people.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe when there's a bit of a mass hysteria, so all these effects of like combination of propaganda with the small jealousies and resentments of the people that don't cross the border, together they can. With great charismatic leaders that sort of really fuel that fire that we feel when we're part of the crowd. So maybe those individual kind of psychological barriers we have to take that leap from jealousy to envy, those can be made easier. The leap can be catalyzed through this massive
100%. 100%. I think that to me is a massive point. We're talking about layers of emergence, right? So if there's individual consciousness, then there's culture. Right, and you know, we're products of the soup we swim in, so to speak. People would say that when I was growing up. Right, we're products of the soup we swim in. So if the soup that we're swimming in is the soup of hatred, right, then it's going to foster all of those things. So then you think about, just in a painting with a very broad brush, the culture created in Germany prior to the Second World War, and like what was the impact of the reparations after the First World War, right? Of the punishing reparations, impoverishment, and basically humiliation, right? That people were feeling. Okay, like there were a whole bunch of decisions that impacted that cultural perspective, right? Then there must have been aspects, just like I see in many ways parallels in America now, of what are our standards for what we're communicating to others, right? How is the media deciding like what's real and what's not real, what's true, what's not true, what's hatred that is only going to do evil versus what's hatred that's okay because I might sell something by putting it out there. I mean, we know that was going on in Germany during the rise of the Nazis, and I think there's a parallel to, do we value truth? Can we stand together and say, no matter how much I might disagree with you politically, right, we can still understand like that there's right and there's wrong, right? There's truth and there's lies, right? So I think those are just two examples of determinants of culture, and then the culture is a determinant of, is someone like Hitler marginalized as like that's a crazy evil person, oh my goodness, like whoa, right? Or is that someone who gains a greater following and more adherence, and then there starts to be a momentum? Because why? Because what the demagogues do, I think they have a giant lasso and they harness the envy of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people. That's right. You feel worse about yourself too? Doesn't matter what the reasons are. Maybe it's your childhood. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's job failings. Maybe it's professional. Maybe it's personal. Doesn't matter. Like, you have envy too? Let's put it together and do some destruction, because that'll make us feel better, which is a lie.
So we've talked about envy. Where does, from the leader perspective, things like narcissism or sociopathy, psychopathy come into play? What can you make of the world we live in, maybe the leaders that run the world, from the perspective, from the lens of narcissism?
I am struck, 20 years of doing what I do now. I've been a psychiatrist for 20 years, and I practice in so many different settings, and I consult in different settings. I've been fortunate to have a very wide purview of like what's going on in people and in the world around us. And I am struck with amazement that of all the things I see that are, say, abnormal, let's say, from the mental health perspective, this could be depression, panic attacks, hearing voices, addiction, but there's so many things that cover everything, that narcissism is not frequent compared to a lot of other things. So it's small in terms of, say, a narcissistic diagnosis, right? It's much less than many other things, but it causes the lion's share. I don't just mean the most compared to anything else, but I think more than 50%, the majority of bad things, evil things, destructive things that I see in the world around us. I think narcissists are wildly destructive because they are driven completely, they are lodged completely in the lane of envy.
Can you try to sneak up? And we don't want to be lost in definitions, but can you try to sneak up to a definition, non-clinical definition of narcissism that we're talking about?
So narcissism is a deep, pervasive, and unquestioned sense of inadequacy in the self that comes along with anger and fear and vulnerability, fear of destruction, fear of annihilation, that is compensated for by aggression, by the mechanics of envy, by trying to make the self seem better at the expense of others, by taking from others, by being completely cavalier to the thoughts and feelings of others. That narcissism is not arrogance. Narcissism is the opposite of arrogance. There is such a deep sense of inadequacy and incompetence in the self that the defensive structure around that becomes dominated by a rocket-fueled envy.
So the machinery of narcissism is envy, but what do you make of the kind of more popularly discussed kind of symptom of narcissism, which is a seeming not caring about other people? Sort of a very inward-facing focus in terms of the calculation you make when making decisions about the world.
Narcissistic people definitely care about other people, right? It's the people who are schizoid, right? And say that don't necessarily register other people, right? But narcissism, people care about other people, but it's entirely vis-a-vis the self, right? Mm-hmm. If I'm schizoid, I don't really notice or care much who you are, right? But if I'm narcissistic, I absolutely care because I'm watching every last detail of you. What might you have that's better than me?
Yeah.
Right? It's an incredibly intense focus upon individuals and demographics of people, but the priority, the goal is entirely about the self, which is why it can become easy to say, I don't care if 1 million people die. Right? That's how different is that from going out and destroying one person or 1 million people, right? It's in the same category of those people only, their existence is only meaningful in how it relates to me.
But it's still meaningful. It just seems like a very difficult leap to take, that I don't care that 1 million people die. That seems to be, even with envy, that seems to be a big like feeling and thought to have, if you at all care about them. Are other people, I guess, tools for alleviation of your sense of inadequacy?
Right. I mean, I don't mean care about in that like being caring at all. I mean, caring about in that noticing that a person exists. Right. I mean, someone who wants money and notices that there's $100 bill out cares about that. I mean, they don't care about the $100 bill, and that doesn't mean anything to them. It doesn't have thoughts and feelings, but it's going to attract attention. They care about it because it's something that they want. Right. The same way people will care about others, but only from the perspective of, do you have things that I want? Or can I feel better about myself by taking something from you, by making things worse for you?
People often talk about narcissism as like the opposite of empathy. But sort of empathy, again, depends how you define it, but is a careful consideration of the mental space of another person, of how the other person sees the world. And so you're kind of saying that narcissistic people would also be very good at that, in order to understand how maybe the other person could be manipulated or something to alleviate your sense of inadequacy.
Right. So there's a difference between the mechanics of empathy. So let's say, and we can define things different ways. Let's say empathic attunement is the ability to be attuned and to think, okay, what's going on in you? What might you be thinking? What might you be feeling? And some people have a lot of empathic attunement, but we could look at that as mechanistic, right? It doesn't equate to care, right? And empathic attunement can come along with empathy or not, right? So yes, people who are narcissistic, they can mentalize well. So you mentalize meaning the ability to understand or to consider thoughts, feelings, motivations in other people, right? So people who are narcissistic can have empathic attunement or mentalization, depending upon how we want to describe those things. But that has nothing to do with care, with actual empathy or kindness or consideration.
So in that sense, empathy, usually popularly used, means that you care, like your happiness is aligned. This is I need to read this book. I've read so little science fiction. That's been one of my goals for this year, to catch up on some science fiction. So Robert Hyland from Stranger in a Strange Land has this quote about love, which is, love is that condition where another person's happiness is essential to your own. So that's a good definition, I guess, of empathy, where
Yes.
you're very sensitive, so mechanistically very sensitive to the state of another person's mind, and your goal is to maximize their happiness. It's like essential to your own happiness. So the happinesses are aligned, and when that's like elevated to its highest forms, you can call that love, romantic
Yes.
love, friendship, and so on. Okay.
There's one more thing about the narcissist
Yeah.
is some people can be sort of benign narcissists where they want great things for themselves, right? But if they have enough great things, they can sort of tolerate others being happy too. and these are people who sometimes are actually quite highly liked, right?
Yeah.
Because they have to have the most money, the most power, the most of anything more than anyone else could challenge.
Yeah.
But as long as I have that, it's okay that you have some too, right? And then that can make you happy and can make you like me, right? So benign narcissists can be well liked from that perspective, but it's still all about them, and that can change if, for example, there's a scarcity of resources now, right? But they're not people who are being overtly destructive, although that they're over the border into the envy territory, right? Malignant narcissists are very different, where they then want to have everything. So even if I have 1,000 times more than you do, I still envy you what you have, because I want to have. I don't think I can feel good enough about myself unless I have everything.
Mhm.
Then once I have everything, I won't feel good enough about myself either, and then I'll have to have more, right? It's like that's malignant narcissism, which we think of as sociopathy, right? As, again, we can define these words in different ways, but they're very, very negative concepts. That's profound sociopathy, malignant narcissism, envy writ large.
So sociopathy is malignant narcissism. That's a convenient way to think about it.
No, because we can do sort of sociopathic things but not be sociopathic. Like, well,
Right.
tell a white lie. It's like sort of sociopathy on steroids, right? Is then, envy writ large is malignant narcissism.
Well, just like you're saying, like there's empathic attunement, as you said. So there's the mechanistic aspect of empathy and sociopathy, and then there's the big label you get attached if you're just doing that thing regularly, I guess.
Living your life through that lens,
Yeah.
right?
And is there a nice spectrum that's like narcissism, sociopathy, and psychopathy? Is it all the same kind of nice stroll through the woods off the cliff? Or?
Not really, because the words don't have clear definitions like psychopathy and sociopathy. There's no real definition of psychopath or psychopathy. Right? Does that mean someone's sociopathic but psychotic? Like, there's really not. We end up using those words colloquially, right? Which is why, concepts that we can define, like envy, empathic attunement, narcissism, even though there might be nuances and definitions, like we can define them in ways that are widely accepted, including within psychology and psychiatry.
So it's nice to just think about this broad umbrella of narcissism and the levels to which it's benign or malignant, and then also separating it to the different mechanisms, like interaction by interaction, which sometimes can be narcissistic, but broadly speaking, do you do everything through the lens of malignant narcissism? That makes you a sociopath or a malignant narcissist.
Yes, and the thing I would add to that is the thought about culture. Right? It's like, how does the cultures we're in, whether it's the culture of a household, right, the culture of a community, the culture of a nation or the world, right, how does that impact what unfolds in that person, and then how does what unfolds in that person impact that culture?
Well, that's the question is what unfolds in that person. Yeah, how does culture affect it, but how does your own psychological development unfold that? Because narcissism in leaders is the most impactful thing, right? Who are the most impactful individuals? Well, what is the most impact of individual psychology we have? It's usually leaders of countries or leaders of major organizations and so on. And one of the things you mentioned with benign narcissism that seems to be aligned with success, right? If you care about your own success, that's going to be, you're more likely to have narcissistic tendencies, I suppose. And so my question is, when you follow that thread of narcissism to become the leader of a country, now you have a lot of new, interesting psychological complexities to deal with, like power. That old cliche that power corrupts. Is it possible for power to corrupt the human mind to where it pushes you farther and farther into malignant narcissism, into this destructive envy? What are your thoughts on power, like the effect of power in the human mind?
Power is it's an accentuator, right? An intensifier, right? So I think it is true that there are people who can be sort of in a gray area where there are malignant narcissistic tendencies and behaviors, but there are also ways in which that person can think outside of themselves and think in a broader way and think sort of kindly about others. And they're sort of trying to navigate, whether they're aware or not, that they're trying to navigate between one and the other. And then the allure of power is, well, just exercise that power and you'll feel better, right? It'll show you, right, that you're good enough. Look at the power you have, and whatever may be going on in the person's mind, that then power, yes, can corrupt. Yes. And I think that's why we have to have checks and balances, right? Because we don't, we are all inscrutable to ourselves, let alone to others. So we must have checks and balances, and we should always have them on ourselves as well as on others. We should want that for the health of ourselves and the world around us. So I think all of that is true, but there are also people who don't necessarily become corrupted by power, right? That there can be an understanding and a grounding that they're a steward of power, right? A shepherd. The ways people describe utilizing power and utilizing it in a benign way, that then fosters the healthy aspects of self, right? So like gratitude and humility, right? If we could add a healthy dose of gratitude and humility to everyone or to our society, there would be a sea change, right? But how do you feel gratitude? How do you feel humility? Those things are incompatible with narcissism, envy, right? With the bad pole of things that we're talking about. And part of the reason I'm so focused in my work and in really what runs through all of my thoughts about life is the impact of trauma, right? Because trauma, creates these false lessons and it walls us off from truth, and it starts to point towards the unhealthy ways of trying to feel better about ourselves. But we have the health in us too. We have those seeds of health too that can grow into being a steward of power and sharing power, being considerate and kind. And we see a lot of that in the world too, right? It's not all just the evil. We see plenty of people who do good and who are generous of spirit. And, we have both in us. And it is, I think you're talking about our culture and what the seeds that we sow and the climate that we set, including putting governors and boundaries around, like how do we rein in or say that the more aggressive, the more envious or destructive is unacceptable, right? How do we foster the part that's kind and considerate and reflective and slow to judge, of like, hey, let's learn a little bit more, like how do we foster that? And I think a lot of that comes back to early childhood education. I think we don't do nearly enough to protect children, and as a corollary to that, we don't do nearly enough to educate children. I want to write a book. Second book I write is gonna be everything I needed to know about life I learned as a second year postgraduate psychiatry resident. It's like, why? Why then did I learn so much about unconscious motivation, about the impact of trauma, about how we can be envious and how we can act out, even about how our emotions trump logic in us? Like, why don't we teach these things when we're young enough to understand, like, why is that other kid bullying me, right? Or why, just because I'm a little bit bigger, do I want to go thump that other kid on the head? Like, what's going on? That we don't do those things. We're tripping ahead of ourselves, and we don't stop and think, how are we using our resources? How are we shepherding forward the next generation, which, by the way, is a generation that's going to determine our fates too, right, as we get older. But we don't, do that. I often think of, like, in the Olympics, you see like this great sprinters, right? And they've got to come out of the blocks perfectly, right? So if they come out of the blocks a little bit too fast, they're going to fall over, right? They're going to just fall forward. And I often see that in my head about us as, you know, as humans and as a culture, that we're rushing so far forward. We don't stop and say, wait, let's keep the basics here, the basic techniques of like, how are we navigating forward in life? Or do we just throw all those away because I can get some benefit by saying that you're bad, even though what's being leveled against you is wrong, right? Like why do I take that? Or do I say, no, there's something more important here that we want to shepherd forward in ourselves as a culture? And I think preventing childhood trauma and changing the ways that we educate children and adults could again make a sea change and maybe set us on a course towards, you know, even towards a greater likelihood of survival as a species.
Yeah, so talking to like people in elementary school about human nature and teaching them how people can be resentful and envious, and how to deal with your emotions, how to these basic interaction things about human relationships, about friendships, about betrayal, about love, about all those things. Like it's actually strange that we don't. But then the parents often, need therapy themselves.
The parents didn't learn it. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not
it.
joking that I was mad. You know, second year after medical school, like, how is it? Like, I think of even things in my own life, and you know how I, right, as a young adult, but I felt so much shame. I didn't, like, I had no understanding that like it's a reflex to trauma, right? To feel guilt and shame, and that of course I was feeling that. It didn't mean it was true because I felt it, but I mapped the fact that I felt ashamed to the fact that I should have felt guilty and ashamed, and it like led to some very negative things in my life that I had to sort of pull myself back from and recover from. And like, I didn't know that, right? I didn't know the automaticity of the reflex and how pervasive it can be and how it can put blinders on us. And I mean, it's just one example, but you know, it's an example of something big that happens to people that we say. I still do a lot of clinical care of having conversations with a person after a tragedy, and I'm saying, I can't believe, right? Again, I'm saying the things that this person didn't learn in elementary school because like none of us did, right? And then look at the misery and the suffering. And then I think this is one person among how many millions among us who, you know, try and go about their way without knowing things that are easily knowable, because they don't even know that they're knowable because we don't teach.
What happens, first of all, that suffering can happen, and small trauma and big trauma. So in the case of traumas, you write about, and we can also just talk about some more of the details of that, but it's good to bring it to the surface, to talk about it, to not be ashamed to hide it inside,
right.
To be some kind of secret, that it's actually, I mean, there's a lot of positive things to say here, at least from my perspective. One is it's discussing trauma and dealing with trauma together with other human beings by talking about it is a path to deep friendship and intimacy with those people. There's a dark aspect to trauma, to war, that communicating it or sharing it bonds you.
Yes.
So like the other side of trauma is like love. Is you need that hardship. Not you don't need it, but hardship and trauma can often be a catalyst for a deep human connection if you bring it to the surface as opposed to kind of hide it on the inside. I mean, if we could just linger on it, because you've been through a few very traumatic events in your life. When you were 25 years old, as you mentioned, your brother committed suicide. What did that event teach you about life, about death, and about the human mind?
It certainly brought me face to face with the truths of life and death, because I had not had a major trauma before then. So there wasn't a major trauma sort of in my developmental years. That what can carry forward is a sort of omnipotence defense, right? I mean, the thought is that when we're toddlers, we all have like an omnipotence defense, which is like, I can just try and get up and run and move, and if I run into something, I'll get up and do it again, right? That we kind of have to and it's partly the protection of the parent, etc. But we think we can get out there in the world and do things, and we just do. And if we don't have major traumas, we can sort of carry through that. Oh, like bad things aren't going to happen to me. You know, like they I know that they're there, and I know they happen to people, but don't happen to me, right? And sometimes what will happen is being confronted with such a tragedy wipes that away very, very quickly, and then the person's extremely exposed. Like, oh, I thought that like I was going to be okay, and now I know that I'm not, and that can start to lead to, and what does that mean? And now is this all coming for me? Now, you know, did I get so lucky for 25 years, nothing bad happened? Nothing but bad things are going to be happening. Am I cursed? Is my family cursed? Right? And I think that leads to, you say, what the learning about the human mind.
Why are people so
In retrospect, I think I understood it to some degree, but not like I do now. I can put words to it now, right? Of like how incredibly important, powerful, powerfully important negative emotion is, right? That how a sense of guilt and shame and vulnerability can just pervade our entire life perspective. So all of a sudden we're swimming in a very different soup, and it's a frightening soup, and it's a toxic soup. And I'm most struck by that. And that goes along with the idea that, like, we're not taught that emotion always beats logic. You know, like I think the idea of Descartes and, you know, the idea that we're rational creatures, you know, that kind of comes down to us through Western thought is like completely not true. Like we're rational creatures only if there is an emotion grabbing for our attention, right? Like, you know, we're attending to one another. We're being very logical, right? What we're doing now, if we heard a frightening noise right outside the door, like, we'd be entirely different, right? The emotion would trump everything. Say, stop paying attention to this, right? Now safety is at stake, and we think differently, feel differently, behave differently, right? And this is what happens to us, not just in situations where something drags us from yanks from one emotional state to another, but it can be very, very pervasive. So my sense of anger, frustration, inadequacy, and then soothing in unhealthy ways, you know, soothing by drinking too much, and then kind of hating myself in the first place, and hating the world around me, and then, you know, starting to think, well, who cares, you know, what happens? Like, you know, there's some very dark thoughts and choices that came from a changed perspective of self and the world.
So what do you do in that, because of trauma, again, small or large, you find yourself swimming or drowning in a soup of negative emotion? What do you do? What do you do with that emotion? I mean, we don't have to even talk about trauma. I think the interesting thing is, you know, any one of us throughout the day can find ourselves taking a bit of a dip in the pool of negative emotion. What do we do with that?
The first thing is to separate how we feel from what's true, because we don't do a good job of that as humans. If I feel bad about myself, it's very easy to, then I conclude like I'm bad, right? If I feel ashamed of myself, I conclude I'm a terrible person who's shameful, right? This is the, you know, there's an old psychodynamic concept of what they used to call it an observing ego. It still gets called that. It's not ego in the sense of arrogance, but it's the ability to step outside and to see ourselves, right? So that's what lets us keep the difference between our feelings, right, and what we know to be true. Like, we could be very angry at someone. So I think that person's terrible. I think that person's stupid. I think that right now because like something negative just passed between us. This inside of me, it's just because of how I feel. Like when I can separate that, how do I actually think about that person, right? And, you know, we get driven so frequently by how we feel, because how we think, therefore what we believe, right, just kind of comes on its heels as if the feeling is dragging it along. And I've been struck by that. It's one of the things that has struck me the most, right, among the very most in 20 years of working as a psychiatrist, is how we are led by our feelings, our emotions, as if they are truth. And then they create truth because we embrace what they're telling us as true. And that is, I think, incredibly, I think it's how people learn prejudice. I think it's how people learn self-hatred. I think it's how we learn so many destructive behaviors. And then the blinders on us come in more and more and more and more. So separate, you know, we're driven by what we feel, and let's understand that what we feel is different from what we know to be true or what we can decide on one way or another.
And that requires realizing and catching the emotions themselves, realizing that it's an emotion. A feeling comes into your mind, overtakes you, a feeling of anger, dislike, hatred, all of that. It just comes in.
Mhm.
It's like, why did that person just cut me off in traffic or something like that?
Right.
That feeling. So what, you just kind of take it as a feeling and realize it's a feeling that doesn't represent some deep reality about the world that's fundamental, or you, that you just kind of watch it and let it pass, which is the natural way of things.
Or decide if it means anything.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm mad, right, someone cut me off and I feel hatred and I want to destroy them, right, to stop and think, look, I've got that in me. I can, you know, are the stressors running too high in my life? Like, is it really good? Should I be on this road 10 minutes behind schedule? Like, what am I really doing? So we can learn, but yes, it's an observation skill, right? And it's an observation skill that we can develop. You know, I often think of it, you know, there was something called the tapestry theory, which I think initially was a theodicy of explaining, I believe this is true, I'm not sure of this, that the idea was that, we don't see God's plan because we're up too close to it, right? Like as if there was a beautiful tapestry on the wall and we're standing right up it, we're only going to see one part of it. We need to stand back from it. And you know, I remember learning that in a religion studies class, being really fascinated with that at the time. And I think that there are a lot of things we do that about, right? And in training ourselves to have an observing ego, what we're saying is, hey, like the busyness of life or my own impulses or the pull of emotions are trying to pull me up right close to whatever tapestry there is there. And I want to sort of resist that. I mean, I'm better off if I really stay further behind it, and then I make a choice if I want to come close to it. If there's some really positive emotion, or it's friendship, or it's love, or it's nurturing, you know what? Let me come right up to this, right? But I want to choose when I'm doing that. I don't want some drive I didn't decide to like take me by the back of the head and put me up against that tapestry.
So the interesting exercise for me, and I think for a lot of people in modern civilization, is the internet with social media. That it's almost like going to the gym or something like that. At least that's the way I see it, because there's a bunch of forces on social media that are trying to make you feel things. Most of it is kind of in the negative space of feelings, because there is actually a strong gravity pull to negative feelings for some reason, and so the brain notices them more. I don't know what that pull is, but it's there, and you get to observe it on social media. Like if you actually just scroll through social media, you feel the gravitational pull of negative emotions, and I just see it as a kind of exercise of like, you feel the pull, just like when you're at the gym, there's a resistance. And I practice like stepping away to look at the tapestry, right? And there's different mechanisms I think all of us have to learn. For me, there's a kind of, you mentioned gratitude and humility. So like if somebody, if it's me personally, I've recently gotten attacked in places here and there. You know, if they're saying that they're much smarter than me, I practice kind of humility, like you mentioned, and I kind of imagine that they are smarter than me. Those things like help me to kind of like pull away, like, and then maybe they have a lesson to teach me. Like I don't take their sort of negative comments to heart, right, but I imagine the human being and like that they might have a lesson to teach me. And in general, when it's more amorphous kind of negative feeling, I'll think the other thing is the gratitude, just like different versions, almost memefiable versions of like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like we got a thing going here. There's like human civilization, like bickering and having a little fun, like lunch, food fight, and it's kind of cool. Like we get to interact in this way, and there's a bit of humor. It's like Thanksgiving dinner. Like if you like Thanksgiving dinner, if you're arguing about politics, it can feel like really intense. Like I can't believe you said this. But if you zoom out, it's like family. This is like. This is amazing. So that kind of feeling really helps. But it's like, it really is like going to the gym. It's like building up a muscle to be able to pull away from those emotions. I don't think I get to practice that kind of emotion in regular day-to-day life, because like it's hard to get those reps. On social media, you can really get the reps in. It's kind of cool. Like that's the way I see social media,
is a chance to sort of practice that stoicism of like of gratitude, of humility, of loving other people in the face of this negative emotion, all that.
Yes, and there's a certain kind of psychotherapy that talks a lot about this idea that like, oh, everything is as it should be, right? Which doesn't mean from some moral or justice point. It's just that often if you look at things, one thing leads to another, to another, to another in a way that's actually very, very predictable, even though we might be surprised about it, right? And so an example, so I would say that gratitude often does come along with a healthy pride, right? So you could say in the example you gave, hey, I'm being assailed on social media. Okay. So you could say, well, there was a time I sat out, I set forth to impact people, right? To be able to reach people and to impact them, right? And look, I feel a sense of both gratitude and pride that I've done that, right? Because you did it because of your effort, right? Your work, your intelligence, your thoughts, like you're responsible for it, right? But also you feel gratitude because any one of us who's here and has any opportunity has reason to feel immense gratitude, right? So then you can say, okay, what's actually going on here is something successful. I set out to do something and I'm doing it, right? And what it brings with it absolutely includes being assailed. There's no surprise there, right? That because people who have anything good serve as lightning rods for envy. So then, yes, there will be people who want to make up lies or whatever they want to do because you become a lightning rod for envy by having succeeded at the thing you set out to do, about which you can feel a healthy pride and gratitude, right? And then I think that kind of puts it in its place. I mean, you're still going to make decisions about it, but it makes sense then. Like you have a mechanism of understanding it that not only makes sense to you, but reflects the truth of what you actually have done and achieved and what's going on in the world around you.
Well, I wonder if we're all kind of a little bit unique in this, because for me, I mean, maybe it's useful to kind of talk to my own experience of it. Is for me, I try to avoid, especially in those situations, to feel pride, because I'm just looking empirically. I feel way happier if I focus on humility. If I ever think of like, oh yeah, when you do something meaningful or you become more popular, you're going to experience these kinds of, I feel the attacks more, and it's like me versus the world. That's the feeling that you start getting, and that does not create a pleasant feeling. So to me, the pleasant feeling is like stepping away, like kind of laughing at it all, right? Like with a smile, and not like in a negative, like laughing at people, but just like laughing at the theater of it, the circus of it, like this whole absurd existence we got going on. And then just having a humility in like, everybody has a lesson to teach me. That just makes me feel good. The pride thing, I do like feeling when in a positive pool of emotion. So if I'm building a trinket and I finish it, I'm like really happy with myself. Like I finished this thing, and I usually actually like to do that alone. Like I don't need an audience for pride. I like to sit there. This is cool. I did that, But I find that in social interactions, pride is just a danger. It's a dangerous drug for me, because it like such a small. It's a small step away from then losing all the humility, and then you start getting very defensive, and that's not going to. It's just it starts you on a spiral of negative emotion. But I also, I mean, with everybody, you mentioned this, and we'll probably sneak up to it in different directions. I do think there's different brains that we all have. Like my brain is exceptionally self-critical, like nonstop. It's like an engine that's always there. And but at the same time, I'm able to zoom out and have gratitude, and it's as if there's like two brains, and they're like cohabitating happily. And I can, the better I get at this, the more I can use the one that's self-critical, and I'm trying to be productive, because naturally I'm super lazy. So I'm trying not to be less lazy. I'll be self-critical.
Right.
And then when I'm not being lazy, when there's a special moment, I want to enjoy that moment, I'll turn on the gratitude engine. I feel like generic advice that people would give, if your brain is self-critical, that's not a good thing. Like you should probably get rid of that. I don't know about that, because it seems to be working.
Yeah, not, like I kind of like it. I like this grumpy old man that's in there. That's like that thing you did that really sucked. But I was like, and I kind of, there's a movie, Grumpy Old Men. Like I like that grumpy. The grumpy cat is in there, and it's nice. But yeah, it can have bad effects on relationships and on maybe my well-being. Maybe as you get older and all that kind of stuff. So you have to monitor all this kind of stuff. But I don't know. I don't know which one is like, because you've kind of highlighted it's good to have gratitude and humility, but it's also good to have a little bit of pride. I wonder what that like set of ingredients for healthy life looks like for each of us. Whether we have to customize and figure out what that is. Because some of the cake is already baked is the problem. And because of the trauma, like if I was like 8 years old, maybe I could be a little more flexible. But at this point, like you got the thing you got, and it's hard to like fix
a lot with it.
You could.
It may not be easy, but there's a lot of plasticity and a lot of pliability there
across all ages.
And again, people are different, and there may be idiosyncrasies of why one person is in a different place. But as a general rule, I think the answer is absolutely yes. I mean, people have evolved, and I've worked with people who've really changed themselves and broadened their conception and understanding. They're in their 80s. I think we can do it at any stage of life. And I would make a case for intrapsychic, so not between people necessarily, right? But inside of oneself for the feeling of pride. And maybe if we call it self-esteem, right? Let's say we call it self-esteem, right? Or we could call it healthy pride. We could put either word to it. But if you think about what we're trying to avoid is say a sense of inadequacy, then it is good to sort of own what's ours. We can put ourselves a little bit out of balance, either in terms of building up resentments or in terms of decreasing self-confidence, if we're not owning everything that's ours, right? So a thought I would have about, let's say, about some pride or some self-esteem, right, is it can work against vulnerability, right, which we know can also, in some situations, push us towards jumping the boundary into envy and all of that. So let's think about vulnerability. If you conceive, okay, people are, it can send a message that, okay, I'm just lucky and I hope I continue to get lucky, as opposed to like, that's not true, right? Like there's ability inside of me and discernment inside of me that tells me I can have a greater sense of confidence that I'll navigate what comes my way, right? So because the pride or the self-esteem part is owning what we've contributed to the goodness we've created, right? Which does, in a sense, helps us feel better about ourselves. And it also helps us feel armed against, say, the slings and arrows of, whatever outrageous fortune may come next.
I don't know. Again, disagreeing with an expert here. Yes, I think that's generally good advice, but I think you mentioned vulnerability. I think it's like I've just been doing a lot of research on rocket engines and fuel. Speaking of fuel, I just think I get a lot from being vulnerable, because vulnerable leads to intimacy in friendships and relationships. I get a lot from being intimately close to human beings, just on a friendship, on a ideal level, in conversations and so on. And so I would rather err on the side of vulnerability. Okay, to me, pride is destructive. I think I already have a pretty good engine that says like, life is awesome. I don't need help for that. It's fine. That one is working. I just feel like the way to face the world that's full of uncertainty, that could be full of cruelty, is with humility and gratitude. I don't know. This pride thing, it feels like, I know that for a lot of people, it's really important to really work on pride, to make sure they don't crumble under the pressure of like, they don't give into this insecurity that destroys them. But for me, facing the world with humility and just being grateful. The pride, I'm really worried about. It's like, it feels more destructive than anything.
So what I think, as you're telling me that, I don't want to be presumptuous, but I make some thoughts or some conclusions that tell me, hey, you're in a pretty healthy place, right? And the reason I say that is because I agree completely about vulnerability. I mean, think that humility and gratitude make us vulnerable, right? If we're like, wow, I'm grateful, thank you, I'm grateful for you. You know, we could get shut down or something, you know, something bad could happen, something could make us feel bad. So yes, we need vulnerability. If we try and eliminate vulnerability, we're living miles into the envy, you know, land, right? So you're describing a healthy vulnerability, but then my brain says that's because on the other side of this, the seesaw, so to speak, has to be a healthy sense of self, whether we call it self-esteem or healthy pride. And then I'll cite what I think is the evidence for that is you describe the negative voice, right, as like the grumpy cat, right? But that's a good negative voice to have, right? Because it's telling you like, hey, that wasn't your best. Like, come on, do better, or right, like you can do better. Like this, you know, there's a negative voice in some ways, but it believes in you. Right. Where that voice could be. It could be a negative voice that says, you didn't do that well because you suck. You don't deserve anything good, right? Why should you even be alive, right? I mean, like, that's the negative voice that can gain so much force if there isn't a balance of healthy self-esteem. So I think because you're well balanced, you know, you have what you need, and then having more of it seems like, oh, that's not so good. But there are people whose negative voice isn't the grumpy cat, it's hateful, right? And then that's a person who needs to bring that into greater balance.
Yeah, I think my negative voice is like a grumpy cat. It's like a French existentialist, maybe a little bit of a nihilist, but it's just kind of Sartre's cat. So it doesn't get hateful. It's not like a Hitler cat. So it's a little more. I guess there is kind of like this line that we've come across a couple of times between the benign and the malignant. Right. But of course, you have to monitor that line. I think you have to be careful when you face really difficult situations. As you go on through life, more and more difficult, you face a lot of loss and suffering, especially later in life. You have to be careful with that voice. That grumpy cat can get awfully confident, and then if you don't have any source of positive emotions in your life, it can become too heavy of a burden.
Yeah. Which I think this leads us to what I think is a really important fact, right? That there's some people, like a significant subset of people, who get happier as they get older. They have more contentment, a stronger sense of self. And they think, how could that ever happen, right? Like, we're getting closer to death, we're accumulating insults, right? Like, everything hurts a little bit more, we have less energy, and we accumulate losses and traumas. Why would anyone be healthier across time, be happier across time? And what we see is it's linked to the things that we're talking about, right? It's linked to, say, let's say, vulnerability versus pride. Like, there's a good balance there, right? There's a lot of humility. There's a lot standing back from the tapestry and looking at it, right? And what can come into people being the best person I can be, and that's not always even great. And there are things that I don't feel great about even while I'm trying to do this, right? And that doesn't have to be in some big way. I'm not saying that means any one specific thing. That can be the person who's taking care of their cat and tending their garden. Like, that's enough. We have to have, love, the ability to put good things out in the world, right? And to put our ability to work and to make things different out into the world and make things better. And if we're doing that, we get happier across time because we come to a sense of peace with ourselves. I'm not supposed to be everything. I'm not supposed to do everything. I'm not supposed to fix everything, right? I'm also not supposed to suffer all the time for the things I haven't gotten right. You know what? I guess I'm kind of, and it leads back to Winnicott, right? The British physician of I'm good enough. And that seems to help people feel happy, contentment, and be generative and productive into later life. It's like, that's what we all should be wanting. But it's kind of an afterthought, though. Some people are like that, as opposed to, wait a second, right? Like, what's going on with them? And let's do all of that.
Albert Camus writes in Myth of Sisyphus, quote, "There's only one real serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. Deciding whether or not life is worth living is to answer the fundamental question in philosophy. All other questions follow from that." So basically, to be or not to be. Do you think there's a truth to that statement? This question of why lived at all? Do you think there's truth to that statement being a really, really important question for us to answer?
Yes. Yes.
I'm listening.
I think the answer is yes. And I think Camus answered it yes too.
Yeah.
You know, I love his writing, and you know, I think there was a streak of nihilism that I think grew in his writing over the years, and the thought is that Camus died by suicide. I think we're not sure of that because it was a car accident, but I've always read that as the primary scholarly opinion. And I think it's interesting that after his death, a book called The First Man was published, which I don't know if he had intended to publish it. I don't remember the specifics about it, but it's about him as a child, right? And it's interesting, the first man, and he was the first man in his existence, right? The most, you know, the one that felt and experienced everything. And there's sadness and distress and all in that book, but there's a beauty of life and living and experience. And I think to compare that beauty, like that's life, even if something's difficult and scary and sad, like there's something beautiful around the corner, and he's a kind person and a new discovery, you know, more what was in him as a child. And I think that we can get jaded as you and I were just talking about a few minutes ago. We can accentuate the negative and foster the negative and come to a place where we're looking for some in-depth philosophical answer, you know, some thick book, you know, that's going to explain all that to us instead of the simplicity that we've been talking about. I think humility, gratitude helps us have just simple, positive experiences, feelings of contentment, feelings of connection with another person, learning, discovery. And I think the answer to Camus' question is yes, and I think it lies in his writing about when he was a child, which I think he saw as less important than his later writings and the intellectual heaviness when I think maybe he had lost his way a little bit from the things he understood when he was younger.
So another way to talk about it, and I'd love to hear what you think, is about these broad categories. Maybe started with Kierkegaard of existentialism, absurdism, and nihilism. And I think Camus considered himself an absurdist, not actually an existentialist. It's kind of a middle ground where I think existentialists, I don't want to characterize it in the wrong way, and there's a lot of different definitions, but I think existentialists ultimately do think that there's meaning in sort of pursuing the passion of life, like pursuing, like in living life. That's where you discover the meaning at that individual level of fully embracing life. And I think sort of nihilism is, again, it's kind of like a spectrum, but nihilism basically says there's no meaning and it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. I don't even know, but somehow that lands you in a place that's totally uninspired. Maybe nihilists would disagree with that. Maybe there's a way to live a creative life in a nihilistic mindset. And I think absurdism is somewhere in the middle, where pursuing meaning at all is not a good idea. So kind of, I think existentialists say you should be looking for meaning, and it's to be discovered in your own actions, in your own life, in the moment. And absurdism says life is absurd, nothing makes sense. Don't look for meaning, just live, just be.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of the later Camus kind of philosophy. I don't know if you can sort of comment on these kind of nuanced ideas here. If there is no religious guide to your life, what do you think about this kind of search for meaning? Do you see that there's some wisdom in the existentialist perspective of discovering it in your own life, in this passion, in this kind of day-to-day existence, in the moments of your life that bring you joy, that kind of thing?
You're bringing different sort of perspectives and trying to tease apart, like, well, wait, what are the differences in those perspectives, right? And I think what it points out, and to take two different things and try and make them into one, but we also, I think, on the other end of the spectrum, get very overly reductionist. Mm-hmm. And I think that when we get too overly reductionist, we lose the ability to learn from anything or to generate meaning, right? When you think about Sartre, who is, you know, the thought of existentialism is so consistent with him, right? Who, on the one hand, wrote about, very clear terms, like this is what it is and this is what it isn't, and here's how you're going to make your meaning in a very like academically proscribed way. But he also wrote short stories like The Wall, right, where there's something totally absurd happens, right, as part of the story, right? So I think what ends up happening is people either reduce themselves or get associated with something that by being overly reductionist takes us away from meaning, right? The idea that, look, we don't know if there is an overarching religious meaning, or what we call a religious meaning or purpose. Like, we don't know that, right? So, okay, if we take that as a given, that people who say that they know are having faith, as how Spinoza described faith, right? Faith is that you don't know, but you believe anyway, right? It's not because you have faith now you know something, right? Because I think that's a slippery slope to the persecution of others, right? So if we say, okay, we don't know, then we're left either deciding, okay, well then the hell with everything. Like there's that movie, Strange Brew, right? Of Bob and Doug McKenzie, where like the brakes don't work on the car, and one of them says, "Oh, why bother steering?" Right? So if we don't know that there's meaning, like why bother steering? Let's just give up the ghost, right? And I don't think that's even what the nihilists said. I mean, I think Bakunin said we should get rid of everything that we've ever created except Beethoven's Ninth Symphony and start over from there. But so even people who are very nihilistic or associated with that, a lot of them are just not liking what we had built, right? So if we accept that a lot of what we have built as humans inside of us and outside of us is really counterproductive and doesn't help us, and that absurd things happen in the world, right? And that often the way social structures and systems build up is a way that's absurd, right? So if we accept that there are absurdities that we don't know if there's truth, then what are we left with? But like, well, let's try and make meaning. Right? Or Hegel said, yo soy yo e mi circunstancia, right? I'm myself and my circumstances, right? He's like, look, we can't control everything. We live in circumstances around us, but within those circumstances, we can make decisions and define ourselves. And I think the brilliance of that, and I think tying it all together, right, in a way that's not trying to be, in a sense, it ties it all together by not trying to answer everything concisely. That yes, we can make meaning. Like we see that if someone trips in front of me, I could walk around them or I could help them up. I mean, no one can tell me that it doesn't matter what I do. I absolutely reject the idea that, I could step over them or on them, or I could help them up and it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, try being the person on the ground, right? So we create meaning. But we live in our circumstances, and there are absurdities both within us and outside of us in our social structures. And there are a lot of things that pretend to have meaning that don't. And there's the shades of nihilism. But ultimately, there's something going on here that's doing the best we can in the context of just not knowing.
Yeah, I tend to see, I don't know if it's genetic, I tend to think, just observing the internet, the number of memes there are, I think many other people are like me. I tend to see the humor in the absurdity. I tend to enjoy it from that kind of angle. I see the Kafkaesque nature of society, different aspects of society, and just kind of notice the magic of the smile.
Mm-hmm.
And just laugh at the circus of it all. Because it is magical that the circus all comes together. It's like a little bit out of sync, and there's a guy playing trombone, but like overall, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Right. And we can look at that and just kind of marvel. Go,
yeah.
Huh. Right? Which I think is a relation to at least a lot of what we in the Western world think of as Easter, right? Like as non-attachment, right? Because then if there's something absurd and it's like not good for me, accept that too, instead of getting angry about it and railing about it or seeing some cosmic meaning in it, right? I think there's also, you mentioned Eastern thought. There's Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, but also Buddha, that kind of spoke of life as suffering. Do you think there's truth to that? That suffering is a fundamental part of life? I think it is a fundamental part of life. I don't think that means that life is suffering, right? If we say, well, life is suffering, then what am I doing? Then I'm trying to erase from my mind, like the birth of my children, right? Things that were filled with joy, right? Like life is not entirely suffering, but life brings a lot of suffering. And for some people, it brings such disproportionate suffering, and the people don't survive the suffering. And I think when people are conscientious and empathic, that really bothers us, right? The suffering in our own lives, and the fact that others at times could seem to be so overwhelmed by suffering that they don't even get a chance to see good. And I think I do think there's truth to that, and there's sadness and distress to that. But to say therefore life is suffering, I think is completely untrue. And it ignores the fact that someone even made a trombone, right? Let alone that there's a little bit out of sync and someone's playing the trombone. Like, that's cool. There's elements of the absurd that you said are neat and interesting. And if we start accepting that we can't understand or control everything, then we can accept and I think really love and foster the beauty.
Yeah, I think the word suffering is doing a little bit too much work. And I think it's probably referring to the philosophical concept of that, this absurdity. Right? That stuff just happens randomly. Evil people succeed, good people fail. Right? There's a seeming random injustice on occasion. Right? And on occasion there's justice. And all of it feels like, and maybe because often there's a lot of loss, and then there's a kind of map that all comes crashing down, like every hello, from a physics perspective, ends in a goodbye. Like, that's a really sad thing. Like, I've all the amazing people I get to meet in my life, all the amazing experiences, eventually they have to end, and that's part of what makes them amazing.
So why is that sad? Goodbye today. Like, I hope we're richer for it, and then we take that goodness off with us. Like, I want to celebrate that because it's all part of the goodness. I think we're taught to think, oh, that's so bad, and it equates to death and misery, and I think it's often not that way.
I think there is a sadness to it, but I also don't think that sadness is a negative thing. It's a different way to celebrate a beautiful thing. So there's a melancholic nature to it. It was something passing of it leaving. And it's that old Louis C.K. thing that I go back to over and over from the show Louis, where he was all heartbroken that he just broke up, with somebody he loved, and he told about that, and that's the best part. I missed that part where you sort of are lingering in that loss. You're feeling the pain of that loss because that lasts the longest. It's the most intense. It's the most reliable, and it's a kind of celebration of the love you had. Like, losing the love is still a celebration of the love. I think you don't want to over romanticize that, but there's some aspect of truth to that. Like, that melancholic feeling of remembering a beautiful time that's no longer there is a kind of celebration of it, and is a kind of joyful experience, even though it's very easy to experience it as a negative emotion. I think it's just like you said. I mean, it's up to our mind to determine how that emotion is really felt. So it's a tricky one because it's like heartbreak to experience that as a positive thing.
People can reminisce at funerals, right, and laugh, because people can be very, very, very sad and perceive that this person has died and perceive the sadness of it. But in perceiving that and really living in it, then you can have people who want to remember that person by, like, telling a funny story. Why? Because each of those people carries that with them. So I think what you're saying is consistent with healthy function as human beings, because we're going to encounter sadness and loss. Like, what do we do with that, right? And do we do things that ultimately create some redemption or even reparation inside of us? And, like, reparation's a big word in psychology, right? It's how we repair damage and loss. So if we lose someone and we're sad, can we, by telling funny stories about that person, remind ourselves that, hey, they're still inside of us. Whether they're out there looking at me, I don't know, but I can call that person to mind inside of us, and then we have something that's good and beautiful that comes of that too.
In the introduction to your book on trauma, Lady Gaga wrote it. She wrote the forward, the intro. She said this about you, quote, "I can now say with certainty that this man saved my life. He made life worth living." This goes to our discussion about the myth of Sisyphus Camus question about why live.
So I think, at least to me, she's one of the most brilliant and unique artists ever. So it's a difficult question, but a question of creativity. What role does trauma play in somebody like that, in this artist that has created some incredible things? What positive, constructive role does trauma serve, and what limiting role does it serve in preventing that person from flourishing more? Trauma can certainly drive us to creativity, right? To even to push against or to protest against what the trauma tells us. Trauma tells us lessons like nothing matters and you don't matter and nothing will ever be good and nothing is beautiful, and we can push against trauma. There is life in me. There's something. There's goodness for me to spread in the world, to express and spread. So I think trauma fuels creativity in many, many, many ways. Trauma also shuts down creativity, right? People who are, it's one example, trauma that escalates to the point where now the person is soothing it with alcohol. One example. And now the impact of the alcohol shuts down any creativity. So can people be creative and outward thinking without trauma? I think sometimes, if I remember correctly, people will use Immanuel Kant as an example of someone who I think hadn't traveled much and didn't have trauma, and like, look at what he knew. So, okay, there are going to be exceptions, right? But a lot of our creativity is in some ways fueled by our suffering, although it's complicated because it comes from generative places in us, right? So those places are there. They're not created by suffering, but maybe suffering makes an incentive or a passion inside of us. And a person, Stephanie, who you referred to, is just such an incredible, astounding creative force. And sure, some of that comes from trauma. Some of it comes from, trauma fueling the generative creative places in her. But what I helped her to do, she's very generous with her words, but what I helped her to do was to see all that she is and all that the creativity in her is and all that there is to create through love and caring and compassion, and to again see that. I mean, a lot of time that's what I'm doing clinically. I think it's what good psychiatrists or mental health professionals do is we help people see the beauty that is there, right? Because oftentimes we're way too close up to that tapestry, and what brings us close is often the sad thing. So we're up close and all we see is the negative. I mean, it's easy then to get classically nihilistic, but by helping someone take a step back and to see who they are and what's in them, that's how people get better, and it's how people re-engage in life.
It's such a difficult thing because if you were to from studying human beings, it seems like the optimal trajectory is having some trauma that doesn't destroy you, that forces you early in life to really struggle with the intricacies of the human condition. And then later in life, as you form and you build an expertise around and mastery, start to do exactly what you said, which is step back and look at the tapestry. So if you if you don't have the trauma, it seems like, just empirically speaking, there's of course just a huge amount of data and all kinds of anecdotal evidence, but and I want to be careful here because maybe I'm romanticizing hardship, but it does seem that hardship in childhood, if it doesn't break you, can be constructive. It's like you said, having that trauma, one of the ways to fight it is to say, I am worth something.
Right.
I am, and this is, David Goggins talks about this. It's like, this is, I am somebody. I can be somebody special, and I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this big thing. It's this engine that drives you forward. Yeah, comment on that, because from a parent's perspective, you want a child to have an easy life, right? You want them to not have hardship, certainly not have trauma. But that's such a difficult dance because in some ways, a little bit of hardship and a gradually increasing amount of hardship that doesn't break you can really develop you into a really interesting, complicated person, and it helps you flourish as a creative being. I don't know if there's a question. I just keep saying random things.
No, I think it makes good.
Yeah.
It makes good sense to me. I think you're trying to get at, like, do we need trauma, and like, and what, and how are we defining it, right? Because we say trauma, hardship, difficulties. I mean, we could set aside, we could set apart, say, and differentiate things that are difficult, but that are overcomable, right?
Yeah.
Versus things that we could use trauma, the word trauma this way, if we chose to, that are just like entirely negative, like someone saying, "Oh, you can't do that and you'll never succeed because what?" And then they tell you something about yourself, okay, because you're from here or you're this race, religion, whatever it is, right? We think, well, you know, that could make someone say, "Hey, I'm going to show you, I'm going to overcome," right? But then they're overcoming something bad, right? Like, it's just not, like, there's nothing good or helpful about that, right? If someone's saying that, so the person has to overcome it. That's different than something that is placed in front of a person where the whole conception of it is something positive that you can make through effort, right? So, you know, I remember, I don't know, I think I was 15 years old. There was some rule like where you could then go, I think it was picking raspberries or blueberries, right? And my parents wanted me to see, like, hey, go see how that works you. Now you got 50 cents at the end of it, right? And then you think about that when, you know, you want to buy baseball cards, or you think about it, and you work. And I can remember, like, it was hard, and I was sweating, and I was tired, but I learned from it. I mean, it's the reason I remember it today. So yes, parents might want their kids to have, like, a good life, right? But not necessarily an easy life, you know? And I think that was done, they took me to do that so I'd have a greater sense of responsibility, in a sense of, like, hard work is